do Dallas's website.
Oh, yeah. Is that YouTube?
Yeah.
I kind of.
Stop. Thank you.
Yeah.
Now they've actually started the stream. Emptied out the. This is not going to come up on stream, but oh well, can't be avoided. Joe, did you want to take real quick on my other bathroom?
No.
Sure.
But I know you.
One of the other things I meant to do before we got started, but
Yeah, I'll jump up there. First off, I know your name is Nicholas. I'm Jay.
Hi, I'm Sterling.
Nice to see you, Sterling.
Nice to meet you.
Do you want me to turn on the microphones, or do you want to turn them on at a certain time?
I want them to turn.
Okay, so they know.
Until have to walk up to the stage. I want to see her outside. Okay, she's a spot.
Yeah, you need to say. Okay.
They know to turn it on.
Okay.
They're gonna switch
Speakers, yeah.
and then they're gonna go from the podium to the chairs, and then those chairs are gonna go away, and it's gonna be directors' chairs, and they're gonna switch panels throughout the day.
Okay, that's why you got director's chairs back there.
Yes.
Okay.
So they're gonna pick up different mics. So I told them, the lady, she's supposed to come find me, and so I can show the speakers how to turn the mics on.
Gotcha. Okay.
So you don't have to do anything with the mics. They'll do it.
All right. Well, thank you.
You're welcome.
I like not having to do things.
All right, let me switch with you. You good here?
As far as I know. Other than having the actual DJ, but this seems to be some things to look at.
Must there's a lot of skills here. It's the rainbow.
Yeah.
You need anything? Like I'm gonna hit 7-Eleven here in a few minutes.
No, once this thing actually starts, I'm going to go up and grab something to eat.
Okay.
The croissant.
And then we'll buy me some cigarettes, and then that'll be good. I have coffee left.
So I'm switching out. Lunch panel. 12:15.
Okay. You want to swing back here at 12:15?
Whichever one y'all wanted to come do it.
All right.
Looks like we're supposed to be able to look at 4.
Okay. So are we doing just 2 people, or do you want me to do lunch and her do another? Or?
Whatever y'all want to do.
Okay. I'll ask her to see what she wants to do, and then we'll be here by 12, so 12:15 it switches out.
Yep.
Okay. I'll pass it on. See you later.
And then I'll come back at 4 and help whoever break down.
Okay. I'll ask her to see what she wants to do.
Yeah.
So we'll be here by 12.
Cool.
Call me, please.
Honestly, private finance
Good morning, everyone. We're going to start in 1 minute. 1 minute. This is the official count.
40 years. Yeah, there's some. Big problem with property owners and what it is. And they all want to they don't care. 75,000. It's hard as small. Yeah, I saw the email yesterday announcement about this, and I was like, oh, that's related, so when I hear that, I should pay attention. So right now, transportation,
Good morning. How's everybody? Again, good morning. All right. Thanks for coming bright and early to our 9 o'clock start. I know it's sometimes it's difficult to get out so early, but we appreciate you coming, especially for this conversation. I just want to let you folks know if you need an interpreter, we have an interpreter. So raise your hand if you need interpretation. All right, so we're ready to go. So, I want to introduce our first speaker, Councilmember Jamie Schultz. She's one of our primary advocates on the council. One of the reasons why we're able to move the way we move at the City of Dallas and implementing the CCAP. You know what the CCAP is, the Comprehensive Environmental Climate Action Plan. With that, I'll introduce Councilmember Schultz.
It's such a privilege to be here. I'm proud to stand before you because environment and climate activism has been a part of my life since I was in my early 20s, 100 years ago. In fact, I purchased my first home through an ad in the local Sierra Club newsletter. The ad said, "House must buy," and I was happy to comply. I also bought my first piece of art through the club as well. I want to tell you about it because it is the perfect opening to this symposium. The piece of art is a sketch by the artist Marion Henley. The image is a woman flying free from loosened shackles at the bottom of the drawing with the word "yes" flying alongside it. To me, this image is what we need to do to address climate actions for our future. We must let go of the old assumptions and barriers that have held us hostage for too long. My job this morning is to let you know what we are doing and then turn it over to our experts to fill in the gaps and the details. Every year, our mayor gives committees his priorities for each each committee to focus on. In 2022, Mayor Eric Johnson offered 6 priorities to serve as his primary focus for the areas of the environmental and sustainability committee. These include reviewing our city codes, policies, and procedures that allowed for environmental threats in the past, such as lane plating, Shingle Mountain, and others to occur. He's asked us to recommend new codes and policies, including zoning changes, to make sure that we don't have these occurrences in the future. And we're working very hard on that through Forward Dallas and all the work that the Environmental Commission, which you'll hear about, is doing. We were also asked to talk about reforming the bulk and brush trash pickup program and to continue to implement the CCAP that Director Evans just told us about so that we can effectuate resilience strategies that are in the plan, such as green jobs and solar programs. We are also tasked with exploring new policies that look at environmental concerns in neighborhood specific, such as restrictions on gas-powered leaf blowers, on notification process on any kind of plans for any kind of batch plans and other environmental hazards, for ensuring that Hensley Field continues to be remediated, and for developing a plan to dredge White Rock Lake. Those are some of the specifics. I mean, council work is not very, it's not very sexy, but it can affect a lot of daily lives. The committee is also proudly working along with the Office of Environmental Quality and Sustainability, our amazing staff, all the city departments, and our partners. Many of you are here today. So here's some of the key things that we are doing at the city level. We're, of course, this CCAP, which you'll hear again and again and again today, including the development of the Whole Home Dallas and Green Job Skills programs, as well as the recently adopted Comprehensive Urban Agriculture Plan. The Forward Dallas, which is going to address land use throughout the entire city of Dallas. If you have not been involved in any of the Forward Dallas feedback, please make sure you do so, because we really, really need everyone's input on what should be where. The neighborhood level air monitoring programs. The environmental justice indicators, thanks to the Environmental Commission, that were added into the racial equity plan. The Urban Forest Master Plan and Emerald Ash Borer mitigation program. So let me just give you a few highlights of what we have accomplished this year through CCAP. The city completed 248 milestones toward the advancement of climate initiatives in 8 different sectors, ranging from air quality to zero waste. So for example, 58.7% increase in kilowatts of solar installed on city buildings from the 2020 level, a 328% increase in electric vehicle use. It is fully accepted in the city, and now we're just figuring out how to pay for it and how to make sure everybody gets fueled up properly around the city. As we look ahead for the continued implementation, what we're looking for is making sure that Dallas remains a leader in the country in environmental efforts, in reducing those emissions, and setting the path forward for addressing climate and environmental risk with effective, equitable, and common sense solutions. This is going to be done through all of our collective efforts of 17 different city departments to activate a total of 202 milestones this year. We are very, very proud of this work. So as we move forward in advancing CCAP, community engagement and environmental justice are at the forefront of everything that we do. We're going to continue to raise awareness about climate change and environmental pollution, and increase the community participation in equitable solutions. In fact, we're about to bring forward through the city a citywide standardization of community engagement. You know, you get surveys all the time, you get called to community meetings all the time, but I am not certain that that's the most effective community engagement that we can achieve, and we can do much better. And ironically, our community engagement is going to be crafted through community engagement. So we need you all to please, please give us your feedback on this. We have to have all of the stakeholders active in the business community, in academia, advocates, allies, communities with environmental justice concerns, and groups that have not historically been a part of the climate change conversation in Dallas. For us to meet the goals of the 2016 Paris Agreement, we're going to need every sector of the community to take action to reduce these emissions. I look forward to continuing to work with city departments, our partners, and the residents of Dallas to advance climate solutions that promote environmental justice to get us to our goal of 43% emission reductions below the 2015 levels by 2030 and carbon neutrality by 2050. We have the tools we need now. All we have to do is act now and be free. So thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Schultz. I'm not sure if I introduced myself. My name is Carlos Sessions, Director of the Office of Environmental Quality and Sustainability. Again, thanks for being here today. I really want to thank you for coming today, especially after receiving the sobering news, and I'm sure you've seen this from the United Nations, that we're already at 1.1 degrees Celsius above pre-industrial levels. And of course, we don't want to reach 1.5 according to the Paris Climate Agreement. That's our goal. Again, sobering news, and again, the report notes that our most vulnerable populations are feeling the most impacted by the climate change, right? But the same report says that we still have time to correct the ship. And it's really upon us, through collaboration, through partnership, to achieve our goal. And so like Councilmember Schultz said, these conversations are really key to making sure that we stop this trend, right? And so just thank you for participating in this conversation today. Again, it's critical to our generation, to our future generations, that we get this right. So with that, let me, again, thank you, Councilmember Schultz, for your leadership. Thank you, Chair Paula Blackman. Paula Blackman is Councilmember Paula Blackman, Chair of the Environment and Sustainability Committee. She couldn't be here today. She wishes she could, but with her leadership and with Councilmember Schultz, we've been able to accomplish quite a bit this year, as Councilmember Schultz identified. I want to thank the Environmental Commission, Chair of the Environmental Commission here, Catherine Bazan. You'll hear from her shortly. Commissioner Hiramoto is here as well. Other EDC commissioners, please stand up if you can. I also want to thank UTD. A special thanks to Gary Koch, the Sustainability Director. If you can stand. We have a few cities here. Cities of Denton, Farmers Branch, Fort Worth, Louisville, and others. If you're from a city, please stand. And thank you to OEQS staff for your dedication and hard work in putting this event together. I want to especially thank Maritza Figge, Chris Morris, Aaron Deal, Judy Schmidt, Susan Alvarez, and Rosa Cisneros, if you can stand. So let's get to it. Let's talk about today's event. So we have a great slate of panelists, fantastic speakers. We have a highly, again, anticipated keynote conversation coming up between Chair Catherine Bazan and Commissioner Julie Hiramoto. We're going to talk about a number of different topics, including brownfields and the city's new All Homes program. We'll hit key topics like environmental justice and environmental health. And perhaps most importantly, we'll get a student's perspective on climate change and climate solutions. So with that, I think Chair Bazan has a few brief remarks before the keynote panel. Chair Bazan.
Good morning. I'm Catherine Kazan. I'm chair of the City of Dallas Environmental Commission, and I want to welcome you all again to our 6th annual North Texas Climate Symposium. As we get started, I want to direct you to our website, dallasclimateaction.com/environmental commission. Here you will find contact information and names of all of our commission members, the full comprehensive environmental and climate action plan, or CCAP, our annual work plan progress, and upcoming meeting information. You can also find us on social media, keep up with our progress, at Dallas Environmental. So, as Councilmember Schultz and as Director Evans stated, the city unanimously adopted its climate action plan in 2020. And part of that created an oversight body that is charged with guiding the implementation of the plan and ensuring that solutions to the climate impacts and the long-standing environmental equity issues are both inclusive and just. And for just over a year now, the Environmental Commission's 25 volunteers have collaboratively worked to build relationships between the community and the city, to give recommendations and feedback on proposed city plans, to amplify the concerns of our communities back to the city and decision makers, and to lead new recommendations to address impactful issues. These commission members are the conduit between our residents and policymakers on impactful environmental issues. They are experts in their fields. They are grassroots community organizers. They are retired, passionate advocates, and they are all deeply committed to mitigating the negative impacts of climate change in our communities. I would also like to recognize the tremendous work of our colleagues at the Office of Environmental Quality and Sustainability, beginning with Director Evans. So Carlos arrived at the city just after the commission was formed, and he has been a truly great partner. He's made impactful progress to support environmental justice reforms, and he's been very excited about implementing new tools and policy, all the while ensuring that our community has a seat at the table. I'd also like to acknowledge Sue Alvarez, the Assistant Director of our Office of Environmental Quality and Sustainability. Sue's knowledge and passion for the environment are unmatched, and we are very lucky to have the world's best board coordinator, Erin Deal. Erin helps make all things possible for the Environmental Commission to do its work, so thank you both so much. So today's theme is going to center around one of the 8 climate action goals, the built environment. And our goal is that all Dallas's buildings are energy efficient and climate resilient. I saw a statistic that says that we spend 90% of our time, our lives, inside of a building. The impacts of climate change on buildings are wide-ranging. Warmer temperatures increase the demand for heating and cooling and energy costs. That disproportionately impacts low-income communities that are already struggling to cover housing, utility bills, grocery bills, and everything else that they need just to live. To reduce greenhouse gas emissions in buildings, action have been developed to enable businesses and institutions, including the City of Dallas, to reduce their energy use, leverage a wide range of energy-efficient opportunities, and find solutions that are aimed at both the existing building stock and new construction. We're going to hear more about these issues and potential solutions in today's discussions. I recently had the opportunity to hear climate scientist Catherine Hayhoe speak, and I'm going to tell you what she told me. We have years, not decades. Our planet faces the interconnected crises of rapid climate change and biodiversity loss. We have years, not decades, to address these existential threats. The science is clear. We must act now, or we'll face catastrophic climate change. So let's commit to this work together. And now it is my honor to introduce to you today's keynote speaker. Julie Hiramoto is a fellow of the American Institute of Architects who harnesses the built environment's power as a positive force to heal seemingly intractable social challenges. She transforms architectural practice to embrace a regenerative and evidence-based future while fostering equity and human health as an HKS principal and firm-wide director of integration. Her advocacy includes congressional testimony on energy efficiency, fuel source, and the market's ability to innovate, representing 95,000 American Institute of Architect members in their first delegation to the United Nations Annual Climate Conference, COP26 in Glasgow, Scotland, and as the mayor's appointee to the Dallas Environmental Commission. Please join me in welcoming Julie Hiramoto.
Thank you, Chair Bazan. I'm bringing your Yeti too, so we can be twins. So I feel like I'm hiding from everybody on this side of the room behind the podium. There's plenty of seats over here if you want to scooch on over, or we'll try to angle ourselves a little. No.
Can you see?
Yes, there's one over here.
All right, so today our discussion centers around building better for the climate from the ground up. As a design leader, what do you feel is your responsibility or role?
Yeah, I heard a wise person say once that doing the same thing over and over and over again and expecting different results is a fool's errand, right? And so I think that the opportunity for each and every one of us today is to think about change. How can each of us invoke meaningful change in a positive way within the things that we can control today, right now, as individuals, as communities of people, in our professional lives? What can we do differently today, this week, not next year, not next decade, but immediately to start us on that path of positive change? Because it's going to take all of us, and we've got a lot of work to do. But there's a lot of hope. So I want to start with this idea of disruption, that we need to interrupt the status quo. We can't just stop doing less of the bad stuff and a little more of the good stuff. We have to drastically change our perspective. We have to rewire our mindsets, our behavior, and how we think about the world in order to achieve the positive change that we need to meet our collective societal goals for a climate positive future. And this is going to require radical change. And change is never easy. It's, kind of uncomfortable to do something that you've never done before. It's maybe scary. Maybe you're scared of making a mistake. But this whole process of experimentation and figuring out a path forward together is a part of the journey. It's exciting, right? There's opportunity for learning, for personal growth, and for us to feel like we've accomplished something together as a group that's really meaningful and that's going to change all of our lives. Not just my life as an individual, but our entire community and the people that aren't sitting at the table to advocate for themselves. So what does it mean to shift your perspective? Taking on a different mindset, looking at the world from a different point of view. This famous Earthrise photo is one of the most influential images ever to make us rethink, it's not just about me. The world is so much larger, and to see this vast Earth that we live on together as this tiny little speck in the sky of this beautiful holistic thing not one place, Dallas, or your neighborhood, or my house, but really that all of humanity is occupying this planet together. And how can we do so in a regenerative and a positive way? Have you all seen this documentary, National Geographic, One Strange Rock? It's narrated by Will Smith. A friend of mine introduced it to me. She told me it was her son's favorite, and this is now my nephew's favorite show. But it profiles astronauts and how they have a newfound appreciation for the natural systems of our world and of our planet just from having that experience of being in outer space and seeing things from a different point of view. How they see all the global systems working together and the energy shifting from one part of the planet to another. And all of that is in a large part driven by our actions as humans.
So the alternative then is business as usual. What happens if we just keep doing that?
Yeah, well, the planet is going to be just fine. It's human society and civilization as we know it that is in dire need of help. And who can help us? Us. So you may already know that we are in the midst of an epoch that has been named by the geologists as the Anthropocene epoch. Anthropocene meaning human caused or human impacted. We are also in the midst of the 6th mass extinction that this planet has faced, meaning that 75% of all the species on Earth are in danger of dying and not returning. This has happened 5 times before. The planet is still spinning on its axis, the sun is still rising, the tides come and go. But dinosaurs aren't here anymore. So what can we do to positively change the environmental systems that have shifted in a way where urgent and sustained action is now required to reset and crawl back to a sustainable and regenerative place? And we have so much work now to do because we've done not very much in the last 30 years. The Union of Concerned Scientists published a white paper 30 years ago saying, hey, this climate thing, we need to pay attention. Global warming, greenhouse gases, we need to pay attention. This could have potentially catastrophic effects. If we had started that day with incremental improvements, we could have stemmed the curve, flattened things out, and pulled them back down. Now it's exponential, right? Now we have to do so much more work in such less time to course correct the damage that's already been done. And if we think about the danger to human society and civilization, think about all the things that, in addition to greenhouse gases, are an impact of climate change and our current lifestyles. Overexploitation of natural resources, uncontrolled, irresponsible urban development. I'm not saying urban development is a bad thing. I'm saying there's a better way to do it. Pollution, all of these things, right? They're all related. And there's a better way we can do this instead of solving one problem at a time to look systemically and think about different ways of approaching the same issue. One of the things also that I think is a challenge in our capitalist economy is the commons. Things that are shared by all of us, the air, the water, natural resources, and how we can be more responsible about a shared thing and shared ownership when if it's free and open to everyone. Our current mindset is to just take. I'm going to take mine before somebody else takes it, and then there's nothing left for me. So I'm going to, use my advantage to get ahead, get a head start, build what I can for myself, and then, we'll figure out what to do next, right? Well, that works in agrarian societies where we've not overpopulated to the density that we have now, and 3 sheep can graze on a plot of grass and all be happy. But when everybody is sending their sheep to the same plot of grass to graze, then it's overgrazed and there's no grass, right? And now collectively we have to come up with a better solution for how we put grass back there, how we can do animal husbandry in a responsible way, and share those resources, right? And I'm not suggesting that, you know, control over all of these things is the right way. I just think we need to think more about the collective first instead of me first. And this tragedy of the commons expands to all kinds of examples: traffic, fishing, air and water pollution, deforestation, and even littering. So, you know, just reframing our perspective and thinking about what is a better way to think about us first and the entire community, because we're all in this together. You know, climate change, extreme weather is not exclusive in the sense that it only touches a certain population or a certain portion of the planet. Even if it's not happening in your backyard, the larger societal effects will come to you through climate migration, through supply chain issues, through disruption, et cetera, right? So it's a shared challenge that we have to address collectively.
So is what you're saying that we're all doomed? Are there, you know, I feel like we've started on such an optimistic note now. Are there solutions?
Yeah, so now that I have your attention and you're awake and you're paying attention, I am an extremely optimistic person. It's why Catherine and I are sitting here today. It's why all the members of the Environmental Commission volunteer their time, because there is hope and there's a lot that we can do. But it's about building these kinds of communities. It's about sharing the knowledge, the tools, and the resources, and just joining hands and running together in the same direction. We have got all the tools and knowledge that we need to do this. What we need most desperately is the willpower to act and to continue acting every day in an urgent and sustained and systemic way. So that means all of us together, not competing with each other. So thinking about carbon positive economies, our government and the National House Committee for Energy and Commerce has a goal of a net zero carbon economy by 2050. Large parts of our federal government and even the city of Dallas has carbon neutral goals by 2030. That's 8 years away. We got a lot of work to do. Thinking about the whole system. So again, you know, not one thing at a time, but how do all these pieces and parts work together? What's a synergistic solution where if you propose this one thing, it might solve 3 problems instead of just one? And how do we do this in a way that puts equity at the forefront? Again, we can't leave anybody behind because we're all in this together, right? So it's not the me first mentality of I'm going to fix urban heat island effect in my neighborhood, or I'm going to fix air quality or water pollution in my neighborhood. It's all connected. So we have to do it in a way that brings up everyone and that creates a high quality of life and inspiration for all of us. Physical and mental health is a huge part of climate action. As Catherine mentioned, we spend 90% of our times indoors. So buildings protect us from harsh environmental and weather impacts. But what happens to us when we're inside? This building has this beautiful scrim here. So there's privacy, but there's filtered, dappled light. So I can still see the clouds outside. I can see what time of day it is. I can understand my connection to nature, even though we're in this place, and the lighting is protected in a way where you can still see the slides. Those kinds of things are important to our natural biological systems as humans. We are hardwired for an appreciation of nature. And biophilic design and that connection to nature allows our circadian rhythm, our bodies to kind of process energy and move about our day in a natural way that's not hermetically sealed in an artificial environment. Ecological stewardship is a really important part of this. Every day, scientists are discovering new plants, animals, algae, all kinds of things that fight cancer, that have health benefits. If we're indiscriminately, people first instead of all the beauty of life that we have on Earth, then we may lose an opportunity for a cure before we even know it existed. And these ecological systems are regenerative. They take care of themselves as long as we don't exert too much of our influence on them. to try to control them, to shape them into doing a thing that we need them to do. So how can we amplify and support those natural systems to help do some of the work of cleaning up the mess? I talked about commons and ownership, thinking about how we can collectively be better stewards of all of our natural resources and the things that we need to thrive. This isn't about a monastic lifestyle, but really about how can we flourish together. It's not about taking away things, but really a different mindset to help us think about how we can live to our fullest in a different way.
So you talked about stewardship. I like to think of myself as a good steward of the environment. I bet many of the people here think of themselves as a good steward of the environment. I take steps. I have a garden. We grow some of our own food. I limit my consumption of beef. If we all did that, is that enough?
I think it's a great place to start. I think each of us makes lifestyle choices every day where we wear and act upon our values, right? Catherine just mentioned a lot that have huge environmental impacts. How we eat, how we move around, whether or not we're taking, a transcontinental airplane flight every week that has a huge carbon impact. Thinking about effectively using water and energy, waste management. How about not creating the waste in the first place? So, with single-use plastics or consumables. Bringing nature and those natural systems into your life as a part of your education system, a part of your family, grounding, and promoting species biodiversity by planting pollinators. And volunteering your time and building community and rich life experiences through that. But each of us is just one individual. And so if you were to drastically change your life, and maybe that of your families, then again, just a handful of people. But if we think about our professional reach, our handprint, what we can do through advocacy, through our professional livelihoods, as engineers, as accountants, as elected officials, think how much more influence you can have. My firm, HKS, every year designs millions of square feet of buildings. So if I say I'm never going to get on an airplane again, I limit my personal carbon footprint. If we design better buildings, that's a million square feet that's going to perform better than all the airplane flights that I could ever take in my life. And those buildings are going to last for 50 or 100 years. And that prime performance is going to keep paying it forward, right? So think about your opportunity as a professional and what you do for your livelihood and how that can contribute back to this. Even just personal advocacy, talking to people, showing up here today and taking this knowledge back to your workplace, to your communities, and spreading the word. Here are the 3 things that we can do differently today and tomorrow based on what you learned. And how can you amplify your own footprint with your actions?
So you talked about buildings. We have a lot of buildings in the world. Can you talk about what the impacts of buildings are?
Yeah, so we spend 90% of our time indoors. So buildings have a huge impact on us as people. But buildings are also responsible for approximately 40% of our global greenhouse gas emissions. Now this came to a surprise to some folks because when you look at the end use chart, they lump all of electricity together, and then transportation together, and then industry together. But a large part of that electricity usage is in our buildings. And so if you think about our opportunity for influence, that's why buildings are #1, the first goal in CCAP, because it's 40%. And not just the operations of the buildings, so the electricity, the audio-visual, the heating and cooling to provide comfort, the security systems, the elevators, all those things, but also the impact of the materials used to build our buildings. So that's the embodied carbon of the concrete, of the steel, of the glass. And if we think more creatively about how we use our building materials and where they come from, then we can reduce our footprint on both of those fronts. And it's not just new buildings. A lot of our codes and policies talk about how we're going to raise the bar for the buildings that haven't been constructed yet. But if we look at 2030 and we look at 2050, a significant portion, 2/3 of the buildings in the world already exist today, right? So what are we going to do about those now no longer efficient, potentially using a very dirty fuel source buildings to convert them to not only make them more energy efficient, to make them less of a carbon burden, but also to enhance the quality of the space for the humans that are spending 90% of their time inside. So these slides are from Architecture 2030. It's an industry organization that established the 2030 commitment, which the AIA then adopted as the 2030 challenge. Every year, architects and designers, and now engineers with the Structural Engineering 2050 challenge are reporting annually the impact of the work that they're designing and how that adds up, so that we can have some transparency and track the impact of our work and whether or not we're getting better, how we're improving, and so we can share those lessons learned and stories with each other.
So we have a lot of technological advances. Isn't there some new technology on the horizon that's just going to come and save us all?
Yeah, technology is amazing. We have these lights, we have the amplification of our voices, but if we're just sitting around waiting for the magic, pill or the gizmo that's going to save the day, I think we might be waiting for a while. So what else can we do before we leverage technology? There's an amazing wealth of resources and knowledge on just good design that maybe we've forgotten when the convenience of technology came into play. Air conditioning and electric lights, so we forget to open the window. We forget to, create views outside that limit the direct solar gain of the sun so that we have brightness but not necessarily unnecessary heat. So really the first step in this pyramid of managing our energy efficiency is to reduce the loads that are on the buildings. So how can we think about passively designing buildings that take advantage of natural light so you don't have to turn on the lights? It's called daylight autonomy. How can we, Texas has a huge heating burden and a cooling burden, but when the weather is nice outside, why can't we open the windows? A lot of our tall buildings now have no operable windows. And that's a resilience problem too, because if we lose power, then you can't rely on your heating and ventilation and air conditioning anymore, right? And you can't open the windows because they're glued shut. So thinking about thermal mass, not only of the earth, but also building materials. So in these swing seasons that we have right now, it's very cool at night and in the morning, and it gets hot during the day. A material like concrete or stone or water absorbs that heat throughout the day and locks it inside, and then dissipates it when it gets colder to kind of balance out those energy flows. So those kinds of strategies, even the shape of the building, can help reduce the upfront load on a building, the energy efficiency. And that's just good, smart design. It doesn't have to cost more, no technology required. It's just thinking about it from a different point of view and not saying, oh, well, I'm going to do a rectangular box and it's going to go here because this is where the parking lot is. But even orienting it through to true north and the path of the sun has a huge impact. And then there are opportunities like passive house strategies that allow you to super insulate a building, again, so that you're not just leaking out all of the heating and cooling that you're putting into the space, and you're minimizing infiltration. And then think about absorbing. We have so much energy moving through our buildings and our urban systems right now. And a lot of that energy is waste. if you think about a data center and all the heat that's produced from all that computing power, and now North Texas, is positioning itself as a data center central with crypto mining and other things like that, all the heat that's produced by those data centers could be used to heat hot water. It could be used to preheat buildings. But unless we have a district energy system that's connecting those things, we can't do that. Even in your own building, because we're pushing air through space for ventilation, we're throwing, unless you have heat capture or energy recovery as a part of your air conditioning system, you're throwing that preconditioned hot or cold air outside to pull in new fresh air from the outside, right? So how can we balance those energy flows? And thinking about lighting, right? Electric lighting creates heat in a space. If we use the natural daylight that's screened and filtered, then we're not turning on the electric lights that are producing more heat. Then we have to buy a bigger air conditioner to bring down the temperature, and the cycle goes on, right? And then if you buy a smaller air conditioner, you have more space in the building that you can rent and use. So again, just thinking about those flows and those systems. And then conserving. This is where it comes to human behavior, right? So we have beautiful windows on our buildings, and we install blinds or shades to deal with that glare or that heat for about an hour of the day. How many of you actually go back and open the blind or the shade after that period has passed? One person, 2 people, 3, 4. But most of us are not thinking about it, right? So we forget, or we're not mindfully present. But if we can use technology or prompts to remind us to do that, or to turn off the lights, right? So all the automated faucets that you see reduce leakage and unnecessary water use. Occupancy sensors or vacancy sensors turn off the light when you leave a room. And so those kinds of things that limit that help shape our behavior or inform our behavior so that we can make informed decisions. You might have seen also in some buildings a dashboard that tells you how the building is performing, or what the sun, how much energy is created by the sun. Those prompts help us make better decisions in our day-to-day lives. And then finally, we get to the top of the pyramid, which is generation. Renewable energy is a part of our solution, but renewable energy, it's not the only solution, right? We can't rely on that to solve all of our problems. First, we have to do the foundational work of reducing that load consumption profile so that our renewable energy resources can meet that need.
Let's go back to the thing that you just said about solving the problems. It can be hard to understand, first of all, what all of the problems even are, and how are we going to effectively address each of them? How do we get to a point where we know? Yeah. First step, get started. Don't, find yourself in a position of analysis paralysis, or if I make a wrong decision, I'm just not going to act because it's safer to do nothing, right? That has to be your first kind of alarm that goes off, right? If I do nothing, I'm maintaining status quo. And status quo right now is that we're still on the upward trend, right? We haven't even plateaued yet. But the solution is different for every community, for every building site, for every design challenge that you're trying to solve. So before you go in with your expertise and your knowledge and say, I'm going to take the solution that I learned in school or that I did on my last project and apply it here, it's helpful to stop and listen and to understand from the community that you're designing for, what do they perceive are the challenges? Oftentimes, our client, the person paying the bill, is not actually the only person that needs to benefit from the design intervention, right? So whether it's the occupants or the neighbors or the larger community, there are things that are important to them that could help shape the design solution in a more systematic and holistic way where 1 + 1 = 5, that the person that wrote the RFP, that's paying the bills, that wrote the program, is not aware of. And so listening first, asking open-ended questions,
and understanding what the true opportunities are a really excellent way of doing this. This is a project in St. Petersburg, Florida, where the Major League Baseball stadium is surrounded by an 86-acre black asphalt parking lot. And the city had the wisdom to know there must be a better way to do this. There must be a way to activate this site that is, for most days out of the year, a hot, empty place, and fill it full of life. Fill it full of community and economic development. Celebrate the local culture of St. Petersburg. St. Petersburg, if you don't know the city, is like Austin. They're weird, and they're proud of the weird, right? And so, you know, the solution is not to bring in only Starbucks and, you know, Chuck E. Cheese and the big box stores, right? There has to be a significant portion of local small businesses here. And how you do that in a way that restitches the urban fabric. When this site was built and the freeway was put in place, a historically black neighborhood was completely dismantled, people were relocated, and the community was just destroyed, right? So how do you bring that back? And how do you balance the convenience of a freeway, which is something that we're wrestling here with in Dallas, versus the businesses and the community that might be served if people were driving slower and moving through that space instead of over or around it? People stop, they see something interesting, they park their car, they get out and they walk. When you're walking, you spend money, you find things. When you're driving fast on the freeway, you're just heading from destination A to point B. And so there isn't that additional opportunity for new discovery and to spend money in these communities.
So there is a time for innovation, but innovation doesn't happen in a vacuum. Somebody has to be driving that innovation. What does that look like?
Yeah, so I think it's an intention and willpower, right? And through the CCAP, the city and the community have signaled to the marketplace, these are the things that are important to us. There are very clear goals and actions that must be achieved. And the marketplace will respond to the need for demand and innovation as long as we don't keep moving the goalpost, right? If they know where the goalpost is, then they can predict what kinds of tools and technology or products they need to develop to meet that goal. But if we're constantly changing our mind, oh no, we want this, not that, then you don't give the market the time to develop that research and development and technology. So an example I'll share with you from the World Trade Center Sustainable Design Guidelines is, you know, the whole world was watching. And we knew we had to build back something better than what was there before. And a part of that was that Lower Manhattan was a dense business community. But there weren't a lot of people that lived there. There wasn't a lot of life after 5 o'clock. And putting a park in that space, managing the air quality in that area, and dealing with the nuisance of such a major construction site after so much tragedy for the people that were living and working already in that neighborhood was a primary concern. So as part of the World Trade Center Sustainable Development Guidelines, we instituted policy for the construction equipment to use only ultra-low sulfur fuel and to limit the idling time of that technology. Now this was back in 2006, 2008. There was one company in the US that was manufacturing this kind of equipment. But we knew it could be done because somebody had done it. Now ultra-low sulfur fuel is the standard for construction equipment, for trucks and other things, and we all get to have the benefit of that. But it took one big project or one big site, could be one municipality, that puts a stake in the ground and says, we're gonna do this. And we're gonna find a way to do this. We know it's possible, but you gotta create the business incentive for all the equipment manufacturers out there to change their processes, to spend some time on design, to retool their fabrication line, to make this a part of their process. And how do we incentivize them to do that? To help them understand that there's a business opportunity there. And that if they're first, then they have more of the market share to capture. But we gotta give people time to do that. So the CCAP is great, because it's a multi-year plan, right? So we know where we have to go, and we're giving the market time to help us get there.
So you mentioned CCAP, the policy. Let's talk about policy a little bit. We write a good policy, everybody agrees. That's it, right? We're done. Pat ourselves on the back.
Yeah, so we like to experiment on ourselves first before we go out and tell our clients, this is the way you have to do it. We know it's going to provide results. This is our London office, and we have a program called Living Labs, where every time we renovate or refresh one of our offices, we test all the really great ideas that we have. And we know they're not all going to be successful. We know that some of them are going to fail. But better to fail in a safe space on ourselves than to promise the client the sun, moon, and the stars and for them to be disappointed, right? So right now we've done this in our Chicago, London, and Miami office. Our Miami office is one of our first WELL certified buildings, which is a certification for the health and well-being of the people in the space. The Chicago office has underfloor air and distributed ventilation, all these different technologies that we're trying on ourselves. But what's most important, and what we've seen the most results are, is that a healthy physical environment impacts human performance. That there's an actual health impact, a mental, reduced stress impact, better sleep impact, all resulting from more comfort and better air quality. And when you walk into one of these spaces, you feel different, right? Like, this is a beautiful building. I haven't seen the statistics behind it, but I'm pretty sure it's a high-performing building and that it has your health and well-being at the front of the mindset of the design process. And I feel it in the space. I know when I'm in a healthy building. And how that reduction in carbon dioxide in a space, the reduction of volatile organic compounds, VOCs, the things that are in the stain-resistant or fireproof fabrics and upholsteries, those all have impacts on our health. And so we're tracking that. We're doing live, consistent air quality monitoring in our spaces, and then sending surveys to our team and saying, how do you feel? And then we can also pinpoint problems before they arise. And this results in dollars, in productivity, in presentness, in reduced absenteeism, in retention, in focus because of acoustic control, on and on. So all of these things have business outcomes.
So continuing on this thought about policy, if we're talking about creating policy for something like an ecosystem that doesn't follow our geopolitical boundaries, what kind of solutions should we be looking at and considering?
Yeah, so this is a real, thanks for asking that question. This is a really fun project that was done by some emerging professionals in our office as a part of our design fellowship program. And it's actually the story of how I found myself on the Environmental Commission. I thought that we should be thinking a little bit more about water because everybody's focused on energy, and water is such a big problem. It's probably as big of a challenge as carbon and energy is. Not only water quality, but also scarcity, flood management, on and on, right? And water is one of those challenging things where every state that you go to, they have different rules about water. Whether or not you can collect your own rainwater from your roof, whether or not you can drill a well. And even within municipalities, there's a line, a geopolitical boundary that says this is what Dallas, the city of Dallas, is responsible for. This is what Dallas County is responsible for. This is what Richardson is responsible for, right? And watersheds and ecosystems don't respect our artificial geopolitical boundaries, right? So it requires partnership, like the COG, the Council of Governments. It requires a consolidated effort to think outside of me and mine, but the larger natural system. And so one of the projects researched all the money and the energy used in our hardscape infrastructure to move water all around the city and then clean it and then dump it back in the Trinity River. where it has to be cleaned again. And so they propose a natural wetland, an ecological system that could help clean the water and provide economic development opportunities in Joppy. The other was a project about Sand Branch, which is a forgotten community kind of in between the geopolitical boundaries. It's not part of the incorporated city of Dallas. It's not part of any municipality. It's just outside of any boundary. They have no running water. In this community, 10 miles from downtown, people are living there by the United Nations definitions of a slum in our backyard, right? How can we help these people? They don't have resources to move. They don't want to move. Their community is there. So this is a proposal about how to bring water as comfort in terms of cooling and joy and play, but also basic humanitarian needs like sanitation to this community. And the third was a guerrilla type response to the oil and gas industry and the lack of obligation to clean up a well site once it has been tapped and dry. And so they repurposed these drilling sites that are in people's backyards and suburban communities into part of the water retention and storage infrastructure.
So you've shared a lot of ideas, tools, and resources. How do you know where to start?
You just got to do it. You just got to do it. You got to focus and pick one thing and just start doing it tomorrow. This is one of my new favorite books by Lady Klotz called Subtract. And there are so many opportunities and so many things that are demanding of our attention today. Pick one and do that well. More is not always better, even if we're in Texas. And then one of Lady's points in this book is that we are kind of preconditioned or hardwired to add. And it's, about accumulation or, I might not need it now, but I might need it later. So I'll just add that to my pile too, right? And so when we think about design solutions, we immediately kind of first go to the additive solution. But don't forget that subtracting can also be a part of the solution. So who's seen the balance bikes for the kids that are like before training wheels, right? The solution there was to remove the pedals from the bike and allow the child to understand how to kind of coast with their own momentum and gain their balance. And then once you get them on a bike, they don't even need training wheels anymore because they know how to balance and then they just figure out how to propel themselves, right? So just removing the pedals created this new invention. So many examples like that in the book. But also in an emergency room, right? When you go to the emergency room, the emergency department, they triage you. They figure out what is the most life-threatening thing. Let's do that first. And then we'll deal with the scratch on your leg, that might be causing something else. And then when we're subtracting and using subtracting as a solution, how we talk about that subtraction matters too, where you don't feel like I'm robbing you of something or depriving you of something, but how can we use positive words like cleaning, carving, revealing? It's the same thing, but we're presenting it a different way. And he uses examples from landscape architect Kate Orff and her work in downtown cities, in waterways, to talk about how all of her solutions were subtraction solutions, but they were talked about in a way that were positive and regenerative. Think about subtraction as a part of your design toolkit, that it's as valid as adding. Another example there would be to subtract racism, right? Instead of all the other additive things that we could do to ameliorate racism. And then really just focusing, distilling down into the core of what really matters. What are you solving for? But why, right? And go to the root cause instead of treating the symptoms. Because I think complexity is such a rich thing, and we can revel in the beauty of complexity. I mean, that's what nature is, right? But we can't replicate it, or we can't support it unless we understand what is truly at the essence of it. And then I think the final note on this is just persistence, right? Just keep subtracting things. Unhealthy relationships, the material things that you don't need, all the things that are sucking up time in your day that you don't have to do. Might be a little bit uncomfortable in the beginning when you stop doing them, but you really don't have to do them. And think about how much time and space you're going to have left for all the important stuff.
So we hear your call to action. Do it now. What is it? What can we start doing tomorrow that's going to help?
I think it's different for all of us. I bet each of you, or maybe half of you, already have an idea in your head about what is the one thing I'm going to start doing tomorrow, or start thinking about today and do tomorrow. I think there's also things that we need to relearn, that we've forgotten. The way we designed buildings before air conditioning and elevators was very different than the way we design them now. The knowledge in our indigenous plants and the healthful benefits they can have, or how they complement our diets, we've forgotten. There's a lot that we can learn from our indigenous communities and First Nations. And how does that intersect with the world of science, where it's valued in a way and not saying, oh no, that's not how we do things here. So this is a book by a botanist who has a PhD in plants. And when she first started her academic journey, she was derided and belittled for her cultural beliefs and her cultural knowledge, because it wasn't developed in the same way as the science. But she kept at it. And in the end, she realized that the two plants that she thought were beautiful together but couldn't understand why, that they had biological kind of necessities and intertwining with them through the colors, through the interaction of the pollinators, and all of those things. And that's why those plants are always together, and that's why they were beautiful to her together. But we just didn't have the scientific explanation yet until she studied it. And she studied it because it was something that was a part of her culture, and not something that, the scientists knew this was an important thing that we had to study, right? So I think there's so many different perspectives and viewpoints that we can open ourselves up to learn and relearn some of this forgotten knowledge.
So I want to give you a final opportunity to share some of your work on the Strategic Partnerships and Innovation Committee on the Environmental Commission. You guys are doing tremendous work. Tell us about that.
Thank you. Well, I am a strong believer in building coalitions. I think none of us can do all of the amazing work that's required from each of us by ourselves. And so bringing in those voices to help solve an opportunity, a challenge, is a really great opportunity. And so as you know, the 2024 bond package is coming up. It's going to be in the ballpark of $1 billion that we're going to spend and reinvest in the city. Well, that $1 billion has got to be in support of the CCAP goals, not going backwards and not investing in status quo. We've got to use that investment to continue pulling this forward, right? So we had an opportunity to help make recommendations on performance specifications, not how the money will be spent and which projects are worthy, but once the money is allocated, what do these projects and these project teams have to do to demonstrate minimum compliance with the new types of infrastructure investments that we want to see? So we invited national and international third-party certifiers, NGOs, policy think tanks, to make recommendations to the City of Dallas. We had 2 meetings, one focused on buildings and one focused on parks and infrastructure. And we got a lot of suggestions and specific recommendations on what should be the minimum performance bar. And so we're collating that information right now, and we will be sharing that with all of you and starting our stakeholder engagement to take it around the community and make sure that what the experts have recommended to the City of Dallas is right for the people of Dallas.
That all sounds very exciting. I want to thank you for spending your morning with us and lending us your expertise and your insights. Please give a round of applause to Julie.
Thank you, Julie and Catherine, for that conversation. We will have a break until 10:45 a.m. and there are two options at 10:45. So we will either be in here for the Brownfields panel, or there will be a walking tour with the Sustainability Director, Gary, that will meet just outside of the ballroom. Thank you. 10:45.
Before you decide that you want to go where you
Different language.
Now, they teach them the etiquette. Put it in your backpack, keep it on fire, burn it outside. It's for me to go yes, that's how I put
It's Tanika, right?
Yes. Nice to meet you.
Yeah, I see you down the way.
Yeah.
I'm Fred. You went to the city of Dallas. We're working at that specific area or region. We're like across the ball too. On like buildings, new and existing. Yeah. You must get a lot of energy discussions about facilities, yeah? You don't have to go to Good to see you. Sorry I was late getting here this morning, but we made it. I was actually staying super close by. I was just stuck on a phone call. I couldn't get into the building. Yeah. I wish I did. No, I caught most of it. I didn't hear Carlos opening your remarks. I did. Yeah, I heard from a lot of architects like that. So it was great. Yeah. And a few questions for her, but I didn't get a chance. I just like mostly like positive comments. I like what she said, vacancy sensor instead of occupancy sensor. It's like little stuff like that for like, nobody wants their occupancy tracked. But if you're out of the building, or out of the room, turn off the lights. It's just like, it's just a more like acceptable like building practice, as opposed to like all the command and controls. I didn't. I drove last night. I thought about it. I just had a cousin take Molly from Houston, Austin this past weekend. So I was thinking about it, but it didn't work because they dropped me off downtown. Just, yeah. Showing up downtown and other places, I think it's pretty convenient. But yeah, plus like getting out of here, I would have had to be like on a bus, but like 5 p.m. and like rush out there. Yeah. Sorry I missed the initial mask. That was on spring break. Yeah. No, I'm glad. I'll still be here. And Michael's doing it. You got a gentleman from Encore like that. Do you guys work directly with Tech? You guys fund some research or something? They were at the SMU. So one of the things I will, number one, I want to check in with you about Solar Switch and if that's still proceeding or if there's any hang-ups. But we have been talking with Houston, San Antonio, and others about really.
Oh, Brad, how's it going, man?
Yeah. Waco is supposedly in MOU approval as well. They're waiting. Yeah, we proposed like a program logo back to them, so they want to look at it. Lewis? Okay. Okay. So, understand. Who is prioritizing as much as they would like to be? But I understand budget season's crazy. Because you guys start a new fiscal like August, September. Yeah. Thank you. Competing priorities. Okay.
Sorry to interrupt. We've never met in person.
Yeah.
I'm Katie Evans. I used to be with City of Dallas.
That's right.
Yes. And I
And
tried.
you're at JCPenney now,
I
right?
am. I tried so hard to get my City of Dallas.
I forget, are you still in the DFW area or did you move?
I am. Yeah, I'm in Dallas.
JCPenney is like in the southeast or something, right?
Our home office is in Plano.
Dallas is like retail hub of the U.S., right? Like Macy's. Who else is based? Neiman's, yeah.
But I know Dallas has more corporate headquarters, or DFW has more corporate headquarters than New York City.
That is news to me, yeah.
Or at least it was that way at first.
I could totally imagine, yeah. It's a great place to live.
But, so is iChooser coming to Dallas?
You're just adding T's and C's.
Yeah. Okay. Finally. It only took.
Thanks for helping get it started. We've got we're working in the city of Houston now. Do you guys ever need to connect with them? There's a good reference point. Yeah, safe. Attorneys need to feel so comfortable.
I'm so glad it's finally happening.
Yeah, we just walked by, they're interested in looking at it.
I remember I had Ben Williamson as this, now he's the city manager. At the time, assistant city manager. We talked to Sue and be like, sweet,
I just talked to Alex in his house over there, and one of the things they say is like they had a city manager a long time ago who was like biased to action. It's like Julie was talking about. And so it's so hard at a city. I know why there is strong bias sometimes to like the status quo. And so like they're really good at like, stepping out on the limb, I'd say, and then it's hopefully helping. One of the things I was just starting to introduce to you is like we think are getting much more comfortable about talking about it as a market rate solar program. That's primarily the target, but we want to build in the low moderate income aspect to it, and I know that's something of interest to you all. So we're talking to a lot of cities about number one, making sure it's always available in Spanish. That's kind of something we're just getting into. And of course, and then. Like really, how's a way to, how can we fund some LMI solar work? Oh yeah. to start the discussion with y'all is like, let's try to get the ball rolling with Houston, with like Denver, DC, other cities that we're talking to. Like, LMI component's going to be something that we're probably trying to build at the beginning. Yeah. So if there's that's not going to help your lawyers to look at terms and conditions, but I want that to be something that y'all know we are on the roadmap of like, want to serve other populations that are probably not going to be able to take immediately. Hey, Mike. Hey. Please. Yeah,
right on. All right, well, you're running the show, right? So hopefully
are you gonna walk the tour? Are you gonna do the brownfield? What do you think? It's a UTV tour. How's your other commercials going, though?
It's slow. It's improving. It's just down its way. Always works, but it's cheap. That all changes.
First world thinking music.
I'm not going to go very far for that to be different. Other states. It's always going to work in price. So there's things for all the energy consultants. Tell them, customers something significant, 5% right now. So these are good things. ESG, the world is starting to have an impact on the guys because the money. So it's every day multiple times. So all these things since 2010 at the start of this industry, zero.
You get a lot of positive tailwinds.
So the macro things are really in a position as They design what the owner wants.
What's in the program.
Value engineering, just take it down off that plateau. We agree that's better.
It actually takes a lot of guts for them to propose
and so, anyway, all of lighting, insulation, solar. But they won't sit down and just take it. Look at the numbers. Okay. No kidding.
There's 8 points of our work. Right. I've heard of well chips, fiber,
you get a lot of the same benefits, right?
Yeah.
Who cares about the big?
We just need some guidance on traditional program ideas.
Hey, before the building gets done, what's the latest here?
FAR was just updating me. The lawyers are still reviewing the MOU and I got some stuff. Some political, legislative sections and a couple other priorities. But yeah, they're hopefully in the final stages of just approving the agreement. And then this is for like we're gonna promote a market rate purchasing solar program around top if we get this starting May 1st. So we just completed, we're in the installation phase in the Houston area. Farmers grants, et cetera, participated as well. But we're in the second purchasing project.
Because I'm into one right now.
Oh, cool. Did you sign up? Yeah. Oh, you just tested, right? You have solar.
No, I don't.
So you could potentially participate.
Sorry. Okay, cool. Yeah, me too. I was here earlier, but stuck in late. Parking.
But that's good to know that you're participating. We're actually, hopefully you're right.
Oh yeah.
I'm very curious about your feedback on what it feels like as a president.
Yeah. I have a lousy house. 90-year-old house. Okay. Roof slip. Yeah. So not quality. I mean, it's too complicated. Big trees. Big trees. But my guest house is a much smaller footprint. So it's and I'm
here you're talking about
I was supposed to find something else. I'm looking at it. And I like to
either way. Number one.
I was really looking at it too. I was like, well, I really want that. But I was like, look, yeah, you did good. I'm not that. You got a little school over here. I just know myself.
Our goal is to do it twice a week.
I feel like I should give it.
Yeah, so you're in Austin, right? Yeah.
I did a minute late.
Okay, I'll be back. Okay, all right. Well, and we can also.
Hello, we're ready to get started on the Brownfields panel. So I'm going to introduce to you the moderator, Ngozi Nwosu. She's with the Office of Environmental Quality at the City of Dallas. And our panelists are Brian Llewellyn and Shalandria Gallimore. And we have Julie Sequiton coming soon. She'll join briefly. Thank you.
Thank you, Marissa. Good morning, everyone. My name is Ngozi Nwosu. I manage the Brownfield program. And thank you all so much for making time to join us today. We'd like to start with giving you a brief overview of the current Brownfield program that we have. And then if you guys have questions for our panelists, please feel welcome to let us know. Starting with the scope of the program. The City of Dallas Brownfield Redevelopment Program mission is to address environmental obstacles that can hinder community revitalization and development in core neighborhoods. The program aims to drive sustainable economic growth to ensure a safe, clean environment and improve quality of life for Dallas residents. The Brownfield program provides a path for community and government entities to voluntarily assess and clean up sites. The Brownfield program also prioritizes projects that promise to support neighborhood revitalization, restoration efforts using the following as a guide. To make sure that we're meeting the goals of the community, we consider protection of human health and environment. We consider environmental justice, community involvement and partnerships, urban smart growth principles, results-oriented projects, and sustainability goals. Program objectives include accept, identify, and assess priority sites, and identify cleanup options. Clean up contaminated sites, prepare sites for redevelopment, encourage site reuse and revitalization projects, help reduce health threats to residents from exposure to contaminants, focus on sites with the greatest redevelopment potential, and also focusing on feasible high-impact projects. Under the Brownfield program, we usually conduct phase 1 and phase 2 environmental site assessments, regulated building material surveys, cleanup planning, and also site cleanup, and of course, community engagement. That's also technical assistance and also project financing strategies. This is something that will come into effect if we have a revolving loan fund grant, which we're anticipating later on this year, if we're lucky. The program status so far. In May 2020, the City of Dallas received an EPA Brownfield grant. It was a coalition grant. We were joined in coalition by St. Philip's and also the Real Estate Council and also the Justice group in South Dallas. And under that grant, we received $600,000 for assessment. So the focus area for this grant are the priority focus areas included the Fair Park campus, St. Philip's Community School Center, the MLK corridor, and pretty much other parts of the City of Dallas that could benefit from that grant. And again, because this was an assessment grant, we could not use it for cleanup, so that grant focused on phase 1, phase 2 environmental site assessment, regulated building material survey, cleanup planning, regulatory guidance, and community engagement. As of March 2023, we have successfully managed and used most of the grant funds. We actually received several site nominations, and we're able to get a lot accomplished. Any nomination that we could not continue with was most likely because we ran out of funds. The following accomplishments were realized under the current assessment grant. We completed at least 11 project site nominations. Out of this, 82 properties and also 58 acres were proposed for redevelopment. We also completed assessment activities at 8 sites. We completed at least 45 PED, those are eligibility determinations. Out of all those that were approved, we also completed the assessment that's needed. 31 phase 1 environmental site assessment were completed out of the approved PEDs, and also at least 15 phase 2 ESAs were completed. We were also able to provide at least 1 regulated building material survey, and also 1 analysis of brownfield cleanup plan with St. Philip's. One of the great things about the brownfield program is it allows us to form network with our community. So one of the key things we did was form a brownfield advisory committee, which is a BSC, and also a coalition partner group. And we had at least 4 quarterly meetings out of this group. The City of Dallas, in adhering to program goals, applied for additional EPA brownfield grants in November 2022, and also provided additional budget and staffing support for the brownfield program. We applied for 2 grants. One is a community-wide assessment grant, and the second one is a revolving loan fund grant. The community-wide assessment grant will allow us to provide site assessment and continue to provide services for regulated building material survey, and the RLF grant allows us to provide funds for cleanup. By the way, the amount for the assessment grant is $500,000, and The amount for a revolving loan fund grant is $1 million. For the fiscal year 2023, the grant awards will be announced in May, so you guys wish us luck. These revitalization efforts are intended again to provide benefits to the community, including job creation, increased property values, environmental restoration, and reduced health risk. So some of the challenges and outstanding needs of the overall program include site ineligibility due to lack of due diligence, site owner liability, communications with site owners, community outreach during a pandemic, which we were really able to overcome, and also continuous funding opportunities. And last but not least, direct communications and outreach with stakeholders. So that's a brief overview of the program. And if you guys have any questions about the overview or additional questions for our panel members, you're very welcome to access. Thank you. Yes, sir.
Hey there, since we have Fair Park here, I'd love to hear just about how all this applies to Fair Park and what's going on. We should, for a native Dallas guy like me, I'm psyched about what might be happening there. I'd love to understand how this ties into the plans there.
It's my pleasure to speak on that. The Brownfield office in this program has really been a great attribute for Fair Park. It was wonderful to participate in the process. We're a 501c3, and we're the tip of the spear with a public-private partnership to manage the 277-acre Fair Park National Historic Landmark. As part of that work, one of the things that we have to do is assess how to fund various projects. And one of the things laid out for us as a critical deliverable was an 18-acre green space in a portion of the park that had been taken away from a community of color through eminent domain, redlining, low bid offers. Probably a lot of people in here, if you're from Dallas, you're familiar with that story. If you're not, it's quite shameful. I'd recommend reading the book Paved Away and then also reading The Accommodation. Those two books are very educational about how cities across the South used really infrastructural projects to divide communities of color in the civil rights movement. When they bulldozed those homes, there were a lot of as-builts, and yet, because of the history, overwhelmingly, residents that live around the park that had been promised this beautiful green space, gathering place, whatever you want to call it, we didn't know what we'd find when we peeled away blacktop. And so being able to commit to this process and knowing that there was also funding that would handle at least EPA 1 and 2 was really beneficial for us. Like a lot of public-private partnership-oriented nonprofits, we think about capital as a stack, like a private developer would. This is a portion of funding that we didn't have to source through the philanthropic community or through other avenues, and we were able to engage in this very important assessment, and it yielded significant results. We did find some metal deposits and things like that, mostly administrative things in terms of making sure that we don't bore down beneath certain depths to tap those for groundwater penetration, et cetera, but it also yielded an apparent void that we're still assessing. We've been in this program for quite a long time. We have Terracon out taking core drills. We believe it to be probably a tank for a gas pump. There were some homes that had a side business repairing cars back in the 1960s. And there's no as-builts for any of this. So this is a program that allowed us very meaningful exploration to ensure that ultimately, when this process is done and we're through all of the various remediation steps, we're able to provide a safe gathering space for the community, not just one that checks a box in our contract. And now for our next guest.
My question is on this other one. So I know the site in Joplin was tested with Brownfield grant. Could you let us know what they found and what's the next step at that location, at that site?
Thank you for that question. First of all, I would like to thank the City of Dallas and the Brownsville project because it helped us. When the site was donated to us, we didn't really know where to start. So as far as funding, that was a very beneficial grant to us for us to be able to start the process. So it was a 300-page assessment, and we really don't know how to read that. So I was able to pass that on to HKS. There was some mold and asbestos that was in there. And so what we're trying to do is save the building. There's 2 buildings there, and so the main building is a 10,000 square foot building that's going to be extended to 35,000 square feet. But we're trying to, it's a historical school, and so we're trying to get it on the historical register. So we have to be very careful in how we remediate, don't tear down, how you add to, and all of that. So the next steps, HKS took us on as a project, and we're in the estimation stages. So the 300-page findings that I didn't understand, I was able to pass it on to HKS, and they were able to do the things that they needed to do with it as far as designing the building. So we're in the final stages of the design build, and stages after that, we will actually go into marketing to get ready to build the multi-purpose center.
Yes, ma'am, go.
How is HK going to clean up the mold and the pesticides? Is that a clean up remediation? Did you hear my question? Oh, my second part of my question is, moving forward after you say they found mold and pesticides at the site, is there any, how are y'all cleaning those
HKS has nothing to do with that. Those will be private, when we're in the building process, that there will be contractors to address those.
In looking at the data and the need as you went to site cleanup here, did you look at all at the prevalence of asthma? The data that were compiled by the Parkland Community Health Plan and the Parkland Center for Clinical Innovation, probably about half a dozen years ago, suggested that the zip code in which you're located has 3 times the prevalence of severe asthma in Medicaid children that one would expect. And this is driven by the indoor air quality, the prevalence to your mold remediation, and to the cockroach because of bad air conditioning and bad heating. And so in looking at your remediation, that would be a very powerful way of justifying, an intervention.
Thank you so much. I would like to add to that, in applying for the revolving loan fund, which if successful will provide us with cleanup funds. Some of those statistics in the communities and target areas were cited. So we're hoping that they will also agree, that the funds are needed. Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, I just had a question. Does this program involve any community gardens or hydroponic farms in the future? As I know myself, I grew up in Oak Cliff and of course have family in South Dallas as well. And of course there's a lot of food deserts over there as well. So I was just wondering if that was in the plan as well.
At this point, we don't have any search projects, but however, we do have an urban ag division, and if in the future there's opportunity to collaborate and incorporate those wonderful ideas, we'll be open to it.
Any sort of environmental justice program, whether you're addressing food inequity, whether you're addressing stormwater runoff in underserved communities that are under infrastructure invested, Those tend to prioritize pretty well for the Brownsfield program. We had a number of those challenges, not particularly community gardens, because our challenge is we're also a very active event site. And how do we make those community resources available in a way that it's not then taken away, right? We've got to make sure that there's equitable access on a year-round basis. So if you're thinking about this as a potential program for future projects in your area, the environmental justice programs tend to rate really well on this, and I'd recommend taking a look at it.
Thank you. Hi, my name is Julie Sakaton. I'm the Director of Community Development at St. Philip's School and Community Center in South Dallas. And it's a privilege to be here. I apologize that I missed the intro. I have been learning so much about environmental contamination in South Dallas. And 7 years ago, I didn't know what a brownfield was, and I thought it was something out in rural Texas and didn't have to do with us in the center of South Dallas. But we learned a ton, and we are in a part of South Dallas that's between the Trinity River and I-45, so just west of Fair Park. And there was a great density of dry cleaners in our area that have contributed to significant soil contamination that create a groundwater plume that has carried quite some distance. And one of our, within our community development department, we have priorities that include economic development. And so part of our, what we're working on is to try to revitalize some of the retail, historical retail on our main commercial corridor, Martin Luther King Jr. Boulevard. And so we really first became aware of the impact of dry cleaner contamination through retail revitalization that we're doing on a 12,000 square foot building. And we first leveraged the TCEQ Brownfields program for our first phase one. And that revealed need for further diagnosis. So we've had like 4 phase 2s and vapor intrusion testing and all sorts of things. That's how we got connected with Ngozi and participated in the City of Dallas collaboration, where they have did further assessment work for us, and realized that the vapor intrusion from the remediation, from the contamination was so significant that we need to install equipment. And we're also joining what we learned, unfortunately, a little bit late, of the dry cleaner remediation program that TCEQ has. But we're just now in April getting diagnostics for installing that equipment that's going to sort of ventilate the buildings, because we didn't want to tear them down. They're one of the few historical buildings that we have left in South Dallas, and so it was important to us to retain that history and the walkable. Very close to Forest Theater, if some of you are familiar with that. These old buildings used to have restaurants and you could walk, and we're really in partnership, collaboration, trying to really bring back that history. And so anyway, very expensive. We ended up applying for our own EPA grant, which we were awarded, which is helping to fund this. Also, part of our work is trying to turn former nuisance properties into healthy properties, and the area where we are in South Dallas was one of the first wet areas when most of Dallas was dry. And so a great density of alcohol-related businesses were sort of consolidated in this area, and they served, you know, people from all over Dallas, unfortunately, and it created, you know, a lot of associated businesses that were also unhealthy, like motels and other things. And standalone, you know, those individually, none of those businesses are bad, but collectively, they can create, you know, unhealthy harm for the residents. And many of the residents that could afford to leave did. And that left vacant lots from homes that had been, you know, maybe unable to be maintained, that were destroyed. And so anyway, in some of these former alcohol-related businesses, we have been able to repurpose them. So one of them, with the help of the City of Dallas, this is prior to Ngozi joining, but we were able to turn into this very walkable, dignified food pantry where you do walk in and you shop for groceries instead of just being handed a bag. And it used to be a former liquor store and gas station, and the city, with funding, helped remove the gas tanks. And so that was really a blessing for us to repurpose that. And now more recently, we've acquired 3 former liquor stores on MLK Boulevard that were in foreclosure. One of them also had a gas tank, and that was removed with the support of TCEQ. We're really trying to leverage any and all funding that is available as a nonprofit to be able to get this work done and to repurpose and hopefully reactivate and revitalize our community. We also are working on really trying to create and preserve affordable housing. And through that, we have acquired vacant lots that are adjacent to former, you have a residential neighborhood, and right in the middle of it will be an automotive repair facility, and so those also have created some, not as severe as the dry cleaners, but also some environmental hazards that require definitely like secondary soil studies and in the worst case scenario, some soil removal. That is costly, but we have been eligible for and have applied for another grant that we're prayerful we are going to receive to help us to do more work, specifically on the housing side.
It's interesting to me that you talk about not even knowing what a brownfield was a few years ago. You're a layperson in that regard, right? We all have our own relevant expertise. Mine is in helping turn around historic sites, but it's been really helpful for us to work with your office because you guys do have the subject matter expertise that's necessary to really take 300 pages of what frankly reads like rocket surgery to me and distill it down into something that I can wrap my head around, incorporate into our development plans on a go-forward basis. And I'm guessing you guys at St. Philip's have probably had the same experience.
Yeah, I think I just opened this morning a 930-page report, and it's absolutely true. Both the city and also the contractors that they have, vetted to enable us to consult with have been absolutely critical. I like to say I'm getting a minor in environmental science, but I couldn't do it without people like Ngozi and Lori and so many others at TCEQ, EPA, and the consultants.
Their staff and their consulting firms have actually been really terrific, and it's helped bridge a gap on our team where, again, when you're peeling up blacktop that's been down for 40 years, you really don't know what you're going to find. And for us, having a team that could help lead that effort, coalesce these forces, in addition to the funding, I really can't overstate how helpful and important that has been for us.
Agreed. Thank you.
Thank you, Brian. Thank you, Jill.
Hi, Brenda Allen with Senator Nathan Johnson's office. So thank you both for the panel, for having us today, and also for talking about this issue. I know our Senate district includes large portions of Southern Dallas County, which has a ton of environmental. So my questions for the panel are, do we have an estimate of how many sites in Dallas County, and specifically West Dallas and Southeast Dallas County? And then, is the city of Dallas involved only within city limits, or is there kind of a overarching agency that's looking at the whole county? And so those are my questions today. Thank you.
Thank you. That's a very good question. Under this current brownfield grant, one of the things that we were allowed to do, or we were able to do, was to start creating a brownfield inventory. And so we have at least the sites that were nominated or submitted to us. We have that in our brownfield inventory. And one of our goals with expanding the program is to work with the land bank and other community entities to expand that inventory, and also working with TCEQ. So we do have a small inventory of the sites that we started under this grant, and we are expanding that. And we should have something more on that down the road. In terms of the focus area, when we apply for each grant, that's one of the key things that's required in the grant application, which is for you to define your focus area. Under certain grants, you are allowed to expand services beyond those focus areas. But under most of the grants, you're only allowed to spend the funds within that focus area. And for this current grant, it was the South Dallas Fair Park MLK corridor. And what we are always constantly looking into is not just to deal with issues in one side of Dallas, but to use the demographics that we have to continue to expand the focus area, and also take advantage of any opportunities that will allow us to go outside of the focus area just a little bit. And a good example of that was the work that we did at Joppy. Joppy wasn't necessarily right at the center of the focus area, but with the information they gave us and the help of the EPA, we were able to include it. So I hope that helps a little bit. Does anyone else have something to add to that?
Hello, my name is Paul White. I'm the superintendent for our air, soil, and brownfield and groundwater programs for the city of Dallas. And I'm really glad to hear so many good things being said on the panel today about our brownfields program. I just wanted to let you all know that the city, part of our racial equity plan, we have a big audacious goal, which is to grow the brownfield program. And the city has awarded us $1.5 million to do that. So we have a few more environmental coordinators that we're going to put to work full-time on this program. As a matter of fact, we have a job announcement out right now for an environmental coordinator too that will work closely with Ngozi and in the brownfields program. I heard you talk earlier about the raised gardens. That's part of this brownfield expansion as far as we really want to engage with the community, because that's something that could be potentially put on a brownfield, right? So we may have funds from that 1.5 million to go toward a program like that. So what I'd ask is maybe after this presentation that you have time to maybe speak with Ngozi and you all link up and share information, because we would love to know more about the programs that you spoke about. Another thing about the brownfield program, last week we met with Fair Park and Jeffrey Myers. So that's another site that we've been working with the brownfield program. We got a chance to meet with the Dallas Black Chamber of Commerce. We met with several nonprofits. And one of the things that we realized that I didn't understand was how expensive it is for developers to build on brownfields. It's very expensive to do not only the environmental assessment, but also the environmental cleanup. So the RLF grant, we really hope we get it. I give Ngozi a lot of credit. She put a lot of work in to help apply for that grant. That's going to give us the opportunity to be able to help people clean up these sites for low interest and low interest rates, low interest loan rates. So once again, I just want to thank everybody on the panel. I really enjoy your stories that you're sharing with us, and I'm going to move on. Thank you.
If I can just add one thing, Paul. I think the work that you all collectively are doing is so important, as I've learned over these 5 years, and tying it to racial and equitable justice, I think is critical, because the intensity of the contamination in these areas is really significant, and we're, I think, just continuing to learn about the harm, the connection you mentioned to asthma. You know, the chemical from the dry cleaners is now tied tightly to increase in Parkinson's. I mean, you could, and I'm not a student in this area other than learning by the unfortunate, history, that it's really significant. And these contaminants weren't placed in these neighborhoods accidentally. And so I think this intentional response to really focus the funding that the city has, that the federal government has, to do this work is really important. And for those of you that dedicate your life to it, I just am thankful on behalf of the people that live in the community where I serve.
I wanted to ask you to expand a little bit on some of the community partnerships. I know, for instance, that Cornerstone Baptist has had a lot of involvement in the community down in that area. You've also got, to the point that was made before, private developers like Matthews Southwest owns a property on one corner, about a block away from your school. And also, Reverend Peter Johnson has asked me to go to him to a pizza business, so you've got small business that's threatened down in that area. And then finally, in the healthcare area, you've got Foremost Family Health Center and its commitment as a federally funded community health center to provide that. How have you been able to bring those into what you're doing with the Brownfields project, or is that a challenge?
Well, on our side, it takes a village, right? It took a city many decades to very intentionally disenfranchise this part of town. It's going to take a lot of folks working together, and I think the critical mass that we've been able to achieve not only in our programs but across the southern sector is one of the reasons I think you detect perhaps a little more optimism when people talk about this. There's no longer a matter of one project that's the panacea that people assume will cure generations of very intentional apartheid and racist policy. Instead, you've got critical investment happening at the Fair Park campus. You've got great work happening with St. Philip's and what they're doing for community development. She mentioned the Forest Theater. Forest Forward's leading some exceptional things. And it extends down to Southern Gateway and Redbird, right? Investment is key. Responsible development is key in order to generate better services, to be able to remediate some of these environmental conditions. We partnered with Foremost in some great conversations. They're friends. They're located in the MLK Center, just down MLK Boulevard, and they're an exceptional organization that provides free health care, but a lot of people don't know about it. So we've tried to incorporate them into our community engagement efforts. But earnestly, it will take everybody working all together. One of my favorite statistics about the park is we're surrounded by 3 of the unhealthiest zip codes in the entire state. We have a food desert where we don't have nearly enough access to fresh produce and affordable produce, right? And yet we also have the most profitable Jack in the Box in the entire world right across from our gates. That's not an accident, right? There was a conscientious effort to sort of destabilize this population, use red line policies to limit what businesses could be developed. It's industrial, it's liquor, it's things like the dry cleaning services, right? And all of those are inherently polluting. We also see some of the worst heat island impacts in the entire city in the southern sector. In our park alone, we measured a 45-degree heat island impact between the Music Hall and the African American Museum, right? So on a day when it's 105, it feels like it's 110. This is the result of conscientiously cramming every sort of business that somebody might not want in their backyard in communities of color. And it's going to take programs like this that can promote positive community-based development to move forward in a more affordable way, recognizing the expense the gentleman talked about for what it can take to turn around one of these sites and stabilize it and get your permits from TCEQ, right? That's not an easy lift, especially for smaller organizations. So that is the power of taking a program like this that is federally sponsored and ultimately needs to grow. There's always more need than there are funds available, but it can be very powerful, well used by a city like this has been.
Thank you. We have time for one last question and any closing remarks from the panelists.
Yes, thank you. When you're doing mold mitigation, I was curious, often in these buildings that you can't pull down walls, you're often reintroducing harmful chemicals like a bleach. Have you seen new technologies or other technologies which are not destroying, let's say, a wall, but is also maybe a greener technology that is not going to be harmful or have to have special attention to be then removed further on? I'd be curious to learn about that.
For our program, we always consider sustainability as a critical part in the decisions that we make, and also in the contractors that we hire to assist us in conducting those remediation. And we have not done any such remediation yet. We're hoping that if we're successful in the cleanup grant, that could be one of those. But sustainability is always critically considered, both in the work that's done internally within the city and when we hire a contractor to do that. Okay. Does anyone else want to answer that?
Thank you, Ngozi, Brian, Shalandra, and Julie for being here. Thank you for your time.
Thank you all.
Thank you. Thank you.
Hello?
Hello, everyone. Our next panel is Environmental Justice and Climate with UTD professor Dr. Tori Crops and her students. We have 3 here from UT Dallas, and we have 2 joining us virtually from UT Austin. Thank you, Dr. Crops.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. I'm Dr. Crops. I'm a research scientist in the Office of Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion. I do climate survey stuff, hiring equity, and I'm a lecturer in American Studies. I teach environmental justice, and these are my wonderful students. And then online, we have some awesome students who do environmental justice work at UT Austin. And so I'm going to let them introduce themselves. So we'll start with the folks here. We'll go in order. So when Alyssa finishes, online folks jump in.
All right. Hello, everyone. My name is Mohini Shankar. I am a junior software engineering major, and I also work at the Office of Sustainability at UT Dallas, primarily in charge of our microfarm, but also involved with other initiatives such as zero waste and our residential composting program.
Hi, my name is Ida. I'm a freshman here at UTD as well. I'm majoring in interdisciplinary studies with an environmental concentration. I am also in Dr. Crops' class, and I am the marketing eco-rep for the Office of Sustainability, as well as an officer for ECO, our environmental conservation organization. So yeah, I'm really passionate about environmental justice. I'm really excited and honored to be here alongside some amazing young sustainability leaders. And yeah, thank you for having me.
Hi everyone, thank you so much for being here today. My name is Alyssa. I'm also a freshman and I'm a political science major. I'm also an eco-rep at the Office of Sustainability. I work with our Sustainable Service Honors program that people can get upon graduation for doing service relating to the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, as well as I help out in UT Dallas's community garden. I'm also involved with student government and I'm on our Green Initiative Committee, which also we help get sustainability initiatives around campus, and I'm really excited to be here. Thank you.
Hey everyone, thank you so much for having us. My name is Julianne. I'm a 3rd year environmental engineering and sustainability studies major. I am one of the project co-leads for the Environmental Justice Collective at UT Austin, which is a part of our campus environmental center. And then I got involved with environmental justice just because I grew up in the agricultural industry in the Philippines.
Hi everyone, I'm Anya. I'm the other project co-lead for the Environmental Justice Collective here at UT Austin. We both work for the Campus Environmental Center and are involved with a lot of projects across campus to engage students and make the environmental movement more accessible. And I'm really excited to talk to you all today.
Okay, so we came up with some questions together. I felt it was best for the students to be more involved in the questions than me, and so they have crafted a number of these questions and have crafted a message that they want for you, they want you to hear today. So we'll get started with those. So please tell us, how can we get more college-age students involved? And I want to pause and say, I know this says youth. I don't know about y'all, but when I think about youth, I think about kids, like little kids. These are adults, these are young adults, and they have opinions, so I just want to acknowledge y'all as adults. And so how can we get more college-age students involved? Do you think your peers would want to be involved? And folks online, if you could raise your hand so that we don't have a bunch of people talking over each other.
I can go first. So I might be a little biased because I am a marketing person. I do work with social media, but I do really think that social media can be a really pivotal tool, especially for environmental justice, which, it's not always really talked about enough. So I personally have been able to be exposed to a lot of different environmental justice topics and issues that have been going on through social media, and it's also been a really great tool in helping me get connected with organizations that are doing really great environmental justice work that I wouldn't be able to be involved with otherwise. So I think it's a really good resource. It's a really great way to reach everyone, and especially a younger audience, because it's no secret that the majority of us young people, we do utilize social media quite a bit. And I do think that most people our age want to be involved, growing up with the climate crisis and seeing it unfold, and then realizing how much everything is interconnected and how it impacts everything. It's kind of hard to look away. So I think majority of people do want to be involved, even in a little ways, but as a young person, it can sometimes feel a bit hard to feel like we can make a viable impact. So I think having programs and initiatives on campus like the EcoRep program or the Environmental Justice Collective, organizations like that, can be a really great help in helping us get involved and supporting us through that. So.
Kind of going off of that, one of the big things I think that we kind of need to do more on college campuses is spreading that information. Oftentimes, depending on where people came from in high school, they might not know anything or know very little about sustainability, about the environment, or why these things matter. And if the things that they have heard maybe through social media is the doom part of it, of we're all, it's all gonna be horrible, and so people just feel like they don't know the information or they don't know what they personally can do. So one way to do that is more events on college campuses, bringing in speakers, doing screenings of films and documentaries to get people educated, because I do think that if students were to know more, then they'd want to do more.
And I think following off of that, also one really important aspect of getting people involved is recognizing and sort of helping share that environmental justice is something that we're all seeing in our everyday lives, and sort of understanding how it intersects with a lot of other areas of how we move societally and socioeconomically. And so I think that a large part of raising awareness for college students in particular is helping them understand where areas in their own life can be tied to environmental justice, and sort of taking away that aspect of, EJ is this far off movement that isn't for me or about me, but it's really about all of us. And so I think sort of cultivating that understanding and being able to share with people and really reach them where they're at.
Anya, you got it.
Thank you. I think I also wanted to add to the amazing points that have been brought up, is that often these students that have a lot to gain from the EJ movement are from marginalized communities themselves and don't often have the time or resources to dedicate outside of already going to class and maybe working a job. And so to have other kinds of opportunities that are lower stakes is important, so they can engage with all sides of environmental justice. Making students aware of courses that are being offered so they can integrate that into their course load so it doesn't feel like extra work outside of class. Yeah.
Julianne?
Yeah, I just wanted to piggyback off of what Anya said about how just making it low stakes, because I feel like in a lot of people's minds, environmentalism is this kind of big cloud and they don't know where to start. So just, I guess, setting an example by yourself, whenever you're with friends, and just inspiring them, or for example, just having a simple cleanup on campus to show that there are little steps that they can take. You don't immediately have to jump into it.
Okay, so I'm hearing spreading the word through social media, getting more information out there through movie screenings, et cetera, making it low stakes, making it more accessible for people. So I'm going to skip to another question. So then what are some barriers to college-age folks' involvement in environmental justice?
I think, like Anya brought up just now, one really important consideration is the fact that not all college-age students are coming at this from the same angle. You have, in a lot of cases, sort of this dichotomy where for some people, a barrier to EJ may be awareness or knowledge or understanding, whereas for a lot of other people who are directly impacted by it or see it like environmental injustice in their everyday lives, that those barriers come in the form of marginalization and structural oppression, and it's a lot different. The work to remove or to try and work through those barriers is a lot different. And so I think making space for and considering the fact that people are coming in with different perspectives that are shaped from different backgrounds is really important to acknowledge. And I think that as far as barriers go, being able to sort of come together and recognize that you're maybe coming at this from a different angle, but if you're working towards a similar or shared purpose, sort of understanding why and making sure that everyone, even if they come in with different perspectives, they leave with a similar understanding.
Yeah, I think that's a really great point, recognizing that the barriers are different for different people regarding their background, where they grew up, their experiences. And I think kind of to add on that, I think there are some internal and external barriers that we can see. And, internally, I think a lot of times with young folks who aren't directly impacted by environmental justice, sometimes we see this idea of like, we can't really do anything about it. Why should we even try or get involved? Nobody's going to listen to us. So that can be something that's really discouraging. And I think there are some external barriers that also contribute to that. I think due to our young age, sometimes we're not always, included in these conversations, or we can be underestimated, which can also prevent, young people getting involved. So I think that one, we should acknowledge that, yeah, we may not be able to solve, climate crisis on a global scale, but we can do a lot. That doesn't mean that we can't make a change. We can do a lot of positive change on a local level in our communities, and that is just as valuable and crucial. And I think too, as young people, we should acknowledge that there is a lot that we need to learn from those who have many years more of experience in education. And at the same time, we also have a really unique perspective on the issues going on due to the fact that, we've been growing up with it virtually, ever since we were born. So that should also be valued and heard. So I think creating those mentorship between the generations rather than a disconnect can be something really helpful in mitigating those barriers for young people.
Anything from online? Okay. So then, a little bit of a turn. What is an example of an environmental injustice, what is an example of an environmental injustice that resonates with you?
Kind of feels like, where do we start? I feel like there's a lot of things out there. I think one thing that sort of really helped me see how interconnected and interrelated EJ is to a lot of what we see around us in the world was sort of seeing the twists and turns of the global response to COVID-19. I think that a lot of what I tended to see, especially as we sort of move towards, societal, I guess, apathy towards it, for lack of a better word, and lack of awareness about things like ventilation and the effects of proper masking and its utility. It really struck a chord with me where I began to see where it intersected with things like disability justice, where you have people who have been talking for years about things like proper ventilation in classrooms. I remember an activist I follow had been talking about how they were forced to drop out of college a semester before COVID because they were told that it would not be feasible or possible for them to take their last semester of classes online. And then a semester later, suddenly everyone's there, and clearly it's feasible, clearly the technology is there. So really understanding sort of where the things we see around us in the world sort of fit into these frameworks of disability justice and environmental justice. For example, respiratory illness and sort of the things we know about that and how that can be a contributing factor. So like, I think the pandemic was a big learning experience for me about environmental justice manifests in many different ways, and you'll find it in a lot of different places, and really beginning to understand that this is embedded in everything and how we move and navigate the world.
Yeah, I completely agree with that. And kind of going off of the same health topic, as someone who's been personally impacted by cancer, I think a lot of the injustices around environmental health also really strike a chord with me. So, hearing about stories in places like Cancer Alley in Louisiana and so many other communities that are primarily composed of, minority and marginalized groups that are put at really high risk for cancer, are seeing really high rates, due to proximity to polluting factories and plants and toxic waste and pesticide use. It's really upsetting, and seeing those communities, standing up, asking for answers and for justice, asking for prioritizing their health, better conditions. It's something that really resonates with me because, I firsthand have seen the impacts that cancer has on an individual, on a family, and having it at that large of a scale, you can imagine the toll that it has on the community, how many loved ones have been lost because of it. Treatment is really expensive, it's really difficult to go through, and the fact that these communities were put at that risk, went through that suffering, and that was seen as okay, even though it could have been easily prevented. It's really unjust, and it's really heartbreaking to see as someone who has been through it. And so I think it's really important to acknowledge just how much public health and health disparities are truly an environmental issue. Our health is very much linked with the health of the environment and how we treat it and how we care for it. So, having that personal connection to it, that movement really means a lot to me.
Go for it, Julianne.
Yeah, so environmental and the environment and public health is also something that deeply resonates with me, just because I grew up in the Philippines and my family's main source of income there was the banana industry, so they would use a lot of chemicals, and then people would get sick, and it would lead to fertility issues, skin issues, and just so many things that are terrible for people. And growing up, I kind of realized more about how dependencies are created around the globe because of colonialism and imperialism. And just being in that environment, I just kind of wanted to make a difference, given that I was able to immigrate here to the United States, and I have that privilege of being an American citizen.
So you told us kind of what the issues are that really resonate with you, and you told us how you're involved with environmental justice. So then what actions do we need to take to move the environmental justice movement forward?
I think a big part of it, especially being on a college campus, is sort of understanding what our power or our worth is in the EJ movement. And I think that, being college students, a lot of people sort of gravitate towards the kind of being able to research and understand and really learn the theory of it and learn the history of it, which I think is absolutely crucial, and really being able to understand all these connecting factors like we've been talking about. where EJ connects with housing equity, disability justice, public health, and all these different things. But I think also the other side of that is remembering that as a large body of younger college-age people, I think that the fact of just what we're able to physically do is also really big, especially as we sort of start to look towards collectively acting against environmental injustices. So I think that a really big actionable is to just start and really just throw yourself out there in a sense, because there are a lot of organizations and a lot of people out there who are actively doing the work, and a lot of people who are fighting for their communities. And a lot of what they need is also just people doing the work. And really, I think that being in a position where we're lucky enough to have access to theory and history and being able to access that education, I think that it is, in a way, also our responsibility to act on it as well, and to not sort of get caught in the trap of sitting and thinking about it without doing something about it. So I think that really one of the biggest actionables is just getting started somewhere, doing something, and there's a lot of avenues out there to do so.
Anya had her hand up.
Yeah, I just wanted to add a point on how the last two questions connect. I think the importance of personal storytelling and finding your story and your birth story fits in with the EJ movement is crucial. And something that we can all do as students, staff, faculty, in any role that you have, is to create forums and break spaces for people to share their story and happen upon their, place in the EJ movement for themselves. It's easy to create roles that you think would work to fix issues that you perceive, but to let some come upon that in the journey themselves and to hold a space for that is also critical. I know all of that sounds vague, but just having discussions and creating open forums, putting together fonts exactly what we're doing right now, I think are important.
Kind of talking about offering that space, I want to acknowledge that, growing up white, growing up in an upper middle class family, I personally was not affected by these issues. And then it was only when I came to college, started getting more involved in environmentalism, that I started learning about the environmental justice aspect of it. And so there is a responsibility of Caucasians in this country to take this on and to spread awareness about it, especially in white spaces, and then to create that space for the people that are personally affected to come and talk about it and talk about their personal experiences. But unfortunately, oftentimes in white dominated spaces, those voices will not be heard unless they have that other support. And so in my role, what I can see that I can do is, in the spaces that I'm in, is spread awareness about this topic, spread awareness about what is going on, and then offer the space for others to talk about their personal experiences.
So then what can folks do on campus? What can we do in the community?
I think something that, and this doesn't have to be necessarily limited to just campuses, but I think at almost kind of a surface level, reach out to your neighbors, talk to the people around you. Maybe if you're going to the same building at the same time, figure out a carpool situation. If you're compost trained at UT Dallas and your neighbors aren't, offer up a communal compost bin. I feel like just getting out there and making these support networks with the people around you and the people who are sharing this space with you, especially with the sort of liminal temporary space that college is for a lot of people. I think that really just reaching out, taking that initiative, not worrying about making it a big thing or a program or an event or a collective necessarily, but recognizing that sometimes collective action can be you and two of your neighbors carpooling to class and, cutting down on the hundreds of parking lots we have on campus, I think that change making is something that feels really daunting because it is so incremental. And when you see how change happens over the course of many years, you don't see those incremental steps that lead to that point. And I think that breaking it down, making it accessible to not only yourself but others is really a way that we can sort of combat that fear. I know that Anya and Julianne were talking earlier about, you know, bringing things to a smaller scale, because a lot of college students, especially like we were talking about college students who are more marginalized by environmental injustices, often aren't given the space or the time to even process the fact of what is happening, much less be able to act on a larger scale. And so I think by building those sort of supportive and communal networks, we also make space for other people to process, to understand what's happening, to be able to devote their own time to it as well.
Yeah, I really love that point. I completely agree. I think, you know, a lot of times when thinking of taking change, taking action, we might look at it in a really individualistic point of view, but like you were saying, we don't have to do it on our own. Community is actually so important, and it's the best way that we can, you know, take effective action and make sure that this movement goes forward. And, you know, like echoing what was said before as well, you know, having these communities where the voices and experiences of those who are directly impacted and affected get to be, you know, at the center, at the focal point is very important. And so having these spaces, having a community, having, you know, just compassion and care for each other, for the environment, I think it's the best way to take action for environmental justice.
Okay, our last question. What does a world that prioritizes environmental justice look like? I feel like that's a hard question. They came up with it for us.
In a couple of ways, I think that an EJ-focused world has to be people first. I think a lot of what we see when talking about environmental injustices, as well as principles of environmental justice, sort of necessitate that. It is about the effects on people as a part of the environment, rather than humans being this distinct category separate from our natural environment, and sort of understanding that our health is directly tied to environmental health and our survival. And so I think a world that is EJ focused really does look people first, where people are prioritized and where, you know, sort of thinking about like transformative justice principles as well, where you really focus on communal care, communal accountability, and communities that can serve people and that have the resources and the structure and the care that can really support people, and be networks for people who might otherwise be isolated. I think isolation is really a big problem that we see, especially on college campuses, where it can feel really daunting to be in college, whether that's for the first time or the 50th, you know? And so understanding that combating isolation and really leading into community is a form of, I guess, resistance in a way. I think that that's something I envision when I think about an EJ-focused world.
Well, I first want to say that I think an EJ-focused world, like a world where you prioritize EJ, is absolutely necessary. You know, it makes sense that environmental justice should be at the center of our conversations, you know, especially regarding like climate solutions. It should be, you know, the focus of what we're working towards, because as we've talked about, it really encompasses so many of the issues that we're facing today. So when we have a world that prioritizes environmental justice, we're not only, you know, working to address environmental issues, but at the same time, because all of these issues are so interconnected and, you know, inseparable, we're also working to address things like racial inequity, you know, women's rights, you know, problems with our education, you know, health disparities, socioeconomic issues. So a world that prioritizes EJ is a world that prioritizes all of those as well, you know, equity, health, and like I mentioned earlier, you know, just compassion and care for people, for our communities, for the environment. And yeah, I truly hope that we can achieve that one day.
Julianne.
Yeah, so I think a world that prioritizes EJ looks like humans and nature being in harmony. I think one of the previous speakers said this. I'm sorry, I can't see it on the screen, but yeah, I think in the collective like Western psyche, there's a separation between humans and nature, which has been a result of colonization and imperialism. And with a world that prioritizes EJ, we can not be at odds with nature and be part of it like we've been for thousands of years. And then next, I think a world that prioritizes EJ also looks like community care. So just being compassionate, having trust in your community, and being there for each other would be a world that prioritizes EJ.
Kind of going off all of that, I know that we have a lot of people who work for the city, for local government in this space, and one of the things in a world that prioritizes EJ that also involves policy making. So when making policies, seeing how will those policies affect communities that you might not initially think about. Oftentimes, environmental justice issues are caused by policies that pass, and then they have a detrimental effect on some communities. And so when making those policies, it's really important to kind of keep that all in mind, have people come and talk to you about what that will do to their community before making such big decisions.
And actually going off of that, we were just talking the other day in environmental justice about participatory action and participatory research, and really understanding that I think that giving agency and autonomy to people who are marginalized by environmental injustices is kind of a tenet of what a world that prioritizes EJ would look like. And I think sort of understanding, like Julianne was talking about earlier, how we had an equilibrium and a balance where humans and were a part of the environment and considered as such. I think that understanding that indigenous knowledge systems are at danger of critical loss, and really understanding that building our connection to the environment and rebuilding and restoring that is a really important part of the work that we have to do, and that's something personal and collective that we have to develop together.
Okay, that was our last question. We have 5 minutes for questions. Be nice to most of you.
So my question has to do with the environment. You know, looking forward to the future, does the environment have its own rights? Does it become an entity that has legal status? And so, you know, it's going to have somebody else be the voice. But in order to achieve all these things, it stands like a person. It's got rights. They have to be observed. It makes it easier to move forward when you start considering all the things we've talked about today. I guess that's more of a, not really a question, but a comment. I mean, it doesn't have legal rights now. I mean, in most places, certainly not in Texas. So,
absolutely. And I think actually an interesting point I was reading the other day about similarly indigenous knowledge systems and how the environment is considered. And there are, in a lot of traditions, sort of language for considering the environment and humans with similar pronouns and with similar ways to refer to both, and sort of treating them as equals or part of the same system. Interestingly enough, I was also reading about, I believe, the 2008 Bolivia Constitution included specific provisions for treating the environment as having the same rights as a person, and sort of building towards protecting that environment and giving it legal rights and legal status to indigenous stewards as well. So I think that you're starting to see that sort of shift and that sort of not just awareness, but also action upon it, and sort of restoration of agency and autonomy to people who have been stewards of the land for centuries. And I think really acknowledging and moving past acknowledgement into action is one of the ways that we start to see how we can begin to treat the environment as having its own rights and understanding that it is separate from the people who are indigenous to that land. So I think they sort of combine that recognizing autonomy of the land as well as its indigenous stewards.
One question. This is Ajay. I'm with SES Engineers. The question I have is, what do you see the generational difference, and what are the challenges, and outside of that, how do you educate the older generation to be part of EJ, overall climate change?
I think going off of, I mentioned earlier, like mentorship opportunities between generations, I think we both have a lot to learn from each other. So having opportunities like that where it's, a place where there's not like a disconnect and we come together and we work together and we recognize what each of us bring to the table is really important. And, I think having things like this where we're able to be involved in conversations, even though, we're not like technically professionals in the field, I think that's also really important. And, it means a lot to us young people as well to have these places where we can, facilitate these conversations and, come together, despite the generational differences.
Anya?
Yeah, I was going to say something very similar. I think you hit the nail on the head. And also to reiterate another point of, I would say that pretty much every single human being on this earth has experienced an environmental injustice, and providing a bridge to that and being a label for it and empowering people older, younger to share their story can really help people feel invested in the movement themselves. Your grandparents, parents have probably moved at some point in their life, whether that be because of their job or honestly because it got too hot in the city that they were living. That is due to the environment and the people and the planet around them. And sharing stories and, like you said, changing knowledge rather than trying to teach, I think is a good first step.
I think also one thing we want to consider when we talk about generations is that they're not static, and I think that that's something that can sometimes get overlooked when we talk about sort of bridging that gap. But sort of holding space for recognition that there are a lot of elders who have been doing the work and fighting for environmental justice. And similarly, there's a lot of young people who don't care about environmental justice, and really recognizing that a generation does not solely indicate how someone may lean or what someone may be passionate about or in which direction. And so understanding that building those bridges and really building that intergenerational solidarity also means understanding that we have a shared work and a shared purpose, and that it's not, that there's no inherent disconnect just because of age, and that doesn't mean that we can't fight for the same things or believe in the same things even if it's 50 years apart.
Hi, my name is Becca. I am from EarthX. It's a local nonprofit. And first, I want to say thank you for sharing your perspectives. I'm super passionate about getting youth in the room, sharing your stories, and thank you to the Symposium for giving students this opportunity. That's really important to get their voices out there. So I wanted to ask you guys the question, open it up to everybody. If you guys could explain or give any resources as far as social networks, coalitions, events, other opportunities for young people to get involved, or even older people, older generations to learn more about youth and our voices. So just wanted, I know you do social media networking and things like that, so just wanted to open it up and see if anybody wanted to share those resources.
All right, well, as far as the Dallas area, I know of a coalition of a couple of organizations that do a lot of work in the area, including Dallas Sandwich Sundays, which provides meals free of cost, and a bi-weekly Sunday process, I think. Say It With Your Chest that is involved with doing laundry operations for houseless people in South Dallas on a regular basis. I know of a couple of community fridges, including La Canastita, and there's a lot of organizations working together in these capacities. I know of a couple of harm reduction organizations, and really just understanding that EJ encompasses and is intertwined with all of those things. And I know that there are, for example, there's carpools of students from UTD itself that will go down on a weekly basis or a bi-weekly basis and really try and bring people and provide people the space and the capacity to go. And I think that it's really important, and I really appreciate that question, to be able to acknowledge that we have the ability and the responsibility to act even outside of just this campus sphere, and understanding that we live in a wider community, even if it's temporarily, and really understanding what we can do for people and how we can be involved.
Yeah, and I think going off of that, this is just like a general, it's not like a specific resource, but I think it's really important to learn about what's going on in our local communities. I think when we talk about environmental issues, you can sometimes feel like, that's happening out there, it's separate from us, but it is happening in our local communities. It's happening here in Dallas, so I think learning about things that happen here, things like South Dallas, Shingle Mountain, and then like learning about what Marsha Jackson is doing for her community, and then helping support those initiatives, just doing research and being aware of what's going around us, and all the amazing organizations. I think that is super important, and I agree. I think that's a great question. So thank you.
Would like to thank y'all for joining us today. For the next panel that's coming up, we're going to be doing kind of a lunch as well as the panel. So if you guys would like, lunch is already being prepared outside. Go ahead and get a plate.
If y'all could give my students a round of applause first.
Yes.
Literally, all three of them when it came down to answer questions. Well, I think that, I'm like, oh God, really? No, get my name to throw my jacket away. Yeah, I was going to ask if you brought some. There you go.
Yeah, I brought cards. I started leaving, and I was like, crap, let's go back.
I have just been pausing the recording during the break. I've been leaving the live stream going this entire time.
I feel like that'd be appropriate.
Remembering to restart it or anything like that. So.
If I go to the menu, will that pull in the...
It will, but don't worry about it. I did it earlier today.
Just like, while I was streaming, just to format the cards real quick?
Yeah, I did. I have no way of checking, but I imagine. Well, actually, I do probably have a way of checking.
We'll know in a second.
Oh, it will go up on the screen. Yeah. I discovered that this afternoon. I was kind of curious how many people are watching this.
Why that screen get all like media formatting? Is my computer broken?
much. Get it going.
Yeah, totally.
Are you going to do part and Joe's coming to finish it up, or are you doing the rest of the thing?
Y'all
never really discussed that?
that part, because it was just on the, like, yeah, it's two people. Like, you mentioned it was like a two-person thing, so
Yeah.
like, I think it might just end up being just me.
Just you?
Because
Okay.
Joe's already doing the video, some like his edit, so I don't know.
Okay.
I feel comfortable stopping him. Besides, there's a chair.
Yeah, sure. So, like I said, it's hard.
Exactly how I feel.
Oh, look, see, there it is.
I'll probably come back in about 4 and help you put it down.
Okay.
Have fun.
Kind of a Wizard of Oz moment.
I think we need to issue some commandments while we're up there or something.
The fact that
Thou
it's pretty much a
shalt
certain rock.
change.
Once they get through and back then, I'll be
Appreciate it.
That works. Is that okay, Chris? Don't unplug anything. Don't hit the clicker because it might click through.
Do not press that red button.
Good, thanks, Chris. We'll let everybody get settled. They're all out serving themselves.
That's a big room you got there.
It is a large room.
My big band has played in there a few times over the years, so it is a big room. It holds a full big band.
Paul, Secrets of Paul Westbrook.
You're looking around at the room with the 5 screens that you all are on right now. Marianne, you got the promo spot here. Being half the screen.
Can you fix that, Craig, please? Teams does that funny thing of, rubric newbie, it's not all equal. It's really weird.
What's our planned stop time? We're going to get them back on schedule.
Good idea.
We probably will get through Paul, so we'll see. It's
Well, we could just open up to questions and skip the.
Let's do that now.
There's one solution.
As we have about maybe a fifth of the room here still in the room.
Good afternoon, everyone. As you grab lunch, please make your way back in here for the National Climate Perspective Panel. We have moderator Craig Reynolds, and our panelists are Marianne Lazarus, Paul Westbrook, and Jim Newman. Thank you for being here today.
Thank you, Marissa. Well, Folks, this should be interesting. For those of you that are still in the room, which amounts to the dozen of you that are here, the rest are all outside feeding at the moment. Hopefully we'll get them back in here shortly as the line progresses. Sorry to interrupt your lunch, but we'll see what we can do here. Oh, this is going to be challenging. We'll see what we can do. We're here today. Thank you for acknowledging us here. That's good. Building better for climate from the ground up. And here you have on the screens around the room and myself. We're all involved in the building, design, engineering, construction industries, creating a lot of the various structures, including the one that you're in, as part of that extra effort. Our panelists that you have before you here today, and myself, I am an architect here, practicing 40 years in the Dallas-Fort Worth area, working in over 300 different communities around the state, about 30 campuses on various universities. And then the distinguished guests that we have on my panel with us. Well, let's see. Mary Ann, we'll start with Mary Ann Lazarus. Mary Ann is a consultant with the firm Cameron McAllister Group, advisors to the design and construction professions. Mary Ann works with design firms to integrate greater sustainability and resiliency outcomes throughout their practices. Mary Ann is an adjunct professor at the Washington University in St. Louis. She is founder of the Sustainability Design Initiative at the firm HOK. HOK is a global design firm doing work internationally. She's also an author, lecturer, community advocate, and volunteer in the efforts of sustainability resiliency. Our second guest speaker, Paul Westbrook. Paul is driven by efficiency and sustainability in everything. He started with his own energy and resource efficient house in 1996 and then grew that to Texas Instruments' first LEED Gold semiconductor factory, the first semiconductor factory that was LEED Gold in the world, utilizing 40% less energy and did it for 30% less cost. Our third speaker, Jim Newman. Jim is founder and principal of Linean Solutions that provides environmental analytics and benchmarking for corporate, institutional, and municipal clients. Linean's work includes resilience analysis and planning, ecosystem service assessment, life cycle assessment, and embodied carbon studies. This work is embodied in the Living Building Challenge. Jim is a recognized expert in metrics for sustainability, including embodied carbon tracking, energy, water tracking, developing metrics for resilience. Jim helped found the Massachusetts chapter of the USGBC and is past chair. He holds a bachelor's degree from MIT and a master's from Lehigh. Okay, that's just a brief introduction, and then we'll see where we go from there, guys. I thought today perhaps the best thing to do, each one of your speakers here are literally in similar rooms as this and speaking to audiences like ours, probably for most of an entire day, but here we have them for a very short period of time with us today. But we'll try to kick this off with our various speakers in various ways. And Mary Ann, why don't you start with us here? And for those of you that are not architects or familiar with the industry, in any case, our profession as architects, how are we going to go about refocusing that profession on a holistic approach to design that encompasses resiliency, zero carbon, and sustainable and healthy buildings as it is evolving?
Well, that's a big question, Craig. Let me see how I can phrase that. I had a chance today to watch a little bit of Julie Hiramoto's keynote this morning. And I've known Julie a long time. She's terrific. And I think she really touched a lot on what our profession is grappling with. But there has been, in the last 10 years, a real major shift in what design professionals leading design professionals think design excellence is. And we really are moving towards an understanding that to create a great environment, whether it's existing condition or new, it requires much more than aesthetics and function and budget, but must address things that Julie talked about, like zero carbon and health and equity and resilience. And if we're not doing that, if we're not thinking about that, we're not being responsible. We're not really fulfilling our function as responsible for health, safety, and wellness, welfare. And there's just been so many exciting changes that were underway to help achieve that pretty daunting task, to move a profession that's pretty ingrained in traditional ways of doing things. But there's great examples right there in Dallas of that happening. And really the shift from sort of traditional environmental sustainability, the thing I started with, 22 years ago when I first got my LEED accreditation, to a much more broader focus that encompasses things like justice and equity, but also to really a focus on resilience and adaptation from just sort of environmental systems, water, energy, and even mitigation, which is enormously important, reducing the overall impact of greenhouse gas, but also to recognizing that things are changing, we need to adapt. So I think that's in a nutshell what we're seeing as the most recent trends in our profession.
Thank you, Mary Ann. I think that's just kind of the tip of the iceberg here from what we're talking about here today. A lot of you in the room are representing various municipalities around the North Texas area, many of you from universities representing their departments as well in environmental. But we are experiencing a great deal more risk because of the change in nature. Jim, you work with a variety of different types of entities around our cities, our universities, our states are all being impacted by the change in nature. How do we assess what that risk is, and what do we do about that?
That seems to be the question. So hi, Jim Newman, Linnean Solutions. And we do in fact work with a lot of municipalities, with several states, with a couple of universities, actually several universities, around this question of assessing risk, of understanding what's happening with the changing climate in various ways, and people have experienced it in lots of different ways. We have worked actually a reasonable amount in Texas, and we've worked a bunch in Mexico. But the things that we see and that people are talking about are that they're trying, municipalities and universities especially, are trying to get ahead of the wave, right? They see things are changing. They're starting to feel, we're doing a bunch of work in Maine. There's way less snow in Maine this year than there has been in the last 15. That's a big deal. And they're trying to get ahead of that. And you think, hey, great, less snow, that's fabulous. But it turns out that means there's more road freezing and thawing, which is really a problem. And it turns out it means there's, so they're seeing real issues. And they're trying to figure out, how do we get ahead of this? What do we want to be looking at? And I think, and in other places, obviously in Texas, the sort of crazy weather that we've seen where things get really cold and it's a big mess, and then they get really hot and then it's another big mess, and the effects that those have on infrastructure of various sorts. Again, municipalities are like trying to get out in front of this, trying to figure out what do we do to keep ourselves from being in trouble and caught by some of these things. How do we think ahead? And probably the biggest answer that we've seen to that question is a participatory process of working with community members. And that it's one of those things that you sort of forget in the municipal or in the university world, that there's all these people out here who do stuff every day. And they see things and they experience things, and they have their own understanding of what's going on. And if you can tap into that understanding and tap into their energy and excitement about doing things, that's how you get out in front of the risk. And we just see it again and again and again. And a lot of times we're trying to convince municipal leaders, it's like, no, we really want to get everybody involved, and they help drive this thing. And they're like, well, I don't know, you guys are the experts. And I have to explain, it's like, well, we're the experts for somewhere else. So you people, the people here are the experts for here. So I think that's probably the biggest thing we're seeing in sort of what's happening with municipalities. And the one outcome of that is that we're moving away from big plans to focus on action. And everybody kind of knows what has to happen. It's like, okay, now what are we going to do? And so that's sort of those two things together give you what's the real action happening in sort of the municipal and university level.
Jim, before you even got to the point of asking that question, our friend Paul down here was already doing it. Paul, you started kind of from the very beginning of what you did at your own residence in your own house, gosh, almost 30 years ago now, and then took that experience and actually grew it into something much more massive from that standpoint. Can you tell us that story?
Well, yeah, I guess, when we were getting ready to build our own home, we were looking for how could we, it's funny, all the terms of sustainability and resilience weren't probably in use, but that was kind of our goal. And like any design project, setting the right goals is most of the challenge, right? What are we targeting? And so we actually targeted a lot of things like energy and water efficiency and resource efficiency and so forth. And so the house that we ended up building, it was kind of Texas passive solar, I like to say, because if you read passive solar books from the 80s, they were mostly for mountainous cold climates. But here we're trying to reject heat most of the year, not welcome it into the house. So we had to kind of flip the design a bit and make it Texas passive solar. And so that's what we did. It added active solar about 10 years ago, added a battery last year after the great Texas power debacle. And so now I have a very resilient home. And I think that's, we're making it personal for almost everybody in the audience. Almost everyone lives in a house probably out there. And what I did to my house makes such a tiny difference in the world. But if all of us in this panel did that, then it makes a little less tiny difference. If all of us in the room, but it's got to spread. And the challenge is energy efficiency is really the key, and it's just the least sexy thing in the world. It's hidden. And you don't see it on home renovation shows. Just let me tell you, there are more people in our area who have painted their houses white, their brick white, in the last few years than have put up solar panels because they saw it on a TV show. Now they also have a black roof in Texas, which is another silly thing. But we did that. We toured a vice president at TI through my house to convince them to fundamentally change the way we design our factories. And by gosh, they gave us permission to innovate, and lo and behold, it works. So.
Very good, Paul. It's a great story to say, and it'd be a wonderful experience to actually tour that facility and see everything that you integrated into that facility. Mary Ann, we're talking beyond sustainability now. It's still critical, certainly, but it's almost becoming, with a lot of the materials that we pick up, it's almost becoming an assumption that we're building towards sustainability. Resilience and adaptation are becoming more the forefront of the current response to climate. Can you explain?
Yeah, I think that what Jim talked about in a way at the municipal level is what we're talking about at the building and neighborhood, built environment level, which is that we recognize that change is happening, and for whatever reason, it can be, disaster kind of change, like we just saw in Mississippi with those terrible tornadoes. But more and more, it's sort of creeping change. We've got In Texas, and certainly where I live in Missouri, extreme heat is becoming a much more, health risk, a huge health risk. And certainly those that are most affected are the most disadvantaged, as well as drought. We have floods and drought here. You guys in Texas, as I understand, are really serious drought conditions. But those things are creeping. They don't necessarily every day. You might have a nice cold day and people going, where's that global warming? But those are the kinds of things that we believe we really need to be thinking about to be responsible. And one of the challenges with that is projection. Where are there reliable ways to measure what the future climate demands are going to be of a particular site? Not necessarily the flood maps that exist today, but the flood maps that reflect the future. There are resources, and I'm sure Jim in his metrics world has a lot of great tools and resources for that. But for the average architect trying to look at how do I design responsibly, we usually use historic data, and we really need to be thinking about projected data for that kind of stuff that is specific as possible to the site. So resilience and adaptation really speak to back to risk, but responsibility and thinking about not the immediate needs, but the needs 10, 20, 30, 50 years out, ideally. And part of that has to do with a recognition that it's not just about operational carbon that we need to be thinking about. We need to be thinking about embodied carbon, and I'm sure that has come up in today's conversation at the summit. I don't know, but I'm assuming it has, because it's such an important issue for design professionals and municipalities, anybody in the built environment, to be thinking about what materials am I using, what are their contributions to the immediate emissions profile of our planet or our region. So there's so many things we're grappling with.
Uh-oh. Marianne, you froze here on us. Oh, everything froze. Now I get to tap dance. Where's Chris? They're all out to lunch. Well, here, hopefully this is... Okay, that was challenging. Thanks, guys. Appreciate you all leaving me here. Okay, let's see if we can get this going again. Marianne, you were just finishing up, I think, what you were speaking about there before we lost connection. But yes, the whole embodied carbon issue is becoming more and more prevalent in our regular conversations. Jim, have you seen in your work with various universities or municipalities a shift in their philosophies towards understanding what the risks of nature are on those campuses or in those cities, and are they actually doing something about that?
Yeah, it is interesting. There's sort of on two different fronts, embodied carbon and the sort of understanding, but the whole concept of thinking about embodied carbon is that if, so just accept the concept that we're going to attempt to keep carbon emissions to a particular level. Right now it's growing relatively quickly, and in order to forestall really crazy changes in climate. Just assume that, okay, that's approximately correct. If you think about that, you build a building, and the building operates over 50, 75, 100 years, if you're lucky. So you make a super efficient building, and it uses very little energy over that whole time, which is fantastic. But you built that building, and in a lot of cases, building that building is about equivalent to the amount of carbon, that the carbon that's released in getting the materials, taking the stuff to the site, assembling it on site, mostly it's in getting the materials, it's about equivalent to between 5 and 20 years of that operation, that stuff that's released in the operations. So now, before you've even started, you've already blown off 5 to 20 years worth of carbon. So the concept of addressing embodied carbon is that, well, can we get to that first? Because we really care about what's going to happen in the next 10 years. And it's like, that is the stuff that's already happening. So people are realizing this. It's like, okay, that's a thing, and we can do it, and we're starting to understand how to do it. And so there's two different things happening here that we're seeing, and it's happening across the country, and it's actually happening across the world. One of them is that municipalities are saying, okay, we care about embodied carbon, we're going to start putting that into regulation. And municipalities and states, depending on how your regulatory world lives. In my particular regulatory world, most of it happens at the city level or at the town level. There's a little bit that happens at the state level. Other places, it's different. So that's the first thing, and we've now got embodied carbon regulation popping up in like 6 of the municipalities in the Boston area. The second is in purchasing, and this is where municipalities and universities are really starting to see it. If you can make a decision that you're going to purchase low carbon materials, you can have a huge effect. It turns out when you add it all up for a town, that the purchasing, the carbon embodied in the things that are purchased by the town dwarfs the emissions over the course of a year. Mostly because there's a lot of roads. And so there's a pile of concrete, a pile of asphalt, and a bunch of the work that goes into that. Concrete is very high emissions. So if, as a municipality, you can say, all right, we're going to do this. We're going to pick only lower carbon materials. You have a giant outsized effect of what you've been doing and, trying to make your buildings super cool. And then you connect that with the work that organizations like TI have been doing, and this is happening across corporate America. And now you've got some synergy with the different pieces of the players in a particular place working together to try and have these effects. And universities play that role as well. And we're seeing it across, Boston. I live just outside of Boston. It's like, how many universities do we have in Boston? 35 or something? It's crazy. They're everywhere. You can't, as they say, swing a dead cat without hitting a university. So the universities play a huge role in making this happen within the municipalities and within the state. So yes, we're totally seeing it. And what we're seeing in the purchasing is some things called buy clean initiatives. California has sort of the biggest version of this, but municipalities are doing the same thing, and universities are doing the same thing, where they're just adjusting their policies and empowering the purchasing agents to actually make this happen, especially for infrastructure projects.
Jim, then that does somewhat talk about the philosophies, the direction that a lot of municipalities or universities are moving in. Paul, you were working with one of them, the United States major corporations in Texas Instruments, but what do you see in terms of other businesses, similar or even the smaller businesses? What can they do, or what are they doing to reduce risk to their own business?
Well, actually, some of the stuff Jim just mentioned is certainly applicable for business, right? And in fact, it's even a larger scale than just universities or municipalities, because, let me back up a second and break out business. That is a giant category. First, you've got the industrial level business, the manufacturers, the oil companies, and I saw an interesting study recently that just 20 firms, 20 businesses, mostly oil related, are responsible for, I think it was 35% of all global greenhouse gas emissions since 1965. Now, we can fix that, maybe with regulation. We can fix that with consumer choices if we have better choices. That is a huge piece to address. But let's ignore those for a minute and go to all of the rest of the businesses that are out there, from mom and pop stores to medium sized to decent sized businesses. I think first is, I see all this commercial space going up, but I never really see much attention paid to the path of the sun, as Mary Ann mentioned earlier. You know, just simple things in good design is just ignored. The free stuff is ignored. So how do we change that? I don't know, but our design process, you know, with the exception of the people on the other screens up here, I know they get this, but the design process is still broken. It's more of a linear handoff process, optimize my little piece, but nobody's optimizing the whole system. So integrative design of any new facilities is the way to go, and then of course existing facilities, you can really tackle a lot of stuff. I think the most interesting thing about when we built that lead factory, and by the way, for you sitting in the room, that factory that was mentioned is about 1 3/4 miles northeast of where you're sitting right now. It is in your neighborhood. And we just built our Fab 2 last year, so it more than doubled in size and maintained or improved on efficiency. So, you know, that can be done. So what can local businesses and stuff do? I think the lesson we learned from when we tackled a new factory was, you know, the vice president then came and said, well, what can we do for all our existing factories, 20 million square feet around the world? Are they efficient? Yes and no. So they put us onto that, and in 9 years, we doubled our global energy efficiency for Texas Instruments. A very large corporation doubled our global energy efficiency. Now, I can't tell you what the energy bills were, but I can tell you that saved a tremendous amount of money. And so why wouldn't a business want to do that? I think we're short-sighted sometimes. It doesn't get into financial models, and it doesn't get to be part of the decision. But, you know, if you get the chance to build new, you can do amazing things with integrative design, and all those existing buildings have just efficiency projects that can really make a difference, and then solar on the roof.
Yes, Mary Ann.
Well, I want to follow up with Paul on the existing building, because I think that's such a huge opportunity for us in the United States, at least, instead of, you know, starting new. I mean, there's a building stock out there, much of which has real value, not just from an embodied carbon, you know, obviously not creating new material, but also for other value. I mean, some buildings adapt really readily to new function, particularly the older ones, the ones that were built before, you know, air conditioning was, you know, relied on. And many can also be converted at much lower cost, or even if it was the equivalent cost of new construction, a much better solution, and one that has much lower embodied carbon. So really challenging. This gets back to something Julie said about subtraction. Do we even need a building? I think that's the first question. And I really think that's something that every municipality, every university, anybody who's really thinking about a need, the first question should be, do I need new? And really challenge that assumption. And there's so many wonderful opportunities out there to revisit existing conditions and convert them into great spaces.
Well, thank you, Mary Ann, for that, Paul and Jim. In order to get us back on schedule, why don't we open up the rest of the time to any questions that we might have from the audience for any of our panelists. Let's see if you can. Okay. Opportunities for questions? Yes.
Hi, I have a question about the comfort level of building occupants, and is there a way that the occupants can be more flexible, and do we have to keep designing for the hottest weather? Can we, you know, make do with the smaller system and just deal with being uncomfortable for a few days?
Can you all hear the questions? No.
If you could repeat it, it would help.
Oh, okay. I'm not sure I'm going to capture all this. well. The challenge certainly, and I experience this in my own work that I do with municipalities and universities, is how do you evolve the thinking between all of our constituents and our users of buildings to adapt to that there is change of what happens out there, and can they be more accommodating for when the weather does make these changes and the temperature inside the room is not 72 degrees and 60% humidity. Answer to that's no. It's kind of the experience that we constantly are running into, is that our users out there, they like their rooms to be exactly the way they want them. So how can we accomplish getting them into an environment that is comfortable, that is acceptable within that range? And I'm sure, Paul, with the work you did at the semiconductor plant, you had a variety of different types of spaces. You had offices, you had conference rooms, you had manufacturing areas, and all those had to be, because the manufacturing areas did have people in them at all times, so you had to adapt the environment inside those buildings to accommodate that.
And, you know, manufacturing semiconductors is way more finicky than any person you'll ever meet. Our temperature, humidity specs and everything are so absolutely tight. I mean, that's why management was averse to anything different, because of the risk to multi-billion-dollar manufacturing. But, you know, it can be done. Amory Lovins used to always say, you know, we want hot showers and cold beer. We don't have to sacrifice. We can just do it a lot more efficiently than we've been doing it. And I think that's what we ended up showing our management was, we're not going to risk manufacturing. We're going to have it comfortable for people. In fact, that office is way more comfortable. You have natural daylighting, you know, which instead of working in a cube cave somewhere. So it can be addressed, and it has been addressed by many other places. They're just still the minority out there.
I think that's exactly right, Paul. What we're seeing is that with the systems that we are putting in place today in our buildings, they are so much more efficient than they were X number of years ago, taking into account the issues of whether it be zero carbon or whether it be sustainability or whatever the issue may be, and we're forced into that direction. It's not anything that's easy to do, but certainly is something that we're faced with having to do in order to make the buildings and the individuals inside the most efficient they can be. Another question back over here.
There we go. My question is about the incremental cost, if there is one, of using sustainable materials, and how the case can be made in terms of ROI or opportunity cost for making up for any differences there are. And then a second one is whether there is anything to support some of the ideas that were discussed in an earlier thing about how that might affect health or the business environment.
Okay. Both good questions, and something that hasn't even been touched on, but is certainly something that's on each of our minds as we're designing buildings, is the whole wellness factor and the public health issues that our buildings, not just the materials inside the buildings, but the effect of the spaces inside the buildings do have on the efficiency of the individuals as well as the health of the individual. But the first question was all about how do we contend with the cost of sustainable materials versus perhaps a more traditional method of using any material that comes off the shelf. Marianne, I know you could hit that one. Paul, you probably can as well. How do you justify using sustainable materials?
Just Paul, if he can probably give a local example, which might be.
Well, I think it's back to whole system design. You know, if you, instead of building a 5,000 square foot house, which no 3-person family needs, you build a much smaller house. So instead of having to buy, gobs of an unsustainable material that's inexpensive but probably cheap, you're buying much less of a high quality sustainable material that lasts longer. You know, I put a metal roof on my house back in 1996. We're in Texas where it hails a lot. I still have the same metal roof. It's class 4 hail resistant. I get a discount on my homeowner's insurance, which more than paid for the roof in 27 years now. So I think if the problem looks too difficult, you need to expand the problem and think much more holistically about all of the connections, not just that one price. That's not going to solve it.
You know, I will add, and this harkens back a little bit to the embodied carbon, but it's also looking for where you can have one element perform many, many functions. And the thing that came to mind was heavy timber. You know, everyone's talking about CLT and heavy timber now. Well, you don't need a fireproof when you got heavy timber. It can be your structural element and interior finish. So those kinds of solutions that are really, and again, you get that through integrated design, really performing as many functions as they can as beautifully and efficiently as possible. That's going to help kind of overcome that potential cost. They say there's sort of this moment with integrated design when you break through the cost barrier, and that's what you're trying to do when you're thinking about material selection.
I think, Marianne, that brings up, and Paul, you touched on this also, is we've been working on sustainability issues for so long and trying to get the zero carbon. A lot of that is coming by almost second nature now. A lot of times when I'm designing materials, it's virtually every material that I select for a project is a sustainable material because that's what's available now out in the marketplace. I think the marketplace is responding to that demand that's out there. Yes, sir.
Yeah, the Inflation Reduction Act, as a lot of you know, was passed last year in August. Department of Treasury is still in the process of implementing or developing and releasing the regulations to implement the provisions of the Act. But when you look at the investment tax credits and direct pay provisions, 30 to 50% of eligible capital costs, can you speak to how that's influencing building designs, not only with solar, but perhaps with HVAC systems at this time?
Paul, did you hear, or Jim, either one?
I just heard investment tax credit. And
yeah, I think this was, the gentleman here was talking a lot about what some of the incentives are being placed out there for us by federal programs to encourage the use of building more energy efficiency and sustainability. Can you speak to that in general?
Yeah, I certainly can. Go ahead, Paul. Yeah, let me jump in. It's happening on a number of levels. At the sort of consumer level, you know, your house and your car and stuff like that, there are a number of incentives out there cranked up for using photovoltaic solar, for, you know, electric cars, for, and a lot of those incentives are happening, the federal money is coming to the states who then are bumping up their incentives for other things. In my neck of the woods, the state has incentives for replacing equipment with more efficient equipment, for solar, for building envelope improvements, i.e. better windows and things like that. All of those can be supported, and there's a big focus of bringing those incentive programs to communities that don't usually get investment. So it's taken a little time. Federal money is slow, but those programs are really expanding especially for underserved and underinvested communities. And that's, you know, a huge place for efficiency investments. Efficiency and resilience. It's a resilience question as well, you know. But the other place that we're seeing that activity is with municipalities, where there are about 6 different programs right now for getting funding to municipalities to really crank up their resilience efforts. Again, it's federal money. Federal money's kind of a pain in the butt, but it also is long. You know, you can get funding for multiple years to do these programs, which allows you to start a program, get it functional, and really have it do something. Whereas, single year funding is really tricky for a municipality. You can pave a road because it's always something you have to have ready to go right now, and that's the stuff they always have ready to go right now. Hey, so those are the two areas where we're really seeing it, and they're beginning to be effective, right? It's just started. It's just really, that money that bulge of money is just starting to make its way through the snake, and to use more colorful metaphors, and it's beginning. We're beginning to see the effects of those on people's behavior and what's actually happening. So I know Paul kind of went on there, but.
No, I'll just add one thing. So, there's some federal incentives, but there's money that's rolling out that will be state by state. There's even municipal incentives. The best place I've found to figure out what applies to me where I live is there's a database called Desire, D-S-I-R-E. And they do a great job. You go put in your zip code, and it will tell you your utility, your city, what state level things are. It's multi-page. It's a multi-page list for almost any zip code. So you can probably find some things that are applicable to you that you could take advantage of. D-S-I-R-E. Go search for that.
Thank you, Paul. Any other questions? Chris?
Hi, this is Ajay from SES. This is a question for Marianne. You were referring to financial models. So as part of the practice, do you incorporate sustainability as a part of your analysis? Cost, impact, benefits, things as such?
Marianne, did you hear that well enough? As part of some of your financial, as part of the modeling that you do, or Jim, you probably do this on a much larger scale as well. Some of the financial modeling you do for municipalities or even businesses, do you actually give the savings that you can accrue from going down these paths? Jim, I could think that and I'm not sure if we're referring to an individual homeowner, a business, or all. Okay, I can see it in a university setting as an example, or even in a municipality. You could certainly go through what all the various parameters are that you would have to take into consideration and come up with a number of what you think the savings could potentially be on the various facilities that you might have in each area.
And Paul, I bet, was tasked with doing exactly that. Yeah, absolutely. And in fact, in buildings, and Marianne's had this experience a bunch, in buildings, you have to do that, right? The client's not going to let you walk out of the room without figuring out how the cost structure is going to work. And there may be cases in which you are agreeing to spend a little money up front for something that gives you value over time. It may be the other way around. There are lots of cases where the changes you're making are less costly.
I mean, one of the things that, when you talk about municipalities, universities, is that you can look at a much longer term. A 30-year out is a very different analysis than a 5 or 2. And that really helps make those cost justifications. And savings, there's a moment in time when you're saving money. When you invest in those efficiencies that Paul talked about, you're saving money over time. And that is a much easier, if you want to call it, discussion when you have an owner like a municipality or university. And that's the kind of clients I like, because I can really make some headway with them.
I think back to one great example at TI when we were designing the building. We wanted these highly efficient lights. We had natural daylighting. Each light fixture had its own daylight sensor and motion sensor built in, not zone. I mean, it was over every desk. So, the electrical team said, "Oh, that's not in our budget." And I said, "Whose budget?" "Our electrical budget." So I went back to the project manager and I gathered a bunch of examples like that. I said, "Look, we save 20 tons of cooling here, we save 100 if we do this. We get a reflective roof. Yeah, it's going to cost a little more, but look, it saves us. And I added enough to show them that we could eliminate one of the large chillers, $1 million chiller, and the space that we needed to build for it, and the cooling tower on the roof to cool it. And suddenly the cascade of savings far outweighed, and our project manager simply told the electrical team, that's definitely in your budget to do that. And so it was done. And all the other things were done. But we had to aggregate them to show the power of all of those things together and what fell out of the other side on cost savings. And we don't often spend enough time or have enough people in the same room who are smart enough about all the little pieces to talk to each other to figure that out.
Very good, Paul. No, that's so true. I know with one of our federal clients, we were tasked with going literally building by building and adjusting it. This is back in the advent of LED fixtures, of what would it cost, what would the savings be just to integrate LED fixtures in all the buildings, what would be the payback time frame to do that in. And very easily within a federal type project where a building that they're going to have for the next 100 years, it very easily paid for itself in a very short period of time in order to adjust that. And the same thing as we're alluding to here with other types of mechanical equipment as well in each of our buildings. Yes, very frequently you can show the payback in the life cycle costing of a lot of the equipment that we're talking about, the additional insulation on the roof or in the walls, whatever the case may be, in a variety of different components that you can show that fairly easily actually the payback time frame for each of those elements. It's all good. Well, I don't want to take up any more. Okay, we have one more. Thanks, Marissa. Yes.
There it goes. My question is related to affordable housing. We have an affordable housing crisis across the country, especially here in North Texas. And we also have quite a bit of commercial property that may be available. A lot of people are working remote now. And I'm curious to hear about thoughts on retrofitting commercial buildings for housing, or if we should just look at tearing down old buildings and building new.
No.
That's my thought, of course, the first part. But I would hear thoughts from the panelists on that conversation.
Marianne, this is kind of right up your bailiwick here and talking about this.
Yes, I think I picked up on the question, and there's certainly been a lot of conversation across the country about taking office buildings and converting them to housing. And there was an interesting article, I don't know if anybody saw it recently, and I think it was the New York Times, where they analyzed building typologies from different eras, decades, to look at their convertibility. I'm not sure that's a word. And I think what that really says is almost intuitive, is the older the building, the more convertible and easier it is to convert. Buildings that were built for, natural light and had a lot of, a narrow building, or they had a core that's already open, versus the big box buildings that are, they're completely enclosed, block-sized floor plates. But that being said, I think your answer, Craig, initially was no, is right. We should be looking at those really hard to see if there's an innovative way to convert buildings. Some of them are going to be much more adaptable, some of them may be more challenging, but I can think of many examples of buildings where like central atriums were created, holes were built to bring light in, maybe not the full height, but many stories of buildings. So there's so much great opportunity to preserve what we have and renew it rather than start with new.
Thank you, Marianne. I think that's a good place to end our conversation today on, because yes, with what we have today, there is a lot of opportunities. It's something that each of us do on whether it be campuses or in cities or in corporations, of taking those older buildings and recycling those buildings essentially as they are, but bringing them up to speed with some of our newer energy efficient type materials, mechanical systems, in order to make them usable for other types of activities. You just go short distance from here just to downtown Dallas and look at many of those 50-story skyscrapers that were built back in the 70s, and many of those are now being converted, whether it be into housing or into hotel, hospitality, into a variety of different purposes, and being done very well, I won't say simply, but being done very well. On our university campuses, many of those older core buildings that sometimes make up a historic core of the campus that want to be preserved and yet have to be changed in terms of how they're being used. Yes, that's a key element there. you maintain some of the historical heritage of the campus and at the same time revitalize that internal core of the campus with a variety of different new purposes and uses. So exciting times. Marissa, thank you.
Thank you very much, Craig, Marianne, Jim, and Paul, for being here with us today. And
Thank you for having us here. It's a pleasure to be able to share these thoughts with you.
Yeah, and to be giant, to be
giant.
so continue enjoying your lunch. We will have the food out for another 20 or 30 minutes if you'd like to go back for seconds. And then at 1:30, we have another walking tour with Gary, or the Partnerships for Environmental Justice panel with moderator Catherine Bazan. Thank you.
Thank you.
Are you using data? Yeah, you should be able to. This isn't a web browser, my understanding. And if you need to, you may be able to connect to the Wi-Fi. So that's like for anyone who's not like using it for you like myself. It's there. Okay. Yeah, that's not unsurprising. Sorry about that. But nothing I can control, unfortunately.
No, I was just curious. Thanks. Yeah, it's hard to do anything all day. There's no way I can just pay this close. Too much multitasking.
Yeah, they're really ramping up for sustainability conversations. So it's a good time to kind of get in there.
Enjoying the program so far?
Good afternoon. I hope you all enjoyed your lunch. We are ready for the panel and the walking tour. So if you're going to join Gary on the walking tour, please head out and you'll meet outside by the buffet area. And I would like to welcome back Catherine Bazan. She will be moderating the Partnerships for Environmental Justice panel, and she will introduce her panelists. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. I do hope that you enjoyed your lunch. I'm Catherine Bazan. I'm the chair of the City of Dallas Environmental Commission. And we are going to spend this portion of the afternoon talking about environmental justice and partnerships here in Dallas. And so I'm going to let our panelists introduce themselves. If you'll just tell us a little bit about your background and about your work that specifically focuses in environmental justice. And we'll start with Alan. Let's start with Alan.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am Alan McGill. I am the chair of the Lane Plating Community Advisory Group. I'm also the co-chair of Southern Sector Rising. And lastly, I'm a member of the Exec Comm Committee of the Dallas Sierra Club. It's very nice to be here.
All right, Commissioner Duro, go ahead.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Tamika Duro. I am the Environmental Commissioner for District 7. I also reside on the Lane Plating Superfund site under the leadership of Mr. Allen. I'm also part of the Sierra Conservancy Committee, and I live in the community of Joppy. And why my passion is in environmental justice is because I live in a fence line community that is surrounded around industrial train and toxic air, and that's my passion for environmental justice. That's what inspires me to sit here and be in the circle. Thank you.
Thank you for being here today. Carlos, go ahead.
My name is Carlos Evans. I'm the director of the Office of Environmental Quality and Sustainability. And environmental justice has always been a passion of mine. I've only been here a year, so I guess I provide a little bit about my background. So I grew up in Northern California, and I was an apartment kid. Just picture your huge apartment complexes on your major thoroughfares with like 4 to 8 lanes of traffic going back and forth. When I was in middle school, my parents allowed me to walk to school and walk along those major thoroughfares. And I remember just the smell, and I could taste and smell, the emissions, and that was just very striking to me. As I would, and I was in San Jose, California. When I visit family and friends in West Oakland, I don't know if you're familiar with West Oakland, but it's a historically African American community. It is surrounded by freeways and a port. A lot of pollution, just a lot of truck traffic going back and forth, up and down the neighborhood streets. It's so bad that there's soot on the curtains, right, inside the homes. Remember again, visiting family and friends in Richmond, California, where there's a refinery, and it's just everywhere I would go, there would be some big stationary source or a lot of traffic, and just, that was something that struck me as a youth. And then growing up in law school, realizing that someone made those decisions. Those were strategic decisions made by policymakers to ensure that communities of color were located near our emission sources. So I took an internship job at the EPA and decided to try to fight against environmental injustice and make some positive change. So that's how I ended up going to the EPA for 20 years, worked in Chicago as a straight line attorney doing Clean Air Act enforcement, clean water enforcement, stop at the acronyms, but essentially land cleanup, going to EPA under Obama, working in Administrator Jackson's office. As you recall, under the Obama administration, he prioritized environmental justice, brought Lisa Jackson on board, she prioritized environmental justice. We worked on one plan called Plan EJ 2014 to try to integrate environmental justice into everything EPA does, whether that's regulatory, reg writing or regulations, permitting, enforcement, and the like. And then I also got to be the lead staff person in an interagency work group to try to reintegrate environmental justice into all the federal departments, whether that's DOE, Interior, Transportation, et cetera. So that was some great work. And then my wife, Hillary, gave us 2 lovely daughters. And so after our second daughter, we moved to Texas to be closer to my in-laws who are in Austin, and became an air enforcement attorney, bringing Clean Air Act actions against major sources, so like natural gas facilities, rubber manufacturers, pulp and paper mills, things of that nature. And then got this great opportunity for the city of Dallas, and it's fantastic that the city, the council, city manager, the Environmental Commission are really focused on EJ, so we can make some advancements in this area.
So my first question is for Alan, and as you mentioned, you are chair of the Lane Plating Superfund Site Community Advisory Group. And in that role, you work extensively between the EPA, the county, the city, and the community to amplify the community's concerns about the remediation of that Superfund property. Tell us about your experience working as that liaison and what challenges you have faced.
Thank you for that question, Catherine. First, if I may, I'd just like to take a moment and acknowledge one of the first that UT Dallas was first in. I noticed in Sunday's paper there were a number of firsts listed in one section of the paper. First as a public university, and first in esports, and 2 or 3 other items. But when I was coming onto the campus, I turned onto Franklin Jennifer Street or Road or Boulevard, I can't remember what it is. But UT Dallas was the first in the UT system to hire an African American president. That was Franklin Jennifer. Just a few organizations and individuals helped to bring Dr. Jennifer from Howard to this school and did it successfully. That sort of speaks to the intersection of civil rights and environmental justice. And if I may speak just very briefly to the question that Catherine asked, my experience in working between EPA, the county, the state, and other agencies, I think needs to be preferenced by the mission of the CAG. And the mission of the CAG was pretty straightforward and simple. It was to amplify the voice of those directly impacted by that Superfund site. The closest residential structures to the Superfund site is within 300 or 400 feet. The neighborhood that is the closest to Lane Plating Superfund site is called Arden Terrace. It is 90% African American. It is moderate income. About 2,500 individuals live there. And our role as a community advisory group has been to make certain that, excuse me, that the voice of those individuals and the voices of the businesses that are right down the street. We have a Wells Fargo that's right on the corner, is to make certain that their voices were not usurped, that their voices were always in the front and supported and amplified, because they are the ones that were most, and continue to this day, to be the most impacted. It was in that vision or framework that we created a working group. And that working group was made up of representatives from EPA, representatives from TCEQ, representatives from the city, from the county health,
from state health, and perhaps one or two other departments that I can't remember right now. The idea was that a group like that, we had anticipated and hoped that it would bring about a robust, vigorous discussion that would offer alternatives to issues and topics brought up in the course of trying to remediate the Superfund site, trying to clean that mess up. And the end result, and it's still a work in progress, the end result is that that experiment has not worked as well as we would have liked for it to have worked. It's very difficult to get the kind of acceptance from what I call non-professionals, residents, trying to get empathy or a listening ear to anecdotal evidence that residents often bring to the table, rather than just pure, reasoned, scientifically based research, conclusions, and the like. Most of our evidence is anecdotal. That site make my skin itch, Mr. McGill. I've got, well, who am I to say that, hey, that ain't the way it is? I mean, the tests don't support that. The results doesn't support that. But those residents have an opinion, and we as a CAG have tried to represent those opinions as best we could. The challenges, as I've mentioned, I think the major challenge that we felt is trying to get that anecdotal evidence that was offered by both the CAG and the residents to be accepted and empathized with, understood, and if at all possible, acted on. And the second challenge probably was there were many residents and CAG members who felt that there was a lack of empathy or a lack of an ability to convey empathy for what the residents was trying to talk about when it came to that site. And I'll stop there.
So the next question is for Commissioner Giroux, and you were instrumental as a stakeholder in the development of the city's comprehensive environmental and climate action plan, providing that input, getting the plan adopted, and now as an environmental commissioner, you are overseeing its implementation. You're making sure that the city is walking its talk. Talk about your experience on both sides of that role and your advocacy.
Thank you. Being the liaison on the CCAP allowed me as a resident who lives in the industrial port around industrial racism, my advocacy on the CCAP was allowed me to indicate, because environment in the city of Dallas look different in different areas. Let me start there. 30 South environmental look different 30 North. And so me being a stakeholder on this CCAP, I was allowed to give the perspective of how environmental justice, and environmental policies look 30 South. And so in Black and brown community South, we face a lot of difficulties in air quality and redlining and being the fence lines of these environmental issues, right? And so it looks different when I'm gonna use air quality. It's part of our CCAP, and that's my main thing, my main passion for my community because where we live. And so when we got to I think that's number 5 or 6 in the CCAP, right? And so when we got to air quality, I was able to initiate how air quality and the resources that 30 South need. Do 30 North needs an air quality monitor? Do Preston Road need an air quality monitor? Do Preston Road have a Tamco roofing company on it? No. But do Martin Luther King, Lamar Street needs an air quality monitor? Yes. Why? That's where the industrial at. As y'all heard earlier from St. Philip's director, it's right there close to my community. And so I was able to be a part of the stakeholder just to initiate the culture of the environmental impact that 30 South faces. Now, being on the Environmental Commission, it allows me to push those initiatives and make sure that it still stays the course of the culture of the 30 South. Because everybody know in the room, 30 South is different from 30 North. And so me being a part of this commission, and we already started some initiative policy making changes with the help of our chair, Catherine, and this is gonna help my community day one when it completely passed through the city. The batch company, a batch plant ordinance that our commission, environmental commission, is working on, and the city has passed the first phase of this ordinance. And so now I'm gonna give you some history about this. Before our policy work that we do on our commission, any batch company, temporary or permitted, could come to the city of Dallas and plop down next to any community without telling the city of Dallas, because they don't need a, if the land is zoned IM or IR, that's manufacturing and industrial, that's the industrial zonings. If that land is already zoned that, they could just plop down right there and don't have to tell the city. The only permits they need were the TCEQ air quality permits. And anybody know about TCU permitting policies? They just hand them out without even knowing where the community is, right? And so with our new work on this environmental commission, this new batch plant ordinance is gonna implement that any permanent or temporary batch company that comes to the city of Dallas has to come tell Dallas. Have to tell our policymakers. They have to apply for a special permit zoning to let the city know that we here. And part of that special permit zoning is that they have to tell the community. And so that is very powerful in the work that I'm doing, because in my community, that's what I face. Special permits, racism, because they just give out these permits and not knowing that Joppy, a Freemanstown community inside of the city of Dallas, that is between the Trinity Wetlands and 45, that 700 people, homeowners live down there. And we're about to get 60 more homes down in our community. So this policy will, me being on this environmental commission, will help the betterment of the quality of health in my community, not just my community, 30 South. Because I represent Fair Park, Bunton, Dixon Circle, Joppy, and Buckner Terrace. Well, we don't have no problems in Buckner Terrace, but the problems are in Fair Park area, Bunton, Joppy, you know, all the South. Everybody go to the fair every year, right? We all go to the fair. And no one, if you pay attention this year when you go to the fair in September, just look around. Just look around 30 South. Just look around and see what we live amongst out there off of 45 where I live. I stay 3 blocks from the McCullum landfill. So just come out there when y'all come out there. And so that's why my advocacy on being a stakeholder in the CCAP and being on the environmental commission will help make change in my community and our quality of life. As someone else stood up in 2016, UT Southwest did a survey and research about the quality of life in Joppy. 67. I want to live longer than 67. And so with these policy changes that the Environmental Commission in the City of Dallas with the Comprehensive Environmental Climate Action Plan is starting to make change in our city limits. And that's why I am a very passionate advocacy on both sides. It's making the plans and initiating the plans.
Yes. And as you can tell, Commissioner Duro is very passionate about her advocacy. We're so lucky to have her voice. Mr. Evans, when you joined the City of Dallas, one of the things that you mentioned was that you wanted the opportunity to engage more with the community. And tell us about your first year working at the City of Dallas and how you have been working to make various partnerships and connections that have helped support you in your work.
Yeah, no, that's the relationships that I've been able to create with Mr. McGill and Commissioner Duro, Chair Bazan. These are the priceless relationships, or priceless relationships for me, I think. When it comes to environmental justice and environmentalism writ large, it needs to be a collaborative partnership with all stakeholders, right? And too often, as we know, the folks who are most vulnerable, the folks who are impacted the most are not at the table. To me, in my mind, the way I practice environmentalism, we should be at a circular table where everybody has an equal voice, right? And too often that doesn't happen. And so hopefully that's one of the things I try to bring is prioritize environmental justice and making sure that everybody's heard and making sure that we develop a full suite of partnerships and we're not just talking to a specific few. So, so struggling with Mr. McGill on the EPA calls, trying to figure out exactly where the air sensors should be, air monitors should be going, and what should be deconstructed. Those are great conversations to me because we're trying to work with the EPA and the residents to figure out to make real progress. These are real health impacts for our neighbors, and everyone's at the table. Struggling with Commissioner Duro and the residents, her neighbors in Joppy, trying to figure out where to put the air sensors. Those are real good. Those are the conversations we need to have in order to make true progress. So that's been great. What I recognize is that we need more tools to make progress. So for example, we don't have an EJ mapping tool, a citywide EJ mapping tool. So one of the things we're currently doing is hopefully within the next few months we'll release for public use an EJ mapping tool, much like EPA EJ Screen. Is anybody familiar with EPA EJ Screen? Some folks? Okay. So essentially it couples environmental data with socioeconomic data to identify communities that are more likely to have environmental justice concerns. So we want to develop a Dallas-based equivalent to that uses EPA's data as a foundation, but also is supplemented with Dallas-based information, whether it be the location of batch plants, brownfields, other sources, and perhaps we're planning to have land use information on it, zoning information, so that not just the public can use it, but city departments can use it. So for example, the Department of Planning and Urban Design, as they move forward with Forward Dallas and developing their land use plan, they can use this information to better understand where we should have land uses that are compatible. So we need more tools so that people can use, so that we can have better conversations about impacts. Also, we need to do a better job of tracking, the city needs to do a better job of tracking where we engage and making sure that we are equitably engaging. So one of the things we're doing in our department is making sure that anytime we go out to events like this or to community meetings, that we're identifying the location, what communities they're in, because we want to make sure that we're getting out in an equitable way. So I'm finding that these conversations are happening, but we want to make sure that the tools are there to really make even greater progress.
Alan, the next question is for you. So you have, just as you were working with the EPA, identified one of the biggest issues in advocacy, and that is the amplification of the community's voice. How is it that we can and should be ensuring that residents' voices are heard and that they have a seat at the table?
Thank you, Catherine. I think perhaps the most important thing that can happen that would ensure input from frontline residents and frontline communities and organizations is to first, as Director Evans has said, establish a collaborative dialogue with those impacted individuals, impacted communities. And that dialogue should lead to an agreement of what community outreach and engagement policy should look like. It should define what a public meeting is. We shouldn't go to a meeting and only have 2 people show up and it get declared a public meeting that meets some checkbox somewhere. There are other elements that we can talk about at a later time that will lead to a very effective way that frontline individuals, frontline communities, frontline leadership can have effective input into decision-making on the front end. But in my opinion, it starts with a clear, communicated community outreach and engagement policy. Without that, then we're all kind of, just kind of doing it the way we want to do it. If Alan wants to call a meeting at 10 o'clock in the morning and nobody shows up, I'm cool because I'm going to check my box. So having that baseline understanding of what is an effective community outreach and engagement policy leads to opportunities.
And that's the key word, right? Effective, meaningful opportunities for communities to have their voices heard. Commissioner Giroux, the next question is for you. So from your perspective as a community advocate, you talked a lot about air quality. What are the other EJ issues our decision makers should be focusing their time and resources on for our city?
Do we got all day? No, it's me. We have to start with electing the right decision makers, right? To make changes. I just had to throw that one in there. Also, I think the decision makers should focus on land use zoning, environmental regulations to protect community health at local and state and federal levels. But to go in deep into that, they can start recognizing the issues. And I'm just gonna talk about the city of Dallas and how we got here today with the Environmental Commission. So back in 2017, the community of Joplin was facing a special permit to increase batching and surrounding our community. I went to a meeting one night in my community. The PR guy from Union Pacific stood up in my community and said, well, we compared y'all air quality to a Burger King. Now, if you've been to Joplin, we don't have any fast food companies around us, and especially not a Burger King. So my first question when he said, it's time for questions, I was like, where is the Burger King y'all compare my air quality to? Because it's no Burger King around here, because the only thing I see up there is rocks and trucks, and if you compared it to that, I don't think we'll be sitting in this room today, right? And so he was like, well, this was an analysis and, you know, all that. And so, like Mr. McGill said, we need the community. So me being the community, I started making partnerships with the decision makers. I started building relationships with decision makers, our local, our state, and federal. I have been to advocacy in Washington, D.C. I have been to TCEQ. I mean, I've been there. And so only way I'm gonna get these initiatives attention is I go to them. And so I want the policymakers to understand environmental racism is connected to land use, connected to racism zoning. That's why I live in the community that I live in, and I'm affected by the things that I'm affected by. It's because of racism zoning that the city was all okay back in the day. Well, not in 2020. They still kind of doing it in 2023, but not as much. But back in the day when the city of Dallas was formed, if anybody read the book, Accommodations and all that, and if you understand that the color of my skin made me, the city zoned me where I live. Like, I'm black, I live in South Dallas, and so they zone south of Dallas different than north of zoning. So a lot of, back in those days, in the black communities, that's where they zone industrial. So it's racism, fence lining. I live in a food desert. The closest store to my house is Quality, is like 40 minutes away. Now, it's the store close to my house, 15 minutes away, but I can't go up there and get me no granola. And that's true facts. And so, and it's called Cost Plus. And so, so if we're gonna, the decision maker is gonna, what they need to do, the decision makers need to do, they need to focus on what I said at first, but they need to focus on the people who are impacted. The decision makers need to come and see what the communities, black and brown communities, are facing, and then make the policies on that. Not make policies from your office because some group and gave you some data saying this is what's going on, and so you make this policy just because of what you read on a piece of paper. But some of these policymakers need to come and see what the people are impacted by. And so if we're gonna do policymaker conversations, we're gonna start there. Thank you.
Land use is certainly a really big issue, and if you think about it, an industrial facility that's not located directly next to residential properties has a really hard time negatively impacting those residential properties. It makes a lot of sense. So my next question is for Carlos. So hearing these issues and responses, in your work at the city, can you, and with your perspective of working on environmental justice at the EPA, are these issues unique to our area? And if not, are we looking for partnerships with other cities, counties, states that are experiencing these same issues and having success at solving them?
Yeah, I think every city is unique. Every city has its own unique neighborhoods and sets of problems in different industries. I mean, Dallas is not Houston, Houston's not Oakland, Oakland's not Chicago, Chicago's not the Cancer Alley, or Mossville, Louisiana. But there are different, there are best practices, I think, that can be used, that we're using, and other cities are using, like Oakland, California. And I'm sure the folks in this audience know that, we do have a racial equity plan. I think we're unique in that way, where we have a racial equity plan and a climate action plan, and we're implementing both. And actually, when I speak, I talk about the racial equity plan before I talk about the CCAP. So that's a tool that we need to use. And thanks to residents and the Environmental Commission, we have the Environmental Commission provided 4 recommendations to develop equity indicators to indicate whether we're making progress on environmental justice, our environmental justice goals that are identified in the racial equity plan. So I think, I'm excited about what the city of Dallas, I'm excited about the city of Dallas's future. We have a strong, advocacy in terms of residents. Mr. McGill, Commissioner DeRoe, Chair Bazan, they're not getting paid, but they're up here, they're everywhere. I mean, you see them all around the city on any day of the week. Not every city has that, advocating for our residents. And at the same time, you have current council, who's committed to the CCAP and the racial equity plan. And you definitely have a city manager who's doing the same. So at least I'm excited. We just have to keep having conversations with each other, partnering with each other, making sure that we listen to each other and really communicate versus talking to folks.
So you mentioned advocacy. Advocacy is such a powerful tool. Grassroots community advocacy is an incredibly powerful tool for some of these communities. So I would like to ask you all, what can other supporters, people who want to support a community, but who don't live in that community, what can they do to best support you and your efforts?
Thank you. That's a great question to end, but just before I respond to the question, I would like to just acknowledge that leadership means a lot in anything, but particularly in the environmental justice business. And we've had a sea change in leadership. From the national EPA to District 6 with Dr. Nance, to the local level, and you have this brother Carlos Evans is sitting here. And you have a chair of commission and a commissioner. This is the kind of leadership that supports the kind of change that needs to happen, should have happened in Dallas, never should have happened in Dallas years ago. So an acknowledgement of things ain't the way they used to be. And there is hope. But we have to support this leadership. We have to not just kind of let stuff go by. We have to be active in our support. We have to be vocal in our support. So I just wanted to acknowledge that it ain't the way it used to be at the federal level and at the local level. It's just not. But what can you do? the very first items I think that I would list would be a clear and vocal commitment to equity. Now, that concept to me means that everyone who is entitled to receive a share may not get the same share. Equity means that we have a deficit somewhere and we've got to use the resources that we have, meaning budgets, to address those deficits. And that means that some folk who are entitled to an allocation of resources from budgets, they're not going to get an equal share. That's a hard concept to sell, and particularly to a taxpayer who says, hey, you didn't reduce my taxes. A clear and vocal commitment to equity, to address environmental and justice issues, I think all of you can do. And it has to be a consistent message. Of course, we always want to encourage volunteers. We'd love to have your money. If you want to donate, we'd never turn a check down. But if you want to volunteer, there are many organizations, ours included, that welcome volunteers, solicit volunteers. And lastly, I would urge you to go to the EPA website and put in lane plating Superfund site and pull down the latest health risk assessment report. Now, it's 149 pages. Forget about that. It's a lot of charts and scientific jargon. And the things that you want to look for is, what did they find? Well, they found hexavalent chromium, arsenic, lead, just a bunch of really, really nasty stuff. Maybe you would have enough time to read portions of the report and write Alan a comment about it, which I would gladly incorporate it into a report that will be part of the public record. That's what I would urge each and every one to do. Thank you.
And we have just 2 minutes, so we're going to wrap up with Commissioner Giroux. Go ahead.
I just recommend everyone do your research. Research is powerful. Just research, like he say, Google lane plating. Do your research in the community. And I just want to ask this one question. How many people in this room know where Jopley is? Okay, that's good. And do you know because you've been there, or do you know because you heard of it? Do you know if you've been there? Raise your hand if you've been there. Okay, that's a good number. And raise your hand if you know about Jopley because you read about Jopley. Awesome, that's good too. So this kind of data that just with the hand raising showed that y'all are doing the work because y'all know about it. So continue to learn about the communities, the face-line communities that face these issues. Go to those communities, those neighborhood associations, volunteer. If you're a nurse, go to them and say, well, I'm a nurse. What medical research y'all need to write a grant, or what medical advice I can come and give to your community. These are the type of outside entities, initiatives that a lot of people in this room might can be a part of in environmental justice, environmental policies, and anything. Take your skill that you have. I don't have a skill in the environment. Why I'm passionate about environment? I live there. So I got the credentials because I live there. Do I have a degree in environment? Do I have a degree in toxinology? Do I have a degree in none of that? No. But I do have a degree in living in it. And I graduate every day. When I go out and the air is dusty, the emissions from the trucks, the train running 24 hours a day. And don't get me started about the roofing company that releases the emissions from their building in the middle of the night because they think my community is asleep, but you know, people come out at night. So, and so I don't think I recommend is that people who don't live in these areas, get involved in them. Do your research. Go talk to the people. On your weekends, ride out there. Let me go out here and see, you know. Let me go, what I told my commission one night at one of our meetings, I told them, I said, come go to my grocery store. Next week, when you go get your groceries, don't go to your grocery store. Come go to my grocery store. And then write me a letter and tell me your experience, okay? So, I just recommend everybody is doing their part. If you work in the medical field, you work at the EPA, you work at any entity that you can give back to any community that you do not live in, do it. Do it. And that's what I recommend. Just be a part. Just be a part of the community. Use your skills. Listen to the community story and use your skills for a resolution.
And on just a final note on that, I'll wrap it up by saying there's a very, very big difference in amplifying a community's voice and sharing that community's perspective and speaking for that community. Those are two very different things. And in your advocacy and in your support, make sure that you're amplifying the voices of that community and not speaking for that community. Thank you all for your time this afternoon, for joining us to have this impactful discussion. We are going to switch over to our next panel, but please join me in thanking our guests this afternoon.
Will I be able to see anybody? I can see the chairs, yeah. Thanks. Adele Houghton.
Good afternoon. I think we're still waiting for some people to return from the walking tour, but we're going to get started just due to time and our agenda. So I'd like to welcome Dr. Afalabi for the environmental health panel. She will be joined by Adele Houghton via Teams, and also Dr. Barry Lockman. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Sade Afalabi. I'm a pediatric pulmonologist in the city. I work at Children's Medical Center Dallas. I'd like to introduce you to Barry Lockman. He is a pediatrician with over 50 years of experience in providing care and advocacy for the underserved. He served as a managed care medical director for over 25 years, and he's been nationally recognized for his leadership in the management of asthma and preterm birth prevention. He has served as president and chair of the clinical committee of the Texas Asthma Coalition and has been an active member in the American Academy of Pediatrics, specifically working in the Asthma Patient Care Medical Home Project. Adele Houghton is a licensed architect and president of BioSitu, a strategic consulting company dedicated to leveraging environmental sustainability to enhance community health. She has also received her MPH in Public Health Informatics from Johns Hopkins Bloomberg School of Public Health, and she has served as a project manager for the Green Guide for Healthcare, a toolkit tailored to the healthcare environment. She lectures widely across the country and has numerous publications in environmental health journals. She was identified as one of the 20 who are making a difference in the healthcare industry by Healthcare Design in 2008. So to start off, I'd like to ask both of you, I'd start off with Dr. Lockman. Tell us a bit more about your background and your health experience and areas of passion in environmental health.
So when I was at Parkland and the medical director of the Medicaid HMO, well, actually it goes back a lot further than that. So when I was a resident in Rochester, New York, way back in 1971, I saw a patient in the emergency room, and because lead was a problem, I got a lead level on that patient. And it came back high enough that this child was at risk for seizures. It was sky high. And it was a Friday afternoon at 4 o'clock, and I couldn't get a public health nurse to go out and visit. So on Saturday morning, this naive intern was roaming around the inner city of Rochester, New York, and of course a white guy in that community on a Saturday morning was either in law enforcement or bill collection, and nobody was going to tell him anything. So I started leaving my name around, and patient Madden did contact me on Monday. And by the way, the house when I went to it was boarded up, they weren't there. Monday, and we hospitalized the child, and then the lead levels started creeping back up again. We needed to figure out whether it was the lead burden in the child that was just leaching out into the blood. What we found out was a new exposure. And the reason for the new exposure was that the city, which owned their house, had taken the lead off, and this is the city of Rochester, New York now, not Dallas, had taken the lead out of the apartment, but not in the hallways, and so the child was getting it in the stairwell. So we asked the city to clean it up, and the city said, no, we're going to tear the property down in 6 months. So I went out and got them a legal services lawyer. We sued the city. The city turned around and called me up, the director of housing, and said, Dr. Lackman, why are you suing us? I said, I'm not, my patient is, and here's why. And the response of the housing director was, that's horrifying, we should not be doing that. And he called me back 2 days later and said, we have put the mother and your mother and her family into a brand new 3-bedroom house. So we turned things around, mom started coming in. The family was what we call social determinants of health now. Absolute disaster. And she had 7 sons, 6 sons, they had all been in jail, and her great source of pride was that none of them had been in the maximum security prison. At the end of the time, when I was about to leave, she came to me and said, Dr. Lasky, I understand you're leaving. I said, yeah, I'm going to Seattle to finish my residency and do my fellowship. And she said, I'm going to miss you. I said, thank you. She said, I need to tell you something. I said, what's that? She said, before I met you, I had never kept an appointment with anybody in my life. When you went and got my family that house, you showed how much you cared. And I decided that I was going to do whatever you wanted. That's the kind of empathy to build relationships that we really need to turn things around. That's kind of the lesson. So we fast forward a large number of years that I'm in Dallas at Parkland, and I'm all worked up in asthma. I'm doing home visits on the asthmatics that I have a vendor that's doing. I have a great predictive model from the Parkland Center for Clinical Innovation. And we have a tremendous asset, by the way, in PCCI. The best data analysis in the US and probably in the world is right here in Dallas. They're doing amazing work. So at any rate, I decided that I want to extend my program to the schools, but I want to do a pilot where there are a large number of asthmatics. So I go back and say, look at my data and tell me among my 200,000, 190,000 children who are members of the health plan, where I have a concentration of them so I can put a pilot program in. Tell me geographically. So they do a little geographical analysis. Project with the schools never takes off. We couldn't find the funding. A little bit later, I start wondering, what's my denominator? How many members do I have there? I find 3 zip codes in South Dallas. You've heard about one of them today because we talked about the Fair Park area. 75217, 75216, 75217, 75211. Prevalence of severe asthma, high risk, in some cases 70% likelihood that that child will wind up in the emergency room or admitted. 75216, 13.3%, 75217, 12.5, I believe, and 75211, 10.3. Severe asthma, supposed to be 3%. What's going around? We go back to the famous study in the literature, inner city asthma study done in the late 90s. Dallas was one of the sites. Our indoor air humidity, 58%. Indoor air humidity in the other 7 cities, below 30%. Why does Dallas have twice the prevalence? Bad air conditioning leaks in the walls. It reaches back to the housing code. We need to change the housing code to allow enforcement. We changed the housing code in Dallas. It hasn't happened because there are flaws in the enforcement. The way the enforcement division is trying to do it, they don't know where to concentrate. But there's an example of an environmental impact that we can make that will have a tremendous effect on children. At that, I'm going to stop because we'll let other folks talk.
That's really interesting, and PCCI has a lot of great data. They actually now on the City of Dallas Health Department website actually have a pediatric asthma indicator, which is really interesting to look at if you ever have any time. And Ms. Houghton, I wanted to know a little bit about where your interests come from, where your passion comes from in your experience.
Sure, thanks. Can you all hear me okay? Perfect? Okay, great, thanks. I'm so pleased to be with you guys. I'm so sorry that I'm not there in person today. I'm actually from Houston, so I'm nearby, but I'm in Boston today. And my background and the bio that was read is a little bit old. I actually don't work for the Green Guide for Healthcare anymore, but it's a good segue because that is where the connection with public health came in. So I'm a traditionally educated architect. We don't learn about public health in architecture school. I made it through 8 years of schooling and all of the training to get my license and went out pretty early on in the green building industry to be a green building consultant, and found that I was sort of frustrated that in spite of the fact that we were trying to design green buildings, and now I would say more recently healthy buildings, with the idea that it's responsive to its context, that the way that those green building systems are set up does not ask you to do the kind of site assessment that would actually give you the information about the neighborhood that, for example, was just shared about Rochester or Dallas, right? And when I was working at the Green Guide for Healthcare, that was the first green building rating system in the US to have a health-based approach to it. So we actually used the evidence at the time from the epidemiological literature to understand, you know, what did we know about green building practices and how they could have a health benefit, either to people inside the hospital or in the surrounding neighborhood or in the global community. If you think about, say, environmental justice issues around recycling or resource extraction or, you know, industrial materials and how they are produced. And through that process, as I was watching hospitals, and I believe we had several actually in the Dallas area, taking our program and trying it out, and first being sort of skeptical about, you know, why does environmental sustainability not have anything to do with our mission to provide health and healing for our patients? But then, you know, reading the literature that we provided with the tool, and then watching and seeing that in fact they were seeing reduced length of stay with patients, they were seeing nurse retention increase, and beginning to think, okay, well, if this really is having a positive impact on our you know, patients and within our campus, we're actually seeing this explosion. This is back around 2005 to 2008. An explosion of chronic disease patients, and it was so dramatic that in fact a lot of health systems changed their business models away from really focusing on acute care and more towards managing chronic disease, and particularly things like obesity and diabetes and to some extent asthma. And so I was kind of living this experience through the eyes of these pilots, and that's how I learned about the underlying environmental and social determinants of health. And that's what the doctor was just talking about, that this idea that where you live and where you work influence, they create a context that impacts you, whether it's over your lifespan or if it's in an acute exposure to some sort of chemical or difficulty, say crossing the street and you get run over, right? That's a health event. And that there are ways that we can design the environment so that we are reducing exposures to either immediate health impacts or longer term barriers to living a healthy life. And there are also things that we can do that can make it the obvious choice that you would want to walk to the store. I'm here in Cambridge, Massachusetts right now, and the difference between Houston and walkability is just kind of incredible, you know? So I spend a whole lot more time outdoors when I'm in Cambridge than when I'm in Houston, and I live in the middle of Houston and Montrose, so I actually have, you know, probably live in the most walkable part of the city, but even so, there's so many barriers to living your life in a walking centric sort of way there, and it's the default here. So there are things that I learned through that process, that there are things that can be done, not just at the neighborhood scale, but actually, in fact, how you design a building and to the point about how you operate that building that can reduce those exposures to negative environmental effects and also increase the default choice being positive. And the place where I really kind of the intersection of where I work is climate change, because there's so much effort and money that goes into the question of how can we make buildings use less energy and less fossil fuels, because buildings are responsible for 40% of global greenhouse gas emissions every year. So if we can reduce that burden on the electrical grid through the building design, that would make a huge impact. What I try to do is kind of take that conversation and flip it on its head, because, you know, I know a lot of the conversation today is going to be about air pollution, and the ambient air pollution is produced in the same way that those fossil fuels are produced that we're trying to address with buildings. And so if we can actually think of climate change as both an issue that we can address through building design as something that we're going to stop being the cause of it, and also we are the place, buildings are the place where people find refuge during climatic events, and they have a lot to do with the extent to which people need to use cars and trucks to drive around, and that's where you're creating the majority of the traffic-related air pollution that is where people are being exposed in most parts of the US. And so that's kind of my intersection where I've been working the past 15 to 20 years, is sort of trying to kind of bring together conversations around climate change and health in the public health world, along with conversations about climate change and environmental sustainability in the building world.
So I'm going to skip some of my questions because I think we're talking to the choir here, and I think everyone understands that there's health effects of pollution. But one specific question that I have is, as professionals in these realms, how can we take our expertise to the community to serve our communities better? And we oftentimes, to be quite honest, don't live in those communities as well. So what are the things that we can do to reach out to those communities where they live in those communities and truly serve them and hear the feedback from what they need as well? How can we meet that intersection? And I was going to start with Dr. Love.
As part of my training, I got involved starting in the North Philadelphia. I actually did live in the North Philadelphia community that I started in. And my interest in inner city adolescence really started by this suburban kid playing basketball in North Philadelphia in the 1960s on the playground with kids, and discovering that all my stereotypes were wrong. And that, I needed to reevaluate. And I then got involved in community organization in North Philadelphia. One of my great sources of non-professional pride is that Frank Rizzo, the police commissioner of Philadelphia at the time, later mayor, tried to get me kicked out of medical school for organizing a vertical demonstration against the cutback on health care. But I really began working with community people, and then I did formal training as a community organizer with the IAF. I came back from the 10-day training that I did a number of years ago in Chicago, realizing that for a long time I had done it, and that I needed to follow that Solowinski IAF methodology. You start with the one-on-ones, get to know people. Then you build the small groups of people with affinities, and then you take the larger meeting. We had a discussion before talking about this idea of community engagement and a community meeting when two people show up. Well, that's two one-on-ones. Here's the start of actually building a successful methodology, because those two people showed up because they were interested enough and had enough righteous anger to want to do something. That's where we really start. And then we need the impetus to build things. And that means, to the point that was made by Mr. Gill in the last one, having respect for the opinions of people. I had another discussion with the patient, Dr. Lackman, you know more about my child than I do. No, Mom, that's not possible. You spend 24 hours a day, 7 days a week with your child. I spend 15 minutes every 4 months. No way I can know as much as you. I know more about the science, you know more about the child. We're a great team. What have I done? I've shown respect. And that respect for people is key to us building and realizing the limits of the knowledge that we have as professionals, and honoring the wisdom that people have that live in communities about their lives and the realities they face.
Yeah, I agree. I start my clinic visits where you are the expert in your child. I may be sort of an expert in other things, but you're the expert in your child. And so bringing that to a community level to help serve communities, that was priceless, to be quite honest. And Mrs. Hoffman, I keep saying your name wrong, I apologize. What are some things that you have been able to do to bring your expertise to the community level?
Sure, I love that question. I think it's something that professionals working in the built environment space could really learn from and really spend more time with the communities that they build projects for. And I would expand that out to transportation and like city engineering departments as well. One thing that I have found, and I have worked in both sides, you know, as in the green building, you know, as part of the development team, and also running health impact assessments on very much in the public health realm. That in addition to the, that in addition to the one-on-one and slowly building trust within a community, that what I found is actually a lot of the time it's helpful to use a specific event or policy or proposal to kind of galvanize excitement or anger or interest from a wide variety of community-based organizations, because that can bring a wider coalition who have different social networks and maybe different political networks that they could bring to bear. One example, I ran a health impact assessment in Houston a few years ago that was kind of part of this umbrella of 30 community-based organizations that were opposed to the expansion of the I-45 freeway, which y'all might have even heard about up here. It's been a big deal in the news. It's called the North Houston Highway Improvement Project, NHIP. And that was really helpful because we were able to kind of bring together both different groups of people who are more interested in, say, the mom and pop stores and businesses that were going to be displaced by the expansion of the freeway, along with the schools that were right along the freeway. And that was where we did our health impact assessment to understand what's the impact on the health of the children in the schools right now from this freeway, and then what would happen if it becomes literally at their front door, right? It's expanded, we're all the way into their campus essentially. We were able to bring in expertise on air quality as well as expertise on the difficulty that children were already having crossing the freeway from their home, walking to school and back, and how dangerous that was. And so it turned into a bigger issue, like some people care more about flooding in Houston, and expanding the freeway was expanding the impervious surface, and that was increasing the risk of flooding. And so it made it possible to take this single proposed project, and leverage a bunch of community-based organizations whose staff might know each other, but maybe whose membership had not met each other before, and maybe there were barriers there on racial lines, on socioeconomic lines, on Houston's pretty segregated, you know, living in different neighborhoods, but be able to bring them together because of this umbrella topic. And I think that through that process, there has actually kind of come out of that a longer term conversation that has begun to, I think, raise environmental justice questions that maybe the kind of higher income white community wasn't aware of before, and now are more invested in, because they were able to kind of see it through a prism that was very real to them, which was this individual project. And likewise, my hope is that as we begun to kind of follow through with the things that we said we were going to do when we were doing the project ourselves, we were able to begin to build bridges and increase trust within communities that have been historically disadvantaged and frankly, you know, maybe not been told the truth all the time, and have reason for skepticism when people who look like me, you know, begin to, you know, facilitate conversations around things like health impacts and how their school might be improved in order to make it safer for their children.
So this actually wasn't one of the questions, so if I catch you off guard, I apologize. But one thing that I'm really interested in and want to know a little bit more about is, you know, you talked about coalescing groups around a single project and kind of having people do different types of assessments. And one thing that I always worry about is experimentation we are getting the data with the community and not getting the data for the community. And we're not turning the community into an experiment, essentially. Dr. Watson, do you have any?
Yeah, I started with school-based healthcare in Baltimore right after Hopkins did a very exploitative study from the School of Public Health, and it was impossible to get anything into the schools. And so I had felt the pain of that, and yet when you go on the side of those who want to know what the impact is, you've got to have the data to support the improvement. First of all, I think building that effort by collaborating with the community around concerns the community has. One of the things I discovered early on was, even if it's not your biggest interest, start where the community people are, and then they will be happy to work on the things you have priority on, often later recognizing that they have bigger impact than what they were originally concerned about. Sometimes not, sometimes they were right. It was theirs was the bigger piece. But you have to start where people are rather than trying to impose the values and the insight that you have on people. So that's a part of those conversations about one-on-one. The great question is, what is it that we can make an impact on that keeps you awake at night? And that's the really good, the good starting point. And then you build into the relationships. And it is about relationships. It's about building trust. It's about letting people know that despite where you come from, where you live, you are on the same wavelength, and that this is an opportunity to work together. I've organized in 6 cities in my life, Dallas being the 6th one. We have the biggest burden of racial distrust in this city of the 6 cities I've been in. And if you want to know why, as somebody said, you read the accommodation, you look at what happened down in Fair Park, you realize all the history of broken promises. You realize the way that leaders in the African American community particularly were intimidated by the banks and power structure. You realize, as somebody said, how different it is now, and we have an opportunity to change that. This is not about a cultural battle that's driven by political ideology. Unless we recognize the past and what we have done wrong, there is no way to fix it. It's not about blame. It's about recognizing where we are. It's about generating the energy to change things.
Excellent. Yes, it's about listening to the people and serving them where they're at. And Ms. Halton, do you have any input or any insight regarding that as well?
Sure, yeah, I agree with that 100%. And I'm actually just finishing up my dissertation at the moment. I'm getting a doctorate in public health at Harvard. And my dissertation actually, to answer your question about where do we get the data, it brings together neighborhood scale, that's for those of you who do spatial analysis, census tract scale data from the CDC. There's a database called Places that has something like 30 or 40 indicators that are estimates of community health topics, behavioral health, as well as community health outcomes like asthma and cancer and things like that. It also brings together data from the FEMA risk index, which also is at the census tract level, looks at risk to heat, flooding, etc. And then there are a number of other vulnerability indices, like the social vulnerability index through the CDC, and then there's the EPA EnviroAtlas. And so I bring, and then of course there's the US Census. And so I bring together all this information and kind of categorize it as social determinants of health. In other words, a combination of, do you have a high percentage of population in that census tract that is very young or very elderly, is living in poverty, is this a very high minority population, other, kind of indicators of populations that tend to have be more susceptible to negative health outcomes when they're exposed to, environmental conditions. And then it looks at those community health indicators of obesity, diabetes, cancer, asthma, mental health, etc. And then it looks at the FEMA risk index and other things like the FEMA flood maps and the heat vulnerability index to see, combining all of that information together, what are the top, say, 3 to 5 environmental health concerns for that census tract. And again, I work in built environment, and so the focus of my dissertation has been specific real estate projects that are proposed in a neighborhood. And so there, in most jurisdictions across the US, there is a public engagement process that happens for proposed real estate projects that are larger than a certain square footage. And so a lot of the burden that tends to fall on the community to say, living in that neighborhood, to say, these are the concerns that we have, and we're going to have to go and sort of advocate on behalf of ourselves and our families to try and influence this project. And a lot of the time, that conversation is sort of antagonistic. And what I've been doing with my dissertation is taking this information that I just described and sharing it with 3 different stakeholder groups separately first. So with the community, so the community has a time to look at it and to edit it and to say, you know what, actually, this isn't the issue in our neighborhood. In fact, that happened in one of the pilot sites was air pollution didn't come up as a high concern in my nationally represented data sets, but that neighborhood had been doing monitoring themselves, and so we actually changed the diagram there in front of them as part of the building trust for the community piece to say, this is the beginning, the data is the beginning, but you're the experts. And so tell us what's wrong about this neighborhood data. But the good thing about it is because it's so comprehensive, it reminds people of some of the things that they maybe weren't thinking of when they walked in the door. And the thing that they were really freaked out about was that their kid had just come home with an asthma attack that day, and they weren't thinking about the issues around mold or around the issues around flooding or the issues around extreme heat, right? And so it kind of provides both a place for that kind of opportunity for the community to kind of take control of the data, and also allows for some structure in having that conversation. And after having that same conversation with all 3 of the groups separately, we bring them together and help them find alignment around what would be the best use of this property in this neighborhood for this 3 sets of stakeholders. That's the community, the developer, and the local government. And we found it to be quite helpful and productive. And in fact, one of the outcomes of it is a set of talking points that we create with the community that they can then use to advocate on their behalf of their issues that they care about, whether they have anything to do with the built environment or not. They now have that data that they can build on and those talking points that we created. And now they have a group of people that they can work with that are from non-traditional partners that can allow them to triangulate when they're trying to make their case, say, in front of city council. So that has been, it's very much of a pilot, but it's something that has gotten good initial responses from the people who participated in it.
That sounds excellent. Taking really big data and bringing it down to the census level, and then taking it to the communities and getting that feedback from them, and really talking to the experts with their communities as well.
I have a way of kind of conceptualizing that I got from actually the guy who was our data guy at the health plan department pointed out to me that, and I'm going to use specific health data to prove the point here, that if you look at what was in the electronic health record, as he put it, it's a mile deep and an inch wide, because you have no idea about anything that happens outside your immediate system. So it's only an inch wide. But there's tremendously detailed data about the health records of any one person. When you look at the data we were dealing with in the health plan, it was a mile wide. We knew every time somebody went into the the ER, and probably their diagnosis and what meds they were given. But if the patient had high blood pressure, we have no idea what that blood pressure was because it's not in health claims data. When you bring them together, the point that I made with them is you create big data. The problem with that is, in the case where I'm the doctor waiting to see the patient, or I'm the community group that's trying to make a point, I'm looking for the pearl in the ocean. And the trick in the data is the type of stuff that we're trying to get is to discover what those pearls were and make them available to the community so they can make it to prove their point that this really is a factor.
So it sounds to me like the kind of final conclusion of what this means and what it means to be somebody who works in the health and environmental health realm is that we really need to take ourselves to those communities. We take our expertise, we take those pearls that we do know, and we take it to the community, we get our information, we get our feedback, we find out what's truly going on and what's truly happening from those people on the ground at the community. And it sounds like we really need to reach out more and more kind of impactful ways to the community and do those one-on-one, face-to-face interactions.
Can I just add to that?
Of course.
We also need to compensate the community for their participation. If you think about it, and again, I come from the built environment realm, but when you go to a public meeting about a real estate development, the only people who are not being paid for their time are the community members. And they're being asked, the burden is entirely on them to show up, to have their talking points ready, and to make a case for why something should happen differently from what is being proposed by people who are being paid to be there. And that's just fundamentally problematic in lots of ways. And so I just wanted to share that.
It's great insight and great input. So I think this is the end of our time. Yeah, I would love to take questions from the audience if there are any questions on the screen.
I was afraid of being everybody speechless.
Thank you very much. I thought that you both raised some really intriguing, all three of you, questions for me to walk away with, which I love, as opposed to just having answers. But one of the things that I'm most intrigued about is this connection with ethics and community, compensating community members. If you're in academia, of course, most of this is regulated by the IRB. When you work community side, there really are not, to my knowledge, any sort of concerted efforts or guidebooks for how to do that. And every time I raise the issue, it just sort of dwindles in terms of the massive amounts of other agenda items within this space. So I'm curious if any of you have any comments in terms of or direction for how this might become strategically a priority as we move forward to do community-based work. Thank you.
I will say my one input is that I think that we need, so the main purpose of doing this is to get information to our communities, right? To get really good, solid information and call it that data to our communities. But what happens with most of this data, we try to publish. So I think we really do need to take this to those, make sure that we have high quality publications that insist that we do rigorous, ethical research. Now, how do we do that? I don't know. And I don't know if you two have more experience with this or more insight into it. I know putting it on all of the burden on journals is challenging because there's so many predatory journals. And we just have to get rid of them. I think we need to talk to the NIH about getting rid of them. But I don't have a great answer.
I think one of the tests about doing ethical research, and the Hopkins example I gave before is a great example, is it wasn't what they did, it was, number one, the research they did was an embarrassment to the community rather than improving the community, number one. And number two, afterwards, they walked away and went on to the next project. If you're not there to stay, you're doing the wrong thing. You're not the right community, and you're not showing the love and concern we need to have for the communities.
And I would just add that, I mean, again, I'm not exactly sure who's in the room, so I'm going to spout out something and it might just be like, whoo, go over the head. But there's a whole kind of literature around how do you create a community-based participatory research framework, and how do you implement it. And there's a big part of it has to do with governance. And the governance being that there are community members who are at the same level as the researcher, whether the researcher is from academia or from a community-based organization, and that there's a compensation piece to it that is part of that equity. So if you're interested in kind of like literally how do you do this, there are toolkits about how do you set up a community-based participatory research approach. The thing I put into the chat, I have found to be really useful and quite applicable, at least in the work that I do, is called the Greater Boston Anti-Displacement Toolkit. And it comes from a participatory action research or community-based participatory action research kind of approach. But what's nice about it, the website is greaterbostontoolkit.org, is that it's so practical, and the way that it walks you through how do you actually kind of set up each phase of what you're doing. And it's focused on gentrification and displacement in certain neighborhoods in Boston, but it's easily transferable to any project or any topic that the neighborhood or that the community is interested in. So I think that's a specific tool, and I'll go in and look for the other one, Duke or UNC, this specific, how do you set up a community-based participatory action kind of approach. You don't have to be part of an academic research institution to do that. I agree that I think IRB is a great thing, but it's not necessary.
Thank you very much to our environmental health panelists. If we can give them a round of applause. So now we will have about a 15-minute break. There's some snacks outside if you're hungry. And then we'll come back for our last panel on resilient built environment and the Dallas's Whole Home program. Thank you.
The wind outside, though, is a little brisk. It's nice, but yeah, there you go.
It's been a while since I called here for the touch base. I'm used to it for Okay. He was bragging about it. I'm sure they could use the residential program if we were to see sustainability. We have a one-person show ski, similar, I think.
I think speaking honestly about
afraid you're that's a big upgrade. The low profile. You guys looked at fleet electrification? Yes, transmission upgrade. Luckily, Rocky Mountain. One of the things that we look at, so we're doing around the solar program, which you don't want to oversize the system. So really, most efficiency,
So we were 5 divisions, and then he was just down to 4
we were talking starting with energy efficiency first.
We still have the Audubon Center. We're going to recertify.
It helps with taking all off their work. It's probably the same.
Next to a smoking plant, neighborhood called Cadillac Heights. Smoking plant neighborhood. So it's kind of crazy. It's going to be hard.
We're called. Is that what I'm sure I could track this out.
Yeah, that was after.
I just realized that.
The contractor will arrange for yeah, I don't know how many years.
Thank you all for staying for our last panel. It is on the resilient built environment and whole home. Our moderator is Far Andrews with the Office of Environmental Quality and Sustainability, and she will introduce her panelists. Thank you.
So first we're going to kick it off with a little intro video for our new Whole Home program.
When you own a house, your priority is to protect your whole home investment and your family's well-being. No matter where you live, climate change has led to an increase in both the frequency and severity of extreme weather events. Consider the storms, floods, heat waves, and cooler temperatures we've been experiencing in Dallas. These extreme weather shifts make residential structures vulnerable by impacting their stability and condition. This may affect a home's safety, thermal comfort, energy consumption, utility costs, and the environment. A safe and healthy home is essential for all people. Yet, it is even more crucial for children, the elderly, and people with chronic illnesses, because their health is greatly affected by their living conditions. The good news is that the City of Dallas can help make your home healthier and more resilient with the Whole Home Dallas program. Whole Home Dallas is designed to educate and facilitate access to resources that can help with weatherization, energy efficiency, and renewable energy opportunities. Resources include programs that can weatherize your home to keep the outside elements out, can make your home more energy efficient, and can provide renewable energy options. These home improvements can help lower utility costs and use fewer natural resources. Many financial assistance programs, rebates, and tax incentives are available to Dallas residents. Some programs may be free if you qualify. Visit wholehomedallas.com today to learn more.
So good afternoon. I am Far Andrews. I'm the Senior Climate Coordinator here at the City of Dallas, where my primary role is planning and implementation of the city's CCAP plan. First, I'd like to thank all of you real climate heroes for hanging around for this last panel discussion. It will be very exciting. So the CCAP plan is now in its third year of implementation, and as our Councilmember Schultz said in her opening remarks, we're trying to build on the success of previous years. The little video you saw earlier introduced our new program, which is called Whole Home Dallas, which we launched in February. Media response, residents' response, all overwhelmingly positive for this program. Has such a great potential to connect residents in Dallas to services to help them make the necessary upgrades to their home so they can be more resilient and more equipped to handle extreme weather events. As we know, much of Dallas's housing stock is older, particularly in our historically disadvantaged communities, where homes can be more vulnerable to extreme weather. That's why it's really critical that we focus on weatherizing homes, making them more energy efficiency, and advancing renewable energy options like solar. So I assembled this very impressive panel of subject matter experts today to discuss the benefits and challenges of existing public and private sector weatherization, energy efficiency, and renewable energy resources. Joining us today to my left, Michael Martin, who's president of M&M Solar Advisory. He's been in a solar energy field since 2010, after 20 plus years in information technology. His passion for helping companies who seek to adopt high-value solutions that enhance their positions as market and community leaders. Now Michael directs his energy to serve early adopters of solar. Next we have Dr. Rick Jones, who is an assistant professor in the IMSE. I'll look that up. That's the Industrial and Manufacturing Systems Engineering Department at the University of Texas at Arlington, and the founder and director of the Sustainable and Equitable Allocation of Resources. He spent several years working in design manufacturing, oil and gas, and HVAC industry. His experience motivated him to pursue research that can enhance the quality of life and improve access to resources and economic opportunities, particularly in those communities that lack the physical infrastructure or economic resources. Next, we have Carl Brown, who is the Senior Program Manager at Encore. Carl holds a BBA from the University of North Texas, and where he started his career 38 years ago with Encore. And in the last 16 years in energy efficiency, Carl is responsible for managing multiple residential energy efficiency programs with an annual budget of over $10 million. Last but not least, we have Laura Erickson, who's the Assistant Director in the City of Dallas's Housing and Neighborhood Revitalization Department. And he has served in that department since 2019. Thor approaches his work from a community-first mindset, uses data and historical information to really guide his work. In his role, Thor oversees and manages the neighborhood revitalization body of work that encompasses the housing preservation, home buyers assistance, strategy and data teams, and neighborhood projects. So, without any further delay, we'll just dive right into our conversation. I think we'll start with you, Dr. Jones. So, energy burdens, high energy burdens are often correlated with economic hardships as well as negative health impacts. What key issues should we be thinking about regarding reducing high energy burdens for low and moderate income families? And what types of actions should North Texas communities be embracing?
Hello. So there's a variety of angles that you can think about the energy burden, energy poverty aspect for households in particular. When you're renting, you have very little choice in energy upgrades for your home. You can't weatherize it, it's not your house. The appliances they come with, refrigerators, dishwashers, etc., usually they're not yours either. So in that aspect, encouraging, so that's they give you the split incentive. What does the landlord want and what does the renter want? Encouraging landlords to improve their homes through various programs, that's one aspect. The other aspect is homeowners. The whole home initiative that Dallas has is good. It tackles two aspects that increase costs, especially for low and moderate income homes. Their houses are leaky. A lot of air comes in, a lot of air comes out. It's terrible for HVAC. Your AC runs longer in the summer, your heating runs longer in the winter, jacks up your bills. Weatherization is a fix for that. Having programs that reduce the cost, that's step one. And there's energy efficiency. Their appliances are older, they're not as efficient, not as good. And finding ways to either subsidize that or just let people know that things that are cheaper and better exist, like LED lights. That was a huge push for the last decade or so. It saves a ton of money, energy is better. So those are the two areas, weatherization, energy efficiency, and then finding a way to bridge the split incentive between renters and landlords.
Great, thank you. So next question I have here is for Carl. So Encore programs provide a wide range of services like weatherization and energy efficiency upgrades. They are key to making Dallas homes more resilient. Can you talk a little bit about the Encore programs that support the development of sustainable and resilient communities?
Sure, I'd be glad to.
How's that? Better? Okay. Be glad to. Thanks again for the opportunity. And I'll start off by saying, those of you that aren't familiar with Encore, we are the Bolts and Wires company. Back in 2000, when deregulation happened, we were responsible for starting and maintaining several energy efficiency programs for all of our customers, including residential, as well as those that we classify as hard to reach. So we do weatherization efforts incentives for Energy Star and heating and cooling upgrades for the home. And we do this across several different programs. Those that are for the non-income challenged customer, we have programs for that. We also have the same programs for the income challenged customer, as well as we give a significant portion of our budget that we manage to participating TDHCA organizations, including the one that serves Dallas County, to do weatherization efforts through Dallas County, and the members are the citizens that make application through that program. Just a quick show of hands, is most everyone from this area lives in this geographic area? So before today, did y'all know that Encore had energy efficiency programs that you can leverage by reducing your out-of-pocket cost to make energy efficient upgrades to your home? It's the best kept secret in the marketplace, not on purpose. Encore is not allowed to advertise these programs. Of course, we have a website, takealoadofftexas.com. That's where you can participate. Any customer can that is Encore served, and that just means that you have an Encore meter on your home to do that. These incentives that we manage are literally part of your electric bill. So you owe it to yourself as well as any customer or your friends, family that you know, to take advantage of these programs. And these programs literally will reduce the out-of-pocket cost. And then in some cases, depending on the upgrade of efficiency install that you're looking at, particularly weatherization and sometimes insulation, very little cost to the income qualified customer that we are serving. And we have a network of contractors that you would contact to have these services applied to your particular home. Obviously, we have commercial also, but this is focused on residential. We also have a very vibrant retail products program that allows the customer to go buy at a point of sale appliances and other devices that reduce the electricity load in your home. And you can purchase those through the online portal that is provided through Take a Load Off Texas. Finally, we have next time you're at Costco, Home Depot, Walmart, Dollar Tree, look for the Encore buy-down incentives that we have for LED lights. And so you can literally, without anything more than purchasing the bulbs at a lower price, participate in the programs that we administer through these various retail locations that you can also find the ones that are listed on our website.
Great, thank you, Carl. So you guys heard it here, best kept secret. Actually, we're trying to make that the worst kept secret. It's one of the featured services on our Whole Home Dallas website. So trying to help get the word out about that. Next question, I'm going to come right over to you, Michael. So distributed solar programs have huge potential benefits for residents, cities, and for combating climate change. Can you expand on these benefits and next steps that could help Dallas with a clean energy transition?
Sure, thank you. The thing I like about what Carl was just talking about is Take a Load Off Texas, and my work is focused on distributed solar, meaning solar on buildings versus out in West Texas, where by the way. We've done incredible things in the state. So in that regard, we are a leader in our state, but at a local level, an opportunity we have with your homes, buildings that you go to for your work, or buildings that you know, not a lot yet has happened there. So we've got this giant opportunity. And talk about taking a load off Texas, right? The more distributed power we have, and it makes the life easier for the guys trying to get all the power from faraway places here into our community. So that's another way in which the load can be taken off to Texas. And you know, the other aspect of this, and it's been talked about in this session today, is equity and access. So there's financing and money issues for sure here, because just like, you know, so many people at all income levels can go get a car and get it financed and drive away, and they can get around Dallas or our region. The same can't be said yet for, I'm a homeowner, I've got a decent home, I can afford to pay on a monthly basis for a solar power plant on my roof, but financing that can be difficult. So we've got problems we need to solve there, but I think they're solvable, and it's all a matter of how we can eliminate that kind of inaccessibility, so that it's not just for those who can write a check. I mean, most people don't write a check for their car, right? I think most people probably finance, I think, or at least that's super common. So we need the same kind of simplicity, like I've got a home, I pay my bills, I want solar, I want to finance it for 10 years or 15 years or whatever it is. Because the good news is that it will pay for itself. So these are low-risk loans, these are low-risk clientele, no matter what your socioeconomic status is, because it's going to generate something of value that you're not paying elsewhere, so you're going to be able to service the loan for your solar system. So we've got to work on some issues here. The technology is not the issue, and the fact that it works a long time is proven. So we still got a little work to do in terms of accessibility and equity.
Thank you. So, Thor, next question is for you. Dallas has a lot of older housing stock, particularly in historically disadvantaged communities where homes can be less energy efficient and more vulnerable to extreme weather. Health and safety upgrades play a huge part in preparing a home to receive the maximum benefits from weatherization, energy efficiency, and renewable energy upgrades. Can you talk about the programs in your department that help residents maintain a safe and healthy home?
Yeah, thank you. Thanks, Bar. Thanks, OEQ, for putting this on. I think it's really helpful to continue conversations in our region. So with Thor, I run the home repair programs for the city of Dallas. To give us some just baseline numbers before I talk about programs, there's about 587,000 housing units in the city of Dallas. And 52% of them are older than 1980. So half of our housing stock is older than 1980. To be a historic building, you have to be at least 50 years old. So half of our housing stock in the city of Dallas will approach historic age status in the next 10 years. Last year, we added about 4,000 houses to the city of Dallas, new units after we accounted for demolitions. So we're not really building as many units as we need to keep up with our population demands and growing city. On top of that, Dallas has 61% of those units going to renters. So we're very much a landlord-driven city. So a lot of the incentives and things that we talked about on this panel today really need to start being integrated into our rental properties that are going up at a much more fast pace than new housing. And when we look at our older housing stock, we need to understand what that family and where they're at in life, what they can handle. Most of the people that come to us for home repair assistance, their average age is 67 years old. They're a senior population. Those homes are most of the time pretty substandard at this point. There's 25,000 houses for homeowners in the city of Dallas that are at fair or undesirable condition based on DCAD ratings. And those are mostly the folks that come to us for help. They turn to the city as sort of a last chance opportunity to hopefully get some things. But all of my resources together and capacity that we have as staff and contractors that will work with the city, I do about 200 home repairs a year. But the needs are just growing every year as those houses get older and wages get lower and people's inability to continue to maintain their homes, can keep up. So when we talk about disadvantaged communities and inequities that exist in the city of Dallas, they're real, they're compounded, and they're getting worse every year. But we do offer a lot of really great home repair options for folks. We have major home repair that goes up to a forgivable loan of $70,000. My average home repair is about $55,000. We're not doing remodels here. This is just to bring those homes back up to minimum building standards. And when we do that, we touch upon everything on that home to make sure we address all issues. We have a reconstruction program where those homes are so bad, we need to tear it down and rebuild a new one. I do about 3 to 5 of those a year. Those cost about $200,000 a house to tear down and rebuild a 1,200 square foot home. And when we do that, those homes are up to code. They have all Energy Star appliances where we can, and they meet some of the thresholds. And they're most ready for some of the extra features that we've been talking about. I have programs that focus on lead only. Houses that are older than 1978 and have kids under 6 of them have a high chance of childhood lead poisoning. So we have programs dedicated to removing lead exposure. And our programs dedicated to low-income people who can't afford to fix their code violations they get for those exterior violations. And I have specific funding to address COVID in Joppy, 5 Mile, and historic 10th Street, looking at the older homes in some of our historic freedmen towns in the city. We have programs that help people clear their title issues, because in these same communities, ownership and heirship has not been something that's been transferred. We heard a gentleman earlier talking about as-built drawings. In addition to not having the original floor plans, county records have been destroyed, sometimes completely lost or forgotten from families. So proving that you own that asset can be a challenge for you to even apply for assistance. So we've hired legal services to help people in those situations be able to clear their heirship issues, get whatever warranty deeds or affidavit of heirships in place so they can apply for home repair. But the issues that we work on are real, and our resources are limited, and the situation is getting worse. I think that's kind of the whole point of talking about climate here, is how that adds an extra layer of impact on our communities that have faced historical struggles. So I could talk for days, but I'll try to make it brief.
Thank you. That was a great answer. So Dr. Jones, if we come back around to you, let's talk about what success looks like. So when we're thinking about improving weatherization outcomes for low and moderate income families, what type of measurable outcomes do we need to achieve? Like, in other words, how do we measure success in this space?
It's a big question. What does success look like? 30 years from now, success will look like everyone has solar batteries in their home and most of their electricity is paid for, either because it's already been paid off in the financing scheme, and everything is free. But short term, success would look like just lowering energy burdens down. So a quick definition, energy burden is how much you spend on energy divided by your total income. Above 6% is said to be bad, really bad. Doesn't seem like a lot. With rent being 30, you have to make your food. It starts to add up, so then you have to make trade-off decisions. Do you pay a power bill or do you get ground beef today? So lowering that is the immediate one. How do you lower that burden? And weatherization, you can measure things like how airtight a building is, and as you were saying, with older buildings, they're not very airtight at all. So improving that level, that reduces almost half of your energy goes to heating and cooling, so that will reduce a big chunk of it. So lowering your energy burden down from a level like 6 to 3%, increasing your airtightness of your home, those are measures of successful weatherization. And then for appliances, making sure that they're at least Energy Star, they're relatively modern and efficient, that you didn't get a 40-year refrigerator off the marketplace because that's all you can afford, and you didn't know about all these programs that Encore and other people have on. So efficient appliances, airtight homes, and energy burdens, hopefully around the 3% range.
Great answer. Sounds like we got a lot of work to do. So I'm going to come back to you, Michael. I think one of the themes at the symposium has been partnerships. So what are some of the opportunities where public and private partnerships can collaborate better to make solar programs more accessible to Dallas homeowners?
Sure, thank you. Well, as Carl mentioned, there's some incentives available through Encore, so that's good. And man, we do need to figure out how the word gets out, because it's I didn't know y'all were legally prevented from marketing that. Wow, that seems like an opportunity at this legislature right now. But you know, one other thought I have at scale, because I think earlier conversations today talked about the role of the business community, not each of us here as homeowners or renters, but also the role of the business community. So in terms of getting on board with doing things that are new and different. You know, one thing potentially that I think the city's looking at is how do we raise the code as well for the way buildings are built and the minimum standards they must have in terms of their efficiency as buildings. Because I think we're not at the latest and greatest LEED or other kind of efficiency levels required for new buildings here. So we may need to do that in order to encourage better buildings that are by nature and from the get-go more efficient and thus require less energy. And then you can put a smaller solar power plant on the roof of it because it's a better building that is more efficient. So one idea that I have, which is a crazy new idea, is, you know, the city's got all kinds of economic development incentives that are typically given to businesses that are going to hire a lot of people at a certain wage level, and those are good traditional incentives. Maybe we should have some incentives in our city that are aligned with the CCAP objectives around emissions reductions. If you're a business and you can do something to reduce your emissions, why not have a little incentive of some sort, tax abatement or whatever? I'm not the expert in that area, but it seems like there's ways to help catalyze a real shift in business as usual here, and to try and do things and make them normal, and then we won't need those incentives long term. So that's one example I have where the city could help perhaps with that, and it would pay off in terms of health value to the citizens and the cost of operating the buildings to the building owner. So there's one idea.
No, great idea. Thanks for planting those seeds. There's been so many good ideas coming out of the symposium. So Carl, just want to follow up on some earlier comments you had. I think you already brought to our attention one of the challenges in this space. And weatherization has the potential to help homeowners lower utility bills and protect their family's health, and increase comfort. What are some of the barriers that exist to executing a weatherization program here?
Well, one of our biggest barriers that we've experienced and continue to this day is educating the customer on the payback, if you will, on why it's good to put attic insulation into your attic, why it's good to put door stripping and weather stripping and caulking around your doors and windows, not only to keep the conditioned air in your home, but to improve the overall air quality. Why is these things good? And we can put a dollar value based on their electric usage. The challenge is you have a wide variety and range of customers of different economic means. And so I could easily, picking on you, say we can upgrade your home for a couple of $100 and the incentive would take care of 2/3 of it. Well, that's great if you're economically able to do that. However, the next customer, they don't have the means to even afford that. But the benefit is the same for both of your homes. And so our challenge continues to be how do you put this out equally and equitably to the community so that everyone benefits. That's why you see our partnerships with these agencies, the community action agencies, the various cities and counties that we serve, to really partner and combine the funding that they get from other sources. Thor mentioned this earlier, and I was thinking, here's another opportunity to us to partner not only with the city of Dallas and your initiatives, but again, if you can combine your resources to help these customers that aren't economically able to do that, and then the ones that are, help them to understand that the payback is going to be, less than, 4, 5, 6 years, depending on the equation. That's our biggest challenge, and continues to be, along with, again, I know you don't go get up in the morning wondering about your electric utility company, but go take a load off Texas and see if there's something that's out there that would be of interest that you could upgrade the efficiency of your home.
Great, thank you for that answer. So Thor, I'll give you an opportunity to expand on your first answer. Dallas, along with the rest of the nation, is seeing more extreme weather events. In February 2021, Texas was hit with a winter storm, freezing rain, and consecutive days of freezing. How has interest or activity changed in your department after these extreme weather events, or how does it affect your service model?
Yeah, thanks. So when we create a new home repair program, it's typically because we have federal funds to do so, or we have a funding source that's unique to a home repair program. Sometimes those are one-time program funds, and sometimes they are renewable depending on the funding source. Most of our programs are renewable through community development block grant funds. We know we're going to get so much money every year from the federal government as entitlement city, and we know we're going to dedicate a certain portion of that to home repair. So we build a program around those requirements. What we're not able to do is respond to emergencies right away, because it's not a disaster recovery program. It's intended to approach someone in a way that the city works. Verify eligibility, verify home ownership, have a contractor, contracts, bid walks, all that stuff. So the city is not set up to be the emergency vehicle. But what we did post-winter storm is we were able to stand up a new program in 72 hours. And it was for emergency home repair that would allow us to do a rebate program where we could reimburse a low and moderate income family for their expenses where they had to call an emergency plumber. Or we could hire a nonprofit agency to go in and administer that program on our behalf that is more adept in that field. So we ended up hiring Volunteers of America out of Houston. We convinced them to set up shop in Dallas and help us out as we recovered from the winter storm. And they served over 1,000 people in just a couple months with their emergency plumbing and repair program. But that was just fun that we found in the city. We borrowed from another department. It means one of their projects was cut, so we could fund it real quick because it was an emergency. But the ability to respond quickly is something that we have to pre-plan for. Part of my previous life before the city was working on a program called Rapido. It was about pre-planning, pre-procuring, pre-thinking about when disaster happens. How do we, as municipalities and partner agencies, get together and plan for those disasters? So we have contracts in place. Perhaps there's an agency that's already pre-procured pricing and materials to respond to it, and including working with, say, FEMA and HUD if we're going to be doing disaster recovery housing. Now, the city is not in a position to do that right now, but those are some of the conversations where we need to have, especially as we see more and more climate events coming at unexpected times throughout the year. We as a municipality have to be, and all municipalities in the region have to come together to think about how this affects our region and how do we approach it holistically.
Agreed, thank you. Thanks for that answer. Do we have time for a few questions from the audience? So I see hands going up already.
A Dallas area interfaith has been working with people who are living in rental housing and apartments in the Bachman Lake area, and there's the conditions in the apartments are absolutely awful. And one of the issues that has arisen is for the landlords who want to fix up but can't without raising the rent. Are there any resources available in the city at present to help the landlords of these multifamily dwellings And if not, how can we make that happen?
I can take some of that. We have two corporations out of the housing department, the Dallas Public Facility Corporation and Dallas Housing Finance Corporation. The intent of those corporations in some regards is to work with apartment building owners who need to rehab said units in exchange for either property tax savings over a long term or some grants to rehab it, reserve a lot of those units for affordable rents over the long term. So we have those abilities to partner with those type of owners right now that want to enter into agreement with the city. If the property owner has 4 units or less, so it's a small sort of single family size but multifamily, 4 units or less, I have home repair grants that can work with those smaller landlords. So there's a few things, but there's definitely, again, back to my initial thoughts on the aging housing stock, a lot of them being rental units. There's going to be more and more of a demand to see refreshment coming to those aging apartments throughout the city.
To add what Thor just said, we've been in some meetings here in the last couple of years with I guess you would call it, the acronym is PACE, P-A-C-E, and they being the financial institutions are, I guess the right word is warming up to the multifamily as well as the commercial building rehab market. And the unique thing about PACE lending, and I'm certainly not an authority or advocating for them, but it's a unique concept that the financing stays with the property rather than the owner. And so it's something that would be an opportunity for the ownership of the property to look at and attach the funding of this PACE loan to the property rather than to themselves. And it's worked in a few programs or projects that we provided additional funding and incentives for HVAC retrofit in these particular communities because of that. So that's the other thing that I failed to mention earlier is our funding and incentives that we provide. They can be combined or used in conjunction with other funding sources. We don't cannibalize any other types of funding that you may want to utilize through, whether it's federal money, whether it's outside funding, it doesn't matter. Even manufacturer incentives or rebates that we are complementary to those. And something I also forgot to mention earlier that's somewhat related, as long as the renter of the property has the owner's permission, then those properties can participate in our programs as well. We just need to have written permission from the ownership that they're wanting the particular property to be participating or upgraded. And the good news is, from a utility standpoint, we look at either the geographic location of that property or the tenant's income eligibility, not the ownership. So in most cases, you don't ever say always, in most cases these do become income qualified and eligible for a higher incentive based on the geographic location or the tenant that's living there.
This is a question for Thor. Hearing about you talking about the vast amount of need compared to the amount of work that you're able to do in the community in terms of rehabbing these homes and meeting the needs of the community, how do you maintain hope personally, and how do you keep your staff from feeling burned out when you're facing this out in your community?
Yeah, that's great. I mean, the work we do is awesome. I mean, whether you get to work with one person or 100 people in a year or thousands, I mean, the work, being a public servant my whole career in nonprofit and government, it's really rewarding, especially when you can physically see the difference in your work. I think my whole team shares that same spirit. The work we do is hard, it's challenging, but we get to actually know the people that we're serving. You know, we know their kids, we know their families, we go to their homes during construction and before. We see the living conditions and we get to make a difference. And we get to take the challenges that we see in programs or regulations or the things that really bother us, and we get to work on fixing them, right? We get to do the research and say, well, do we have to do this? Why not? What's the risk? And then we can modify things. So the last few years, we've been creating new programs that run more effectively, more streamless, removing eligibility requirements when they're not needed, or we're working with partner agencies who have already done some income calculations so we don't have to redo it. So it reduces the burden on people. And so all of that together is just, it's a really rewarding spot. But when you start to look at the numbers and you start to add climate on top of it, it's really doomsday stuff, right? But I think we have to talk about that. We got to share these stories. Unlike any other tragedies that our country is facing, we have to be able to talk about these things openly and come together with positive spirits to all bring our talents and collective stories to impact change that we want to see.
We have time for one more question. Does anyone have a question? Okay.
Last one, no pressure to be really good. So my name is Rebecca Reagan. I'm from EarthX, and my main focus is youth engagement, getting young people involved, seeing what they can do. And Dr. Jones, you talked about there's this difference between owning your home and being a renter. And me personally, I'm a young person who's renting. I have no say in my appliances, in my energy provider, anything like that. So I wanted to open it up and ask, what advice do you have for young people who are renters who want to have an impact or want to do something in this conversation about sustainable energy? Do you have any advice for that?
I have a little advice. When you were looking at apartments that was appliances the top thing you were looking at, or is it a detached home, attached to other things? Those type of things you took into consideration? No. So I would say anyone looking for an apartment, look at those things. So you can tell if the appliances in your star, apartments are going to be inherently more energy efficient than something that's detached, the age of the building. This is actually a big discussion with a lot of government people on how to give scores to home energy for renters so they know these things so they don't have to do all this work themselves. But beyond that, LEDs is probably the only low-cost actual thing you can do, but most of the work is beforehand. But in general, for young people, I like to tell them that I'm only half working when I say in the future that energy will be more or less free. If everyone has solar, if everyone has batteries, and they're all paid off, we can reduce our load line. And there's a lot of discussion that high-income countries like ours, no one's actually reduced our energy usage by what we need for 1.5–2% climate. The only country that's come close is Uruguay. It's a great article in New York Times. I recommend everyone look at it. But for young people, just think of ways of what goes into sustainability. You have your buildings, you have your transportation. You know, if you live far, you use a lot more energy to drive. Heating, natural gas. No one really thinks about that. It doesn't go in energy burden calculations, but that's a huge thing. So does your apartment have natural gas, or is it all electric? So there's a lot of things we can do to reduce our 10,000 kilowatt hours of energy a year to something more sustainable to 4 without reducing quality of life. And that's a challenge for the next generation. So think about those things.
I got one thing to add. I have programs to help people buy homes. I have Dallas Home Buyer Assistance Programs. I have targeted programs if you're in teaching profession, first responders, healthcare workers. We have a new program for anti-displacement in Dallas. If someone has been living in the city of Dallas on and off or cumulatively for 10 years and want to buy a home in Dallas, we can work with you. You got to be living in Dallas at this time as a renter. But those down payment assistances go up to $50,000. So it's a gap down payment that helps you afford homes in the city of Dallas. So homeownership is attainable for people who are renting, young folks. The average person who takes advantage of this program is in their mid-30s. But it doesn't prohibit anyone as long as you're income qualified or meet one of those professions from looking into it. So there's ways to take more control over your life economically as well as your impact in an environmental way.
Thank you guys. So I warned y'all at the beginning, and this was a really impressive panel. I'd like to thank you all for participating, and a round of applause.
Thank you very much, FAR and panelists. I'd like to welcome Susan Alvarez, the Assistant Director of Office of Environmental Quality and Sustainability at the City of Dallas, for our closing remarks.
Y'all are troopers. You stuck through a whole day of climate and equity and everything in between. So originally when we were doing the planning for this event, I very cheerfully volunteered to bag cleanup because I thought, oh, that'll be easy. I'll just take notes and then at the end of the day, I'll do a quick recap. Well, these are my notes. They're not legible anymore because there were so many good conversations. So what I'm going to do is very quickly acknowledge my team. Maritza Figge has been in the department a whopping 2 months, and she came in, she's like, well, what can I do? Where do I start? And we said, well, we've got this event coming up, and I have to give her kudos because she built a good team with Chris and Aaron and Rosa and Var and Ngozi. They did it. They brought it together in 2 months. It was a lot of hard work. It's the first time she's ever done anything like this. And she's like, am I okay? Does this sound good? And I'm like, yeah, you've got this. You've got this. And she did. So please give her a big round of applause. She's got it. She did an awesome job. And I'm very proud. I want to thank all of the speakers. I know that it takes time to prepare, and it's a daunting audience because this audience always comes well prepared with lots of questions as well. I want to thank my colleagues from other cities that came. It's always good getting a variety of perspectives. It's always good to share what we're doing, get other ideas. I love that this is the first time we've done this event in real life since pre-COVID. So there's kudos there to getting together and getting to talk with our colleagues, which I absolutely love. One other thing that we haven't mentioned, and I promised the vendor I would let you all know, is that all of the food waste from this event is being composted by Turn Compost. So we're walking the talk relative to our circular waste as well. So, as I looked at today, we started with an image of a flying woman with the word yes. We started with the built environment. We talked through and had some very robust conversations around 3 of our biggest E's: engagement, equity, and environmental justice. While some of the conversations were a little dark, overall, I'm very, very hopeful. And it's interesting to me that as we went from, and I'm so excited that we had the student voices here today. I think that was critically important to a holistic understanding of where we are. But we went from equity and environmental justice to environmental health. And I honestly didn't expect our environmental health conversation to go right back to the built environment, which it did, and literally, pun intended, bringing it home. And so this last conversation around what we can do around our homes, different programs to help our both affordable and actually even existing housing stock, I think it was critical. So way too many things to get into too much detail. I just wanted to do two of my takeaways from the conversation with Julie Hiramoto. And one is, think about meaningful change. Think about the tragedy of the commons. We're all in this together. And last but not least, my favorite quote from my favorite climate shero, Dr. Hayhoe. We have the tools to act, but we have years, not decades, to do so. And with that, thank you so much for participating today. Really, really great conversations. Lots of things to think about and chat about later on, and go forth and conquer. Take care, y'all.